What exactly is indecent manner? We need a definition of what is indecency, because we may know what, or we may purport to know what a public place is, but a nightclub or those refreshment areas where people go at night are public places. The mode of dress in those areas is in consonance with those areas, and therefore, why would a lady be selected to be told you are indecently dressed or exposing yourself? There is number B, which says every person causing, procuring, or encouraging any other person to beg or gather for alms. Again, this is totally un-African. Africans have no problem, especially when there is drought, with moving from one household to another and asking for food reliefs. Is that begging? Does anybody who tells the other one to do it so that they do not starve to death, are they encouraging idle and disorderly conduct? And we also have poor people, vulnerable, those who are less privileged, blind, disabled. Is this disorderly conduct if they do this? So, having gone down through the entire statute, including every person who publicly conducts himself in a manner likely to cause a breach of the peace. Again, what is to conduct yourself in a manner likely? We need a definition of that, because we've just been seeing what were called mandamanos recently, and we were told they were lawful, they were constitutional. And pickets, we know for sure those may be, but we were told that those who are doing those mandamanos were conducting themselves in a manner that was contrary to the law, including a breach of the peace. Again, we need a definition of this so that we do not lump everybody together. So looking at this proposed amendment, I do support that we actually repeal this, and we should be looking at the penal code entirely, all of it, so that all the dead letter laws that are in there, all the laws that were brought in purely to try and curb what was then African freedom should actually be removed, so that we also are able to reach where other societies have reached today. So with those remarks, I do support the repeal of Section 182 of the Penal Code, Chapter 63 of the laws of Kenya. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Phyllis Barto Moiben. You're not willing to speak on this one? All right. Honorable Joseph Munyoro, MP for Kiguma.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I rise to support the motion by Honorable Gekaria on repealing of the Penal Code, because this is especially the issue of idle and disorderly. It cannot be defined properly, and it's been abused, especially to arrest our young people in shopping centers. And being jobless does not mean that you are idle. It does not mean that you are disorderly. And like Honorable Murugara is saying, these are laws that were basically made to emasculate the black person, so that we are not able to congregate together, we are not able to speak with one voice. And I think it's the right time to repeal the section. When you say about a person causing or procuring or encouraging any person to beg or gather for alms, and we know our society, there are very many people who are in need, in dire need. And it's an African for you to turn people away if they are hungry and they don't have food. I don't think that should be criminalized. And we've suffered thoroughly from drought, from famine, and telling people not to go and beg might be putting issues that we do not understand into our society. So I am also for that reason, I think it should be appealed. There is another clause E which says that every person who without lawful excuse publicly does in any indecent act, this needs to be defined. We have societies that for example, the people who dress in shukas, how do you define such people? Because this is our culture. And I think it's important that the law is clear so that it's not used to abuse or disenfranchise some people. We've also not been very clear when we say that someone is likely to behave in a manner likely to cause a breach of the peace. Exactly what that means. Is it shouting? Is it fighting in public? I don't know. We need the definition. So I stand to support this. And we need to look at the law and the penal code so that we know areas that are really not serving any purpose other than trying to emasculate, trying to oppress our people, and laws that were made by the colonialists so that they could be able to handle us. So I think, for me, I support, and it's something that should be done. Thank you.
Member for Kiamba, Honorable John Kawanjiku.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will also rise to support the appeal of this penal code, because I think for the longest time possible we have been dealing with, ordinarily the traditional or the colonial laws that were, imposed on us. I think it is also high time for us as a country to sit down and appeal some of these penal code, because with the society we are in and the country that we have now, the civilization that is also coming around, the issue of, being densely populated in terms of gathering, and how do we define, some of the issues like, idle and disorderly person. How do you even define such a kind of a person within the Kenya we are living today? So therefore, believe, Madam Speaker, it is high time we appeal this penal code. We make sure that even if it's the issue of gathering, and even some of the issues that we have experienced lately, that people are gathered discussing, and maybe probably there is lack of unemployment within our country, and you realize that probably our young people will gather within a certain village trying to discuss, or maybe even the bunge ya wananchi that we have been having within the country. How do you define disorder, Madam Speaker? So I feel that it is high time we also support this motion. We appeal some of those penal code, and we make sure that we come up with better laws that will help to facilitate our young people, the people within the society, who will be able at the end of the day, to be lawful in terms of what they are subjecting themselves into, Madam Speaker. The issue of, gathering, the issue of maandamano that we have also experienced, Madam Speaker, we cannot necessarily say, because there is also the part that the government should play, the issue of making sure that it creates employment to our young people in terms of creating, industrialization within our society, Madam Speaker, so that we can now be able to deal with what we are defining as a hydra, Madam Speaker. There is also where they are saying that every person calls procuring or encouraging any person to beg or gather arms. We must also be able to tell what is this thing that we are defining or we are calling idol, Madam Speaker. Every person who in any public place solicit for immoral purposes. We cannot be able to tell by the definition of such a penal code without really coming out clear and defining that what is it we are also doing to rise against or to help the people who are idle within our society, Madam Speaker. So therefore I rise and I support, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Njeri Maina, member for Kirinyaga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was just telling Honorable Roko that he needs to vacate so that I can address the House. Honorable Speaker, as a member of Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, I rise to support repealing this penal code in collective nature, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I remember as a young student in Nairobi University, sometimes you'd just be walking from the main campus to law school, and cops would just bundle you into their car and say that you were loitering or walking in a disorderly manner, Honorable Speaker. We cannot afford to have a law in place that is vague, Honorable Speaker, because anything that is vague is prone to abuse, and like Honorable Kawanjiku has said, these are laws that were put in place during the colonial times to ensure that they sort of contain Africans. And I believe it is a high time we repeal the same so that we can ensure that we have laws in place that are progressive in nature and that cater for our communities. Thank you.
Member for Kitui West, Honorable Nyenze. Member for Sirisia, Honorable Aluke, also not in the house. I'm told Honorable Nyenze had spoken to this bill, and there being no further interest or more interest on this bill, this will close the debate and the mover will be called to reply.
Order number 11, motion, establishment of a National Cancer Prevention and Control Fund.
Member for Marakwet, Honorable Timothy Toroitich. Order number 11 will be stood down for now. Next order.
Order number 12, motion, development and implementation of a child care program for children whose parents are in lawful custody.
The member supposed to move this motion, Honorable Brighton Yegon, also not in the house. And honorable members, if you have a motion on the order paper, be in the house or write to the speaker.
Order number 13, motion, national policy on deworming of school-going children.
Honorable Mashua Waithaka, also not in. Quite unfortunate, also not in the house. Next order.
Order number 14, motion, public health concerns at Langata Cemetery.
Member for Kwanza, what is out of order?
Nothing so serious, Madam Speaker, but looking at the House and the mood of the House, you know, we need to get ideas and exchange ideas on each of these are very important motions.
Order member, honorable
so
member.
I was suggesting that.
Order member for Kwanza, this House is very serious on this debate. And I think the absence of these motions, standing them down does not mean they will not come on the order paper. They will still come on the order paper. So allow us to continue. Next order.
Order number 15, motion, development and implementation of a program for voluntary regularization of land occupied by squatters for a prescribed period.
This motion, did you not call order number 14? Okay. This motion to be moved by Honorable Mark Mwenje, also not in the House. Next order.
Order number 16, motion, expansion of drug and substance abuse rehabilitation centers.
Again, these are very serious motions. The movers not in the House. Honorable John McCarley, also missing in the House.
Order number 17, motion, banning the growing of eucalyptus trees in the country.
To be moved by Honorable Moses Kirima, member for Imenti Central, also not in the House.
Order number 18, motion, establishment of strategic grain storage reserves and silos in close proximity to smallholder farmers.
To be moved by Honorable Jesse Kambalu, also not in the House.
Order number 19, motion, policy on integrating a curriculum for the environmental conservation in primary and secondary schools.
Honorable members, I think this is quite an embarrassing moment for the National Assembly. And the Speaker yesterday actually alluded to getting more time for private member bills and private motions, which we have slotted very well today in this morning. And even this one on education, on environment, to be moved by Honorable Umul Ker Kasim, still also not in the House.
Order number 20, motion, regulation of the sugar industry to discourage branding of sugar by non-millers.
Again, to be moved by Honorable Peter Salasia, also not in the House.
Order number 21, motion, introduction of comprehensive health education as a core subject in schools.
To be moved by Honorable Jane Maina, who is in the House. Take the floor.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. I rise to move a motion that aware that improving public health is a fundamental responsibility of the government, and it is imperative to address pressing health concerns faced by young people, including poor sexual and reproductive health, inadequate knowledge and information regarding sexual health, and protection against sexually transmitted infections. Concerned that the current state of adolescent health training programs is inadequate and fragmented, resulting in limited access to healthcare information and services by the youth in the country. Further concerned, as a result, young people face significant barriers in accessing comprehensive healthcare, cognizant that comprehensive sexual education through school-based programs, community-based programs, and healthcare facilities can promote healthy sexual practices amongst young people and reduce the spread of HIV/AIDS and other sexually transmitted infections, lower the incidences of teenage pregnancies, thus increasing school attendance and retention. Now, therefore, this House resolves that the national government, through the State Department of Basic Education, introduces comprehensive health, wellness, and sex education in the curriculum as a core subject in schools. Honorable Speaker, we must agree as a nation that young people of this nation do not have the right information when it comes to matters of health and sexual education. Honorable Speaker, I ran a campaign in Kirinyaga County dubbed the Triple Threat Campaign, which was against teenage pregnancies, SGBV, and mental health. Honorable Speaker, what we unearthed from the campaign where we engaged professionals to talk to our young children in schools is something that is, I can say, very disheartening. Honorable Speaker, we are living in an era that is in the advent of social media, platforms that are purely unregulated by the government. We've seen in other developed nations like the UK, US, are now working on more stringent measures to ensure that they have contained access to information, because you find that some of these platforms offer very misleading information to our young people. And if our young people do not have the right information, they're very prone to think and believe what they see on these social platforms. Honorable Speaker, we live in a nation where we can say we have seen the church up in arms about the moral decay, Honorable Speaker. From where I stand, access to the right and the correct sexual information is not a question of morality, Honorable Speaker. It is a question of enabling our children to make the right decision when it comes to protecting themselves, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the education that is taught in the curriculum is not adequate enough to ensure that our children are empowered and not disempowered when it comes to protecting themselves. Honorable Speaker, we had a case in Kirinyaga County where the rate of STIs, or sexually transmitted infections, was so high amongst young people that it caused the national uproar, Honorable Speaker. And from where I stand, I'm asking myself, what are we doing about it? What is this House doing about it to protect the future of our children, Honorable Speaker? We can no longer afford to sit back and watch and fold our arms and expect the situation to resolve itself, Honorable Speaker. We cannot wish away social media, Honorable Speaker. We have seen the discussion. If you go to TikTok sometimes, there are very weird things going on around 12 a.m. midnight, Honorable Speaker, exposing our young children who, I repeat, do not have the right information. That is why I insist that, and I beg this House to resolve that we introduce comprehensive sexual and health education in the school curriculum so that we can empower our children, Honorable Speaker, to make the right decisions when it comes to protecting themselves, Honorable Speaker. We had the bill that had been proposed by this House in the last Parliament, Honorable Speaker. And you know, there was an uproar on social media that we are telling our children engage in sex. We are not telling our children engage in sexual activities. We are telling them wait. We are telling them this is not the right time. We are telling them if you ever find yourself in such a scenario, I do not want you to contract HIV and AIDS. I do not want you to contract an STI. I want you to first protect yourself. We are giving these children an option. We cannot bury our heads in the sand anymore, Honorable Speaker. I am therefore moving this motion, and I am asking Honorable Naomi Wako to second the same, Honorable Speaker, so that we can open the same for debate. Thank you. Give me the mic. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would want to thank Mheshimiwa for coming up with this motion. Mheshimiwa Jane Maina for coming up with this motion, introduction of comprehensive health education as core subject in schools. It is important, Madam Speaker, for us to deliberate on this. As I second this, I would want to give my contribution to this again, because it is important for us to debate on this, because issues to do with health is quite important, and it is the responsibility of the government to give every citizen equal opportunity, and every citizen has the right to the highest attainable standards of health, including the right to health care and services, and also under mental care, Madam Speaker. When we talk of health, many counties have benefited a lot from the colonial time to get the best health care in our country. But many counties suffer because they have been marginalized for the last many years, and they do not have even good hospitals and good health care centers. And as a result of that, many people have even lost their lives because they do not have that special care that they need to get. I congratulate Mheshimiwa Jen,
because of coming up with this, because today if you look at our school-going children, especially the young ones, they are exposed to a lot of social media, and they interact with a lot of things through their phones and through the phones of their parents. And as Africans, we avoid talking about sex and sex education because some of us feel that it is embarrassing to talk about that, and some of us feel that it is a taboo even to discuss that with our young children. And so they get exposed in many different ways, and some of them go to the extent of even practically practicing and getting into sexual practice while they are young. And so I support this because introduction of this at the education level, at the primary level, and at the different school levels, this will help our young people to understand the risks that are there. Today, Madam Speaker, in our county, in our country, we have so many young people who are teenage pregnancies, who are affected by teenage pregnancies, just because they have not been educated properly. If you look at the number, the percentage of young girls who have been impregnated while they're in school, while they're in primary school, they are quite high. And some of our counties have also suffered because of that, because we don't talk about that, we don't talk about the dangers. And when a girl of 14 years old is expectant, her education is interfered with, her future is ruined, and again, sometimes they are also infected with different diseases, some to the extent of even getting HIV/AIDS. And that is why today the rate of HIV/AIDS in our country is quite high compared to the past years, because today the age between 15 to 25 are the most affected people by this. So it is important for us to give this all the attention it deserves and make sure that we help our young people to understand and also prepare themselves. It is advisable to abstain from sex when you are young, so that at least you concentrate on your education. But today you cannot fully say that. So in case you are not able to abstain, then it is good for us to educate our children well, so that they can be well equipped, they can be knowledgeable enough, and even if they engage in sex, then they can do it wisely and prevent themselves and also protect their future. Madam Speaker, as we talk of that, you cannot avoid talking about mental health, because many of our young people today are depressed as a result of frustrations they have gone through. Some of the girls are depressed because of the sexual harassment in school, and not only by their age mates or their schoolmates, but even their lecturers, their teachers, and all these people. And normally, the girl is supposed to defend herself and refuse. But today, they are misled in many ways, such that they get into the problem, and at the end of the day, they get into depression. And so mental health care, again, is another area that we can focus on and say that in every school, we can also say that let us have counseling centers, counseling department, so that our school-going children, in case they have already been in that challenge and they have maybe been affected by that, then they can be counseled, they can get enough counseling, enough advice, so that they can overcome the challenge that they are in. And even make sure that in all the health centers, we can have the counseling center department, so that those who are suffering from mental health can also be taken care of. Sex education is very important, it is paramount, and it is better for us to educate our young people now. Prevention is better than cure, instead of us waiting to get into the problem, because we are already in a mess as a country. A lot of our young people, a lot of our young children are out of schools, as a result of that. Many of them are infected and are affected by the challenge that they have encountered as a result of a lack of sex education. And it is high time for us as parents to see how best we can sit with our children, even before we think of the schools, to introduce that and have that in the curriculum. It is better for us, it is good for us to encourage every parent, because if we go back to our traditions and the traditional practice, whereby the parents, the grandparents sit with the children and just have some discussion in the evening. I know many people are busy these days, but during the holidays, it is good for us to introduce time to be with our families, time to be with our young ones, time to be with our grandchildren, and just talk on some of these important subjects, because our children are suffering because they have no knowledge on some areas and no one is able to talk to them. Parents are too busy. The grandparents feel the children are more educated than them and they have nothing to offer. It is high time for us to encourage grandparents and parents to sit with their children and go back to our cultural practices, whereby parents sit with their children, talk to them, and discuss everything. Even if initially, as Africans, we were avoiding to talk about sex and sex matters, it is high time now for us to open up and discuss those things with our children. If you just look at the rate of the young girls who are pregnant and out of schools, Madam Speaker, it is something that we seriously need to talk about so that we can salvage the situation. Where there is no vision, people perish. And visionary leaders, visionary parents talk of the future, the past, and the current. And today, people run after different things. We do different things and businesses. We have no time for our children. It is high time as a nation to come up with a culture of sitting with our children, not only on sex matters, but economy, marriage life, and all these other things. Madam Speaker, if you look at the marriage of many people today, young people are suffering because they cannot sustain. They cannot sustain because young men are not faithful, and girls get married to people and they get frustrated. They suffer in bringing up the children, and proper education, teaching our children the right thing to do at the right time. That is the only thing that can save our current situation and the situation that we are in. I support this and I second. I also congratulate Mheshimiwa Jane Maina for coming up with this very, very important motion to help the current generation and also to the coming generation that will be saved by this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I therefore propose the question that, aware that improving public health is a fundamental responsibility of the government and it is imperative to address pressing health problems faced by young people, including poor sexual and reproductive health, inadequate knowledge and information regarding sexual health and protection against sexually transmitted infections, concerned that the current state of adolescent health training programs is inadequate and fragmented, resulting in limited access to healthcare information and services by the youth in the country. Further concerned that, as a result of this, young people face significant barriers in accessing comprehensive healthcare, cognizant that comprehensive sexual education through school-based programs, community-based programs, and healthcare facilities can promote healthy sexual practices amongst young people and reduce the spread of HIV, stroke, AIDS, and other sexually transmitted infections, lower the incidences of teenage pregnancies, thus increasing school attendance and retention. Now, therefore, this House resolves that the national government, through the State Department of Basic Education, introduces comprehensive health, wellness, and sex education in the curriculum as a core subject in schools. The first opportunity will go to Honorable Phyllis Barto, member for Moiben.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on behalf of my constituency, Moiben, in Uasin Gishu, to support the motion by Honorable Member Jane Minor from Kirinyaga on promoting a curriculum which involves sex education in Kenya. Madam Speaker, this particular policy has come of age in Kenya due to the fact that we are experiencing a great transformation in digitalization in Kenya, and young people, especially adolescents, get access to a lot of information way beyond their age. So it is important to introduce this education policy, this curriculum, to include sex education in the curriculum in our schools. Madam Speaker, if you visit each and every home currently where we have adolescent children, you will find that almost all of them have a mobile phone. They access internet, they access all manner of information on multiple issues, even including pornography, which they are not supposed to be exposed to. So to bring this, to navigate through this phase, we should look at the curriculum in our schools. At the moment, the teachers and the curriculum is so packed with a lot of content, and little is paid attention. The scope pays at a small. The scope pays very or little attention to sexuality. Madam Speaker, we have adolescent children have a lot of challenges. For example, some don't understand the processes of their bodies, and this information needs to be given to them. Some even go through menstrual cycles without their knowledge. Some even get involved in sexual activities without their knowledge at a very young age. Research has shown that most of the Kenyan children have had most of the Kenyan children between 15 to 19 years, almost 2% of them, 2% have had sexual experience, and some have ended up getting pregnant, some have ended up getting sexually transmitted diseases, and some have dropped out of school, just because some did not have the advantage of getting information about the operations of their bodies. Our cultures have also changed. We no longer have situations where parents sit with their children to discuss cultural issues, sex matters included. So how do we alleviate such? The students stay in school most of the times. We have those who go to school from 5 in the morning and they come home very late in the evening. We have those who go to boarding at a very tender age and they remain in school throughout, and they only come home for very few days or weeks. How will these children get to know about some issues which affect their bodies? The only way we can alleviate or intervene to this matter, Madam Speaker, is by bringing on board a curriculum which teaches them in their entirety on how their systems operate. We might be thinking about our culture and going back to our cultures where children and parents sit and converse about these issues. But, Madam Speaker, we have people who have migrated to urban areas who have been detached with their cultures, who no longer even understand, who no longer are connected to their traditional cultures. Also, Madam Speaker, sometimes it's not easy for a parent to sit with their children and discuss such issues, especially considering some parents still look at it as a taboo. we look at the scenario where we are talking about shaming, the period shaming, where it is still very difficult even for us to discuss menstruation of our girls publicly, or even for a girl to go to a supermarket and buy a sanitary pad, because in some cultures, or because they still feel it is something which is supposed to be normal, but it still feels embarrassing for other girls in other quarters, because possibly of their cultures, they are bringing their self-esteem and so many factors which surround a bringing of a child. So, Madam Speaker, I think in as much as it might take time to put this thing in the curriculum, how I wish we can start having conversations in schools. We can start having speakers visiting schools, sponsored by the Ministry of Education, going to various schools, educating, having a session in almost all schools in Kenya, educating our adolescents on matters sexuality. Because we even have, in as much as we are talking about pregnancy and other issues, even HIV is still a problem, Madam Speaker, because in the past it was seen as a problem which is sexually transmitted. We also, like you have sex, you get HIV. That conversation is still very prevalent in communities which are on the extreme parts of Kenya. It is not only a case of sexual transmission, but we have children who have been born and they were born by parents who are affected, and as a result, they are also having the same problem. How do we speak to them? Because their parents, some parents might not be having the courage to sit a child and explain to them that you are in this situation because you were born like that. How do we get that conversation to a child who will be disadvantaged in that way? We can only do that through our system of education. So, Madam Speaker, this motion is very important at this time in Kenya, because we have young people between 15 and 19 who might not be privileged to understand. I know it is a very controversial issue, and many people will see it from different perspectives, but it is high time we face reality and sit and have a conversation to ourselves and say, those boys and girls who might not have the privilege of getting such information, where do they get them? Madam Speaker, in our schools at the moment, the curriculum is so packed. We have CBC, we have many transformations going on in our schools, but it is at the right time when we introduce such a policy, so that we start from the beginning and move along with the system. Otherwise, I support this motion, and it should be done like yesterday. And I can see my time is up. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support the motion.
Thank you. The next chance will go to the member for Kitui South, Honorable Rachel Nyamai.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I would like to, first of all, congratulate the Honorable Jane, member for Kirinyaga County, for coming up with this important motion on establishment of comprehensive health, education, health promotion within our education system. Honorable Speaker, this is a topic that many governments have tried to make an effort so that it can be introduced within our education system. At times, it faces different challenges of our societal system. They believe that talking about sexuality is a taboo, and also other challenges, some local and others international. Madam Speaker, I would like to first say that I do support introduction of comprehensive health promotion within our schools. and that when a child is introduced early enough to understand their own bodies, to understand themselves, to know how to protect themselves, to know how to be confident, and to understand who they are, whether they are male or female children, they are more confident in life and they are more likely to succeed. Honorable Speaker, we are not able to talk about comprehensive health education without talking about HIV and other sexually transmitted diseases. So, Honorable Speaker would like to support that it is important that health education, and especially HIV/AIDS, is discussed openly within our school system from children from very young age, so that they are able to protect themselves, so that they are able to protect others, so that they are able to take care of children who may be within families where their parents are either infected or affected. And Honorable Speaker, I would also like to point out that comprehensive health education is not only about HIV/AIDS and sexual education. It will also focus on the children's bodies, to know how to take care of themselves, the importance of being physically active, so that we do not have children who are obese. Because when children are obese, then in life, they end up getting other diseases. Honorable Speaker, when we are focusing on this introduction to health promotion, it needs to be done in a child-friendly way. Madam Speaker, I am aware of programs that were introduced by DANIDA, where they try to introduce child-friendly participatory health education. They tried to use churches, communities, leaderships within parliament, leaderships within our counties, so that children are more comfortable and parents and community leaders are comfortable engaging on sexual education and health education with children. These efforts have not been very successful. So I would like to recommend that even as the House passes this motion, and hopefully if it is discussed as a bill, that we should focus on having comprehensive, child-friendly health education, health promotion, so that our children can feel free and also their adults can feel free. Madam Speaker, if our children do not get a comprehensive health education from our schools, and they don't get it from their own parents, they will get it from strangers, and we do not know how this is going to happen. We are already seeing the effects of children getting to know about their own bodies from strangers. Madam Speaker, we also have our computers because of online teaching. Children are tempted to go beyond the class and check other aspects within the IT system, and some of them may find themselves coming through sexual education. So we would rather do it in our schools. We would rather do it within our churches. We would rather do it within our communities. We would rather do it as parliament, and we would rather do it through our education system, so that children do not get to learn from strangers. Honorable Speaker, I would also like to focus on our TV channels, that we have the local TV channels, which are not 100% easy to control on what our children see. I know that government has been clear on what you can air during the day and up to around 9 a.m., but there are children who sit up to late and they can see so many other things that our system does not expect them to see. Honorable Madam Speaker, also, our children are exposed to international television channels where they can see almost everything that they would like to see. So I would like to encourage that it is time our children are educated, so that they know how far they can go in terms of what they can see from these channels. Honorable Speaker, I encourage that this be done within our education system, so that we are able to control the kind of information that our children are getting. Honorable Speaker, I also encourage linkages where children can be exposed to through mentorship by people who can speak to them confidently about health education, health promotion. Madam Speaker, this will require a lot of financing, will require the country to also look at other countries that have succeeded, countries like the Scandinavian countries, Denmark, Norway, Sweden. These children are not very different from our own children. Honorable Speaker, in the era of LGBTQ, it is extremely important that our children are taught who we are, our moralities, And I'm not trying, Honorable Speaker, to say that health education should be morality education, because there is a big difference between the two. So, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me a chance to give my contribution to this motion, as I congratulate the member for Kirinyaga for coming up with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Langata.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute on the motion that has been tabled down by the Honorable Jane Maina on introduction of comprehensive health education as a core subject in school. As much as I support this, the Honorable Njeri must tell us how comprehensive is comprehensive. What is it that she wants to be taught? What should be included in the curriculum? Because number one, we already have health education in our schools. We have reproduction health in our schools. In the curriculum that is already there, we already have health education. And when you talk about comprehensive, what is comprehensive? How comprehensive should it be? Or what is it that you want to be taught in schools that is already not being covered within the already existing curriculum? But on another note, definitely she talked about the control of our social media channels. As a content creator, it is true that time has come where we must talk about what our children consume in the social media. Social media has been evolving from day in, day out. We started from Facebook, we are now on Twitter, we are on Snapchat, we are on Instagram, we are on Threads, and now we are on the mighty TikTok, where millions and millions of young Kenyans are subscribed to the channel and to the content. So, when she talked about TikTok, I got really concerned, because TikTok is no longer the friendly channel or social media platform that we knew. Of course, she talked about it turning into a pornography site into late into the night. And we know our children either have our phones or we've bought them phones to have. So we must start in regulating what our children get to know or get to learn from our social media channels before somebody else gets to teach them. But the Honorable Njeri must stand up and tell us, when she talks about comprehensive health education, what is comprehensive? What does she want to be taught? What is it that is already lacking in the curriculum that we already have in our school system? Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Adiwar. The Honorable Kailemia, member. The Honorable Kailemia.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The member for Meru
County, yes. I rise to support the motion of Jane Njeri regarding the comprehensive health education. I would rather call it maybe sex education, because that's what I think they need to know. Somebody has just mentioned that people perish for lack of knowledge. Madam Speaker, I think it is so true. I rise to support this motion because I realized in Meru, particularly on the northern side, there's too much teenage pregnancy. In fact, there are so many who are now at home because of babies, and they have given me so much trouble trying to get the babies looked after so that the girls can go back to school. So I'm thinking that they need to be taught. You know, sex is not something we make up, it's something that we are born with, and so people need to be guided. So these girls, even the boys, they need to be guided on how their body is growing and the changes that they are undergoing as they grow. Otherwise, if we leave it, I remember at one time this subject came, and I could have been one of the people who are opposing, thinking that by teaching sex education, you're introducing these young people to sex, but that is not the thing. at this time when they have been introduced through social media, as you have known, TikToks and whatever Mheshimiwa of Lang'ata has said, it's not about now what they know because they know a lot. We realize that these children are maturing at a very early age. By age 9 and 10, they have already matured and they are able to even conceive. And those kind of children don't know anything. So, Madam Speaker, I just support this motion that they should start sex education in schools so that our girls can grow and our boys knowing about their bodies and even the health, the disease they're about to get, but that's not so much as these babies giving birth to babies. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Edith Nyenze, member for Kitui West. Well, Honorable Edith Nyenze is not in the house. Her name is appearing on our screen. The Honorable Jane Kihara, member for Naivasha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me a chance to talk to this very important motion of comprehensive health education in our schools. Madam Speaker, you notice that as opposed to what used to happen, where we learned things through our parents those days, and sometimes we were not even told very much, but we would follow what they were doing, and we would copy what they were doing, and we would become better citizens. Madam Speaker, we have a problem in this country, and generally the world over, because of this social media or internet. Madam Speaker, we have seen weird habits by children and even adults. This time round, when the parents themselves are children, you don't expect them to teach their children much. Madam Speaker, we are living a very fast life. You see, even those who engage house helps these days, they want to engage those who have gone to school so that they take care of their children because they are not there. So you are leaving your children with strangers. Madam Speaker, these days we are forced to talk about this subject in schools because we realize and it's going to get out of hand. Madam Speaker, children these days know so much, and if we don't take care of them from a constructive education system, they are going to get it from all over social media, and they will not be able to differentiate what is good for them or the morals that we expect to have as a country. We have seen it. We have seen very many girls leaving school because of teenage pregnancies. Children need to know what is it that they are required to do so that they don't get pregnant before they are done with school, so that they don't get diseases, so that they add value to their lives, Madam Speaker. Sex has been taken too much for granted lately. We have seen it even in these games that teenagers go. Just the other day, I saw something in the social media. Young boys, 2 of them, hiding behind a car and start kissing one another. Those are 2 boys. But if there's sex education in schools, they will be able to know that you don't do this before you are this age. You don't do this with your age mate. You don't do it with a person of your same gender, because this LGBTQ, we may think or assume that it is not there. Our children are so much exposed, and we have seen children committing suicide also, because it reaches a stage where they find themselves lost. They don't know how to judge themselves. They don't know how to deal with it out there. So, Madam Speaker, this is something that we need to talk about, and it is also should be mixed with this drug habit, because there are those children who pick it from school. So we need a lot of policing, but when we have policies, where busy children, busy parents have no time for their children, they can only be taken care of by teachers. So this system need to be put in place so that we are all aware and we are sure that what is being taught is structured, and they are taught what they need to know, what they don't need to know, such that even if they see it in the social media, they'll be able to judge that this is right and this is wrong. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for those few minutes. Asante.
Thank you very much, Member for Naivasha. The Honorable Susan Kiamba, Member for Makwiny constituency.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to also make my contribution to this very important motion, which affects our children. First and foremost, I think it's a very worthwhile debate, because our children is our future. But just like one member has just asked, what is comprehensive health information? And when we talk of introduction, I think in Kenya so far we have a lot of health education in our schools.
1 minute, Honorable Member for Makwiny. What is out of order, Honorable Kawanjiko, Member for Kiamba? You have put an intervention. Is anything out of order?
There is nothing out of order, but I was also saying, Madam Speaker, that we are also participant as far as the fathers and the daughters are concerned. So give us an opportunity as well.
What is out of order, Honorable Kawanjiko? So there is nothing out of order on the list. I can see that you are next, so just be patient. Proceed, Honorable Member for Makwiny.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also wish to make my contribution on this important motion. And I think the big debate is how comprehensive is comprehensive health education. And I think in Kenya today, we cannot talk of introducing health education. We have a lot of health education in our schools and even in our curriculum. There is need to identify in particular where is the gap, because sometimes we have foreign ideologies that are being promoted in the name of health education, which are against our African values. Because when you talk about sexual health education, and you're talking of things like introducing issues of lesbianism, issues of homosexuality, and all that, that is still health education. So we need first to understand, when we talk about comprehensive health education, what are the limits? Secondly, I think it's important to realize that children do not do what they do, whether it's wrong or right, because of just mere information. I think, Madam Speaker, what we are missing very seriously is the value systems. Our children have a lot of information, even sexual information, even health information. But I think where we tend to be very weak is the issue of value systems. When they are exposed to situations, what decision do they make? And I find it very discouraging when we think it's only the schools that should continue giving information. I think what I find very missing, in my view, is the fact that the education in the home is quite inadequate. And I don't think there is any education system that can replace parenthood. And I think in my own opinion, I think, Madam Speaker, there is a tendency, especially among the young parents, to think that education system can do what parents need to do. And I think there is no way we can continue loading educational system to replace the role of parenthood. There is a role that parents should play, and especially in terms of establishing very clear value system for our children. The information that our children have, even whether from social media, from TIC, whatever, from the TVs, from so many sources, it will be subjected to their value system. And if their value system is wanting, no matter how much information you do give them, the choice they make will either be harmful or helpful to them. So I think it's very important as we discuss this topic, and as we think of having a comprehensive health education, including sexual health to our children, it's important we identify where we have the gap and actually address the gap. I think there is this feeling that people need quick fix. And there's a growing wave among our children where even the parents feel, I don't want my daughter to be pregnant. So what do? Make my daughter aware of all the preventive methods that they are there. While I'm not negating that, I think in Africa we have a value system that we need to protect. And while I appreciate the motion brought about by Honorable Maina, I think it's important we critically look at it and actually identify the particular gap that we want to address that does not undermine our culture and our values. Because if it's a matter of encouraging sexual education, where our children start telling us, I have a right to marry whoever I want to marry, whether a man or a woman, I don't think that is what we actually need in Africa. If it is sexual education where we start having our primary school children talking about family planning, how can people plan families that they don't have? I think it's important to realize that even the devices we may expose our children to at early age may even be a bigger problem than the baby they may bring home as a result of early marriage. So I think as we move to this very important motion, it's important to be very cautious on what issues we'll actually put across in relation to what we are calling comprehensive health education for our children. Lastly, if you look at the curriculum we have in our education, the CBC, the teachers can hardly sleep. The children can also hardly sleep. Are we suggesting in this house we continue crowding the curriculum? I think, in my view, these issues are issues of parenthood, and the parents should not run away from their responsibility in the name of curriculums in schools that the government needs to pay for. Otherwise, that is my contribution to this particular motion. I support, but with the precautions, we need to unpack this comprehensive education for our children. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable John Kawanjiku, member for Kiambaa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was a bit concerned being a father of daughters. I think it is highly important for me also to contribute to this very emotive debate, whereby we are talking about the issue of sexuality in regards to our children, and what should we be able to do as a parent, and to make sure that, we guard them and we protect them with all that we have, so that at least we can make sure that their future is bright, Madam Speaker. And I also want to congratulate member for Kirinyaga, because she's also a very young lady. I think that's why it is also very important for us to for us to make sure that we support this motion, because it is really making a lot of sense. The issue of health and sex education, Madam Speaker, is an emotive issue, and it will bring a lot of controversy here or there as far as the churches are concerned. But I also think it's also very important for us to tell ourselves the truth, Madam Speaker, because we can no longer keep hiding our head in the face, in the sand, Madam Speaker. Whereas whatever is happening outside there, it is something that is worrying. And as the previous speaker have talked about, the issue of social media, the issue of TikTok, Facebooks, you know, even at night, if you go to TikTok, you realize, unless we have some regulations to make sure that we also control whatever is happening in TikTok, because it is quite alarming that even pornography and sexual activities are happening in the TikTok sites, Madam Speaker. So if we don't come up with a bill or a motion or a way to educate our children, and also to tell them, I mean, sex is our way of living, but at the end of the day, there are things that you should be able to, hold on to until you attain a certain age, Madam Speaker. It is a discussion that probably, and we have seen it also in social media, whereby there are teachers who are telling their children, when you go home and it's during the long holiday, you know, don't allow anyone to touch here, don't allow anyone to touch there. It is very emotive. It is also good, because we also need to educate them and tell them what they should be able to do at a certain given time, Madam Speaker. If it means that we are going to do vetting in terms of how, in terms of age, like these children should be maybe from junior high school, because now we have CBC in our schools, and we can also agree maybe between class 6, class 7, class 8, then we can be very comprehensive in terms of talking the sexual matters, telling them the truth as it is. They don't have to go and experience outside there. They don't have to go and start doing practical, but we can teach them the way we are taught in biology, probably in high secondary school. We teach them these issues. We tell them, for you to take care of yourself, rather than having children who are mothers, having children who are fathers and taking care of very young, children. And sometimes parents bear this burden, because at the end of the day, when the child maybe is in class 6, class 7, become pregnant, she cannot be able to take care of that child. That burden it is transferred to the parent, Madam Speaker. So therefore, it is something that we need to agree. Do we go with the ages between maybe 11, early adulthood, puberty? It is a discussion that probably we'll have as a nation, because if we don't do this and we bury our head in the sand, at the end of the day, this will come to bite us, Madam Speaker. This issue of social media, and even some, to an extent, also parents sitting down and encouraging and discussing and having this conversation with their children. I'm a father of an 11-year-old girl. Very soon I'm becoming, it is a discussion probably sometimes I feel, do I really have to talk to my daughter, or is it a discussion that probably we sit down and talk with my daughter as far as her life and the body changes that she experienced is concerned, Madam Speaker? We need to allow the teachers to and allow the government to develop a curriculum that will definitely address some of those particular issues in terms of health, in terms of HIV and AIDS, because we cannot ignore and assume that HIV and AIDS, it's no longer in existence, Madam Speaker. This is happening in our country. And you realize they are if you look at even the statistics that we have also seen the other day, areas like Nairobi, because of urbanization, civilization within our area, Madam Speaker, you realize that the children within the urban centers, they engage in sexual activities as early as 11 years, Madam Speaker. We have had a case even of a grandfather in Muranga, who even, raped a 5-year-old daughter, granddaughter, Madam Speaker. It is very disgusting even to think about it, Madam Speaker. Therefore, this issue of even civilization and urbanization, if we don't talk to them, if we don't tell them the dangers ahead, in terms of HIV, in terms of AIDS, in terms of their expectations, we have seen some cultures that has really continued to discuss the issue of sex between the aunties and the nieces, between the grandmothers and the granddaughters, and we have seen a very good kind of a nation, because they are able to know how to deal with the men or how to deal with their sexual needs when it arises, Madam Speaker. And you will figure that some of those cultures that still hold on to, sex education, whereby they go into a village. And I congratulate Mheshimiwa Jane, because she's also saying even community-based. It may not necessarily be the teachers or a curriculum. It can be a curriculum, but also within our community, within our culture. We need to go back to our cultures. Mheshimiwa Jane Kiara has told us those are the things they were taught by their grandmothers. The issues to do with taking care of a family, taking care of a man, when you get to a certain age, and now you have started to experience, or you want to be taught issues to do with this, sex education. So we saw a culture that was well, governed, a culture that was well taken care of. The women, the men, were well, educated as far as those matters are concerned. So even if it talks about the community, we can establish that conversation. It is a conversation we can no longer shy off from. Even me as a father, I now think it is a conversation that I cannot shy off. It is a sit down, we sit down with our daughters, we sit down with our sons, and we start talking them on what to expect when they get to a certain age. Some of the cultures that are still holding on to that, they have been able to, to go around or to fight the stigma that comes, with the early childhood or early parenthood, and also issues to do with the HIV and AIDS, Madam Speaker. So we cannot ignore. I support this motion. We really need to sit down. We cannot be ignorance. There is a saying that ignorance has no defense. If we continue ignoring as a country, what is the government supposed to do to make sure that it makes this issue, or it creates an awareness to our children who are going to school? If we need to agree on a certain age, we agree. We amend and say that within a certain age, this is when the health education or the issue of sexualism should be taught to those children, maybe from junior high school. We also vet the kind of information that is being released to them. If it is an issue of responsibility and accountability, as a parent also, we also need to support our children, giving those children the gadget that you want to buy a laptop because you want to make your child happy. You want to buy him a phone. He's still in less than class 5. He can be able to get into internet and access these pornographic things. The next thing which will happen is that he would want to experience what he's watching over the phone, and even probably some stations, TV stations back at home, Madam Speaker. So therefore, we need to acquire more accountability and responsibility as far as our children are concerned. Some of the countries like in US, in UK, they have been able probably to educate their children, because this is something that you don't know how to control. Because if I go and post something on social media, I go and post something in TikTok, you have no control of how your child should not be able to see it. So therefore, the best thing to do is to make him aware of the situation and the happenings in his life, and telling them, it is not even a bad thing, but it also happened within a certain age, within a certain area, when you get to a certain age. Those are some of the things that you'll experience. You preserve. So sex education, Madam Speaker, it is a discussion that is welcomed as far as our country is concerned, as far as this house is concerned, because we are the house of laws and we make laws. We make it mandatory for all public primary schools and the Ministry of Education to come up with, guiding and counseling, whether it will be guiding and counseling, someone who will be able to talk those students through the sex education, and also make sure that they also understand whatever is happening within their life and within the country. I strive for support, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kawanjiku. The Honorable Richard Yegon, member for Bomet East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me also this opportunity to allow me weigh in on this very emotive issue. Madam Speaker, as my colleagues have said earlier, I think this motion has been long overdue, that in the sense that in our areas and across the country at large, I would like to say that our children, and most of our children, have gone through a lot, in the sense that you find even the kids in primary schools, very young kids, most of them have gotten pregnant, And this is because of the knowledge and the issues whereby children have not been taught or educated on the progress in their lives. I think it is high time that now we have to put in place the mechanism to make sure that our children are taught all what is happening in their lives, so that at least they know what is not to be done and what is supposed to be done. In this time and age where we have diseases whereby the incurable diseases like the HIV and AIDS, we need to sensitize our children to make sure that at least they know all these dangers they are going through or they can undergo through, so that at least they can also take care of themselves. In this time and age, again, we have the phones whereby children can easily access, and they can just see the issues of the pornographies in the internet. And if we don't teach them, we don't allow teachers to show them about this sex education, it's very difficult for them to learn, to know what is happening. And they can easily fall as victims of child abuse by those people who knows what is happening, and for them, they don't know what's happening. Madam Speaker, I will not take my time. It's only that I want to say that I support this motion, and I also request those maybe who have not contributed to support this, so that at least it is for the posterity and our children to make sure that at least they know what is happening in their lives. Thank you very much. I support this, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Fatuma Masito, member for Kwale County.
Basi nimshukuru Bi Speaker kwa kunipatia nafasi hii, na pia nimshukuru mjumbe wa Kirinyaga Bi Jane Maina kwa kuleta mswada huu mbele ya bunge hili. Isipokuwa yangu litakuwa tu onyo kidogo. Kama tunavyosema, tumeiweka wazi, tunasema ni comprehensive au kwa upana. Tunataka kuwe na hii elimu ya kujamiana katika elimu. Lazima tuwe na tahadhari juu ya hili, kwa sababu tukiiweka kwa upana zaidi kuliko vile ilivyo, huenda kukatokea mambo ambayo yataingizwa ndani yake na yataweza kudhuru vijana wetu. Tunajua mtaala mzima wa jambo hili la elimu ya kujamiiana kwa Kiswahili ni jambo ambalo linaweza kuleta madhara makuu, na itakuwa sivyo tulivyokuwa tumeelekeza kidole chetu, lakini inaweza kuleta madhara na ikatudhuru sisi. Mimi kama mjumbe kutoka sehemu ile ya Kwale, napenda kusema kuwe na utaratibu maalum wa kuweza kukinga au kuweza kupenyeza maneno ambayo hatukuwa tumeyatarajia. Tunajua kwa kweli watoto wetu wanahitaji elimu, wanahitaji kufunzwa ni jinsi gani wakati mili yao imegeuka na kuweza kupokea hisia zingine tofauti, hisia za kuonyesha wao wamekuwa sasa watu wazima, na wao pia hupenda kuonja au kujaribu kila kitu kile wanachokisikia na wanachokiona. Na tunajua mitandao imefungua njia zote, Bi Speaker. Watoto wanajua mambo mengi kushinda hata sisi wazazi yaliyoko katika ulimwengu.
The Honorable, just 1 minute, member for Kwale County.
Thank you.
I can see an intervention by the mover of this motion, the Honorable Jane Njeri Maina. Point of information.
Bi Speaker, nataka nimfahamishe rafiki yangu kutoka Kwale ya kwamba
would you like to be informed, member for Kwale County?
Yes, she is welcome.
So I'm actually
Thank
also
you.
inclined to allow her to give you to give you the information. You may proceed.
Shukran, Bi Speaker. Nataka nimfahamishe ya kwamba huu si mjadala wa kuhusu kijamii, ni mjadala ambao yale ambayo tutapendekeza hapa katika hili bunge yataweza kutengenezwa na kuundwa kulingana na sheria za Kenya. Kwa Kwa hivyo hayataweza kukiuka sheria ambazo tuko nazo sasa hivi. Shukran.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa dadangu Jen kwa kunifahamisha hivyo. Yangu tu ilikuwa ni kutilia mkazo. Tunajua kuna utaalamu mwingi na hususan wajumbe wale wanaojua sana masuala ya sheria. Saa nyingine muwe mkifafanua zaidi kwetu sisi tuweze kuelewa zaidi. Kwa hivyo nasema asante, na nilikuwa nimefikia pale kwa kusema sehemu kama ile ninayotoka, sehemu ya Kwale, vijana wengi wameathirika na swala hili la mambo ya kujamiiana au sex education kwa lugha ya Kimombo. Na hii ni kwa sababu tumetoka sehemu ya mashambani sana. Mambo mengi sana hatunayo ujuzi, au vijana hawanayo ujuzi na wanapenda sana kujaribu kila kitu kile wanaona, wakipata zile simu za rununu, wakiangalia, wanaona mambo ambayo ni ya kusisimua, mambo ambayo ni ya kumfanya yamvutie, na yeye anasema wacha na mimi nijaribu. Kwa hivyo dadangu Jen, mheshimiwa kutoka sehemu ya Kirinyaga, nimekuunga mkono kwa hoja hii ulioileta mbele ya bunge hii, na mimi niko pamoja na wewe. Asante sana Bi Speaker.
Asante sana mbunge wa Kwale. The Honorable Florence Jematia, member for Baringo County.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I also want from the onset thank my colleague, Honorable Njeri, and also join my other colleagues who have supported this motion that is timely for this country to take back and understand the situation that we have in our schools, specifically in primary and secondary schools. Comprehensive sex education is a very important thing and component of our lives, especially in our children's life. I want to speak as a woman and as a mother, and specifically as a rural leader, that we have a lot of problems when it comes to teenage pregnancies. And many times it is because we have not with our children to understand and let them to give advice to our girls and boys as they grow up, especially when they are in adolescence. Because these are the times that every one of us during that time feels like they are, becoming special. They are seeing a lot of difference in their body morphology, and they also want to try a lot of feelings and interactions together. It has also been made worse, Madam Speaker, by the fact that nowadays we have schools that is designated fully for girls and boys schools. We are actually drifting away from the realities. That when we encourage these single schools, sometimes, it becomes so hard for these children to understand and adopt this, their differences. Because when I am a girl and I am at my teenage, I would probably want to imagine the next person who is also a girl like me would be feeling differently, or I want to explore my other friend is feeling. And that is why we have all these LGBTQ problems in starting and eliminating right from primary and specific and mostly secondary schools. This is the time that we as a society should sit up and sit down and organize our future generation. I want to thank the mover of the motion because it has been something that has been hailing the society for a very long time. That is why we have, when there are remedies like FGMs, imagining that when you go and cut a girl, it is when you are trying to minimize the feelings that they are feeling amongst one another. But at the end of the day, we are doing more damage because everything is psychological. And when we take this comprehensive education and make it more of compulsory in the school, boys go through. For instance, Madam Speaker, when we grow up and we go to the universities, we now get opportunities to, interact and be free because we assume that we are now more older than in our during our primary schools and secondary schools. But when you don't get the proper education, especially in sex education, it becomes hard for you to adopt and understand. You might think everything that happens for, because it is normal, and you end up having a lot of sexual intercourse all over the place. You contract diseases, and we are not only talking about preventing pregnancies. It is actually the diseases that is more problematic than the pregnancies, because pregnancies is a natural phenomena. As much as sex is also a natural phenomena, but the problem is that the injection of infections that has affected, and it's ailing to society so much, specifically even in economical status, that hospitals are congested because of ARVs and treatments of gonorrheas and syphilis, which is actually a very traumatizing diseases. And this one can also can be curbed by helping the generation that is going through the adolescence through proper sexual education in school. I also want to say, we also have young mothers, young girls who have probably, just got children, probably around 18, 20 years old. These were the times when we were growing up. Our mothers and aunties would sit us down and give us a lot of information about, getting married and, taking care of your family. And it comes basically because sex is a component in this thing. But it would be very, very helpful if you take this thing down, cascade it to primary levels. Even when we are distributing our sanitary towels as women reps and members of parliament and leaders, we are able to get to understand and let them understand the problems that comes with all this morphology of our bodies. More so, even to the boys. You realize in the society today, a girl cannot be pregnant without the presence of a man or a boy. And the biggest problem is that, when boys go through initiations, they get that, the audacity and feel like they are man enough to, have children or sleep around with girls. And that one also have also created a lot of problems because of late we have a lot of teenage pregnancies. And the most painful part is that when you see a girl with fully dressed in a school uniform, walking from home to school, and the society to some extent looks like it's a very normal phenomenon. It is not. We have to sit down and understand that even boys in school or in the villages should understand that the problem is not about the girls. It is also about all of us, specifically the men. Because for them, as much as they think it is, because mainly it is a behavior that men feel like it is, they are feeling okay when they're impregnating and making these girls sometimes pregnant, because I think for the longest no one has been taking keen, probably taking them to by law, because when a man is impregnating probably more than 5 girls and nothing happens, so the girls go back, the same problem of poverty. I mean, these girls are not going to school, and at the end of the day we create a whole monster in the society that doesn't help all of us. But when this thing can be cured through sexual education, specifically in our mandatory, and make it mandatory in either in primary and secondary school. And I know it is going to help us solve most of these problems. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very much, Member for Baringo. The Honorable Beatrice Adagala, Member for Vihiga County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can see the member for Mombasa, she's really calling me ANC. Yes, I'm the deputy party leader, ANC. When you see me stand, you should know ANC's presence is felt. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want also to voice on this motion by Honorable Jane Maina MP for Kirinyaga, introduction of comprehensive health education as a core subject in schools. Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for bringing in this important motion at this particular time, keeping in mind that the society we are living in now is 70% of the people are young people, school-going girls and boys, Madam Speaker, that need to be guided on ways or the mother and father ways of living. Madam Speaker, in the old days as we were growing, our grandfathers and aunties used to take us through some of these things that are happening in on our bodies and other areas that we could be encounter as young girls and boys, which nowadays cannot be done by the current mothers, and in support of Jane's, Honorable Jane, so that this subject can be taught in school. Some is due to culture. Our cultures sometimes don't allow parents to teach their children things to do with health, reproductive organs and other things. It's termed like a taboo. I think this is the right time this motion has come so that children should be taught in school this issue, comprehensive education on health matters. Madam Speaker, of late, I don't know, I had a honorable member say that there is the social media, there is also what is called the TikTok, all those things. Madam Speaker, there may be avenues for communication, but sometimes the materials that our children are getting through these avenues are not the right material for our children to chew. If you look, for example, a child of 2 years, and that's something that has just happened the other day in my county, where a child was raped by the grandfather. It is terrible. It is traumatizing for that young girl. And here we are, we don't want to speak things of sexual matters in front of our children. It's high time this topic must be taught, be it in schools, in churches, everywhere, so that we can save our children. Madam Speaker, most of these children, most of these rapists who rape these young girls, and even the women, there are also some women who have bad manners. They also go for young boys and they spoil them. Madam Speaker, these things should be taught so that our children should know what is there. Because STDs, we have STDs, HIV used to be those days, but now there are other diseases that have come. And even for a young girl engaging in sex, she will even spoil her uterus and her everything. So we have to teach these children. This subject is very important, Madam Speaker. Children must be taught. They must be taught in school, everywhere. And even I've said the churches, all leaders should come up and teach the society right morals. Because somewhere we have slept as leaders, as parents. We have slept, we have put all our children in the hands of teachers. We want them to learn everything from teachers. I think it's high time us as a society, we take this with the urgency it requires, so that such a, sorry, welcome. I saw you, now you have come. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, he was trying to confuse me. He even made my points get lost.
Honorable Soro, please stop confusing the member for Vihiga. So you may need to consult in lower tones, because the member for Vihiga is saying that you are confusing her. You may proceed, member for Vihiga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for protection. He's my brother, and he knows I'm talking that on a light note. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I think this motion is timely, and we have to take it with the seriousness it deserves. This should be taught, and our children must be protected at whatever cost so that we avoid early pregnancies, we avoid our children being infected by venereal diseases, we avoid every sort of ill that is related to health of our children. Madam Speaker, even if we want to say that we keep off these things, there's this other thing of mental health. It's becoming a major obstacle, it's becoming a threat in our communities. Our children are having it rough outside there. So this in total support that it should be taught in school. The way we were taught in school when we were growing up, there were so many things that we were taught, but now I think some of the curriculum that is being revised every now and then spoils these things. I saw another picture going around whereby a CBC young boy was being taught on some wooden things on what to be done. Madam Speaker, I'm very sure whether we keep quiet, Madam Speaker, whether we like it or not, this has to be taught so that our children can grow up morally as God-fearing children. We must change this generation, or else our generation is getting spoiled, our children are getting spoiled. We want to have a community that has morals. If we just leave our children like this, diseases like HIV, name them, all other diseases, we'll have to, we shall lose a generation. So, Madam Speaker, I support this motion, and I support it as one of the members normally say, with all my body parts and everything, I'm supporting this motion. Madam Honorable Jane, you have brought it at the right time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well, I'm trying to trace your name, Honorable Member for Kajiado North, because you have been lifting up your hand, but I cannot see you on the screen. So your card is not visible. Please check with the table. Honorable Zamzam, Member for Mombasa County.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwanza kabla sijaendelea niweze kuchukua sekunde mbili kwa kumbuka Wakenya ambao wamepoteza maisha yao, vijana wadogo, watoto wadogo na watu ambao walikuwa hawana hatia. Mheshimiwa Spika, nachukua fursa hii kutoa rambirambi zangu kwa familia ya wale waliopoteza maisha yao. Niwaambie leo kama tunawasha mshumaa, tunawapa pole zetu sana. Mwenyezi Mungu awahifadhi jamii zenu pamoja na wema. Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka nimpongeze dadangu mdogo Mheshimiwa Jane kwa kuleta mjadala huu wa leo. Mjadala huu ni muhimu sana katika jamii. Mjadala ambao unazungumzia
maradhi ya ukimwi, maradhi ya kisonono na kaswende na maradhi mengine mabaya sana ambayo yanasababishwa na ngono. Kwa hiyo mimi ningesema kuwa napongeza mjadala huu leo kutoka kwa dada mdogo Jen, lakini pia nitasema kama mama, isiwe mjadala huu utafungua mwanya wa vitu ambavyo kama mila yetu na desturi yetu kama Wakenya na Afrika itakuja kututatanisha baadaye. Isije kuwa itapata mwanya watu wengine kusema kuwa lazima tukuze mambo mengine kama tulikuwa tunaangalia kwenye vitabu. Wanafunza jinsia ya familia tofauti ya baba na baba, mama na mama, na mama na baba. Kitu kama hivyo sisi hatuwezi kukubali ndani ya jamii yetu. Kwa hiyo ikiwa kama wanataka kukuza masuala ya kuwashauri mambo ya ngono za jinsia tofauti hatuwezi kukubali. Tunataka watoto wetu wafunze kufuatana na maadili ambayo dini yetu imetufunza, ambayo culture zetu ama utamaduni wetu umetufunza sisi. Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati huu ni wakati mgumu sana katika mataifa. Ni wakati ambao tunaona sheria zinatungwa na mataifa mengi ya kigeni. Na mimi nataka kusema hili kwa sababu nimezunguka ndani ya Mombasa, gatuzi la Mombasa, mimi nikishauriana na watoto katika mashule. Na kitu ambayo nilikuja kugundua, Mheshimiwa Spika, watoto wengi wameingilia mambo ya uchafu. Watoto wanafanya ngono, watoto wa kike kwa wa kike, watoto wa kiume kwa wa kiume. Kwa sababu kuna watu ambao wameingia katika taifa hili, na tunavyosikia wanafanya kampeni kubwa sana kuharibu watoto wetu. Na sisi tunaomba katika ile comprehensive education hapa na hapa, usifanye hili na lile. Hapa umefika umri huu, jaribu kufocus na masomo yako, usiingilie mambo ya ngono, itakuletea edha ujauzito, ukipata mimba, nyonga yako bado ni ndogo, ukienda kujifungua weza kukufa ama ukapoteza na mtoto. Ama weza ukapata maradhi ya ukimwi, maradhi ya ngono tofauti, ikawa umejaribia maisha yako. Tuwaelezee kuwa watoto wetu kuna ile heshima ambao ukikaa nayo kama mtoto wa kike, ukangoja wakati wako mwafaka, ukiwa umeolewa, umepata mwenzako, ndio weza ukaingia katika mambo haya. Lazima tuelezee watoto wetu, na wazazi kule nje, mimi nazungumza na nyinyi kama mama ambaye pia ni mzazi. Tuache kupatia watoto wetu simu. Hizi simu utafikiri mtoto ameingia sehemu ambayo ni sawa, lakini zile simu hufika wakati ina suggest kama wataka kuingia mahali fulani. Sasa hawa watoto hawezi kuwa na control katika simu hizi. Waweza wakaingia innocently kwa kutojua, wakajipata wameingia katika masuala ambayo ni machafu. Wazazi kama mnanisikia, kuna wengine nilikuwa nikizungumza nao wanasema maisha sahihi yamekuwa sawa, kuna teknolojia. Ndio kuna teknolojia, lakini lazima kama wazazi tuweke mipaka. Watoto wetu tunawafikisha wapi? Mpe mtoto wako elimu, mpe muda wa kusoma, wachana na simu ikae kando. Kama anataka communication, afadhali wewe pigia, kama ni mwalimu, ongea na mwalimu, niongee na mwanangu. Lakini usimpatie mtoto simu ya rununu. Huyu shetani amefichwa katika hizi simu. Na ndio maana leo mimi nilikuwa kule Mombasa, Mheshimiwa Spika, nilisikitika sana. Nimeenda skuli moja na nimeitwa na mwalimu mkuu, akanambia, Mheshimiwa Zamzam, hii skuli yangu imeharibika. Watoto wa kike wanajamiana wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Ni jambo la kusikitisha Mheshimiwa. Na kama kweli sisi ni viongozi ambao tunatunga sheria katika jumba hili, basi tuhakikishe tunaweka sheria ambayo kwamba haitavuka maadili ya dini yetu, haitavuka maadili ya utamaduni wetu. Itakuwa tunaweka sheria ambazo zinaambatana na hali halisi ya mtoto wa Kiafrika, hali halisi ya dini zetu vile zilivyo. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi najua mambo mengi sana Mheshimiwa amegusia katika jambo hili, na sisi nakumbuka pia hata shuleni tulikuwa tusomeshwa. Sijui kama kuna mahali walimu wamezembea kidogo, waelezei kwa upana, lakini nakumbuka mimi nikiwa skuli, Mheshimiwa Spika, mwalimu wetu alikuwa anatuita na anatufunza wazi wazi, anachora mpaka ule mchoro, anatuelezea ukifikia hii stage, ukiwa umevunja ungo, ukifanya hili na lile, mambo yatakuharibikia. Tulikuwa tuwafunza kwa uwazi. Sijui hapa katikati pamepotea kitu gani mpaka ije sasa tutunga sisi sheria ya kuweza kuweka hii elimu wakati tayari iko katika elimu ya reproduction katika skuli. Mheshimiwa Spika, ndio maana mimi nimekuwa na wasiwasi, na hata alivyojieleza Mheshimiwa Jena akasema hakutaingia mambo mengine tofauti, nikawa kidogo nimepata nafuu. Manake isije kuwa tuwafanya mambo hapa kisha mtu mwingine aje kwa kando aseme mimi nina haki ya kufanya ngono mimi na mke mwenzangu, ama mwanaume na mwanaume mwenzake, ama watoto waanze kufunzwa katika maskuli. Hilo hatuwezi kukubali. Tutarudisha mjadala katika jumba hili tuweze kupinga. Lakini kwa leo nakupongeza sana mdogo wangu, na mimi nina imani kuwa mambo haya yakifunzwa watoto wetu kwa upana, na hata mimi nawaambia ndugu zetu ambao ni mapasta, ndugu zetu ambao ni maimamu, ndugu zetu ambao ni walimu wa madrasa, tufunzeni watoto waweze kuelewa. Kama sisi katika Uislamu tunaambiwa la takrabu zina, usikurubie kabisa. Wajatuambia usifanye, umeambiwa usikurubie mambo ya ngono kabla haujaolewa. Na ndio maana mimi naringa leo, niliolewa nikiwa bado fresh. Nilikuwa fresh. Sasa tufunze watoto wetu nao wakienda pia wasianze kuonja matunda. Wakiolewa tunda liwe liko safi, ukienda kule unapewa heshima yako. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mjadala huu wa leo.
Okay. Thank you, Member for Mombasa County. Honorable members, seated in the public gallery, we have Kalin Primary School from Embakasi constituency in Nairobi County. On behalf of the House, I would like to welcome the students to continue observing proceedings in the National Assembly. Honorable members, the next will be the member for North Imenti, the Honorable Rahim Dawood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, first, I want to support the motion by Honorable Jane Njeri Maina, the member for Kirinyaga. Madam Speaker, comprehensive health education is a good subject for schools, but Madam Speaker, we need to be careful in what we are going to teach our children, because we may be going overboard in some of the CBC, which we have seen previously. What CBC was teaching was against the tenets of good education. But Madam Speaker, I believe with this, if it is a proper, comprehensive subject, it will be tackled, and Mheshimiwa has already assured me that nothing of the sort would happen. Madam Speaker, we need to inculcate the values, what Honorable from Mombasa has said. Value systems have been eroded, because if we do not maintain those value systems, we are in for a root shock, because, Madam Speaker, our children, puberty is coming up much faster than it used to be long time back. And you get children, the age, girls at the age of 9 or 10, getting babies, and they themselves are babies. And we wonder where we are getting to. Madam Speaker, when we are doing all this, we need even to educate our children on the legal rights they have. When we are doing this subject as a core subject, I think we should have many other subjects linked to it, so that the legal rights, what they need to do, how to avoid.
Order, members. The Honorable Benjamin Langat, with your team, please consult in lower tones. We are not able to hear the member for North Imenti. So please consult in lower tones so that we can hear him. Member for North Imenti, please, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Benja used to be my chair in finance, but I think he went to be an ambassador and he forgot how they should be coming to Parliament. Madam Speaker, like I was saying, we need to inculcate good values. The value system has been eroded. We cannot have young children who go out on trips, who have gone out weekends without supervision, and you get boys and girls in those sports trips or whatever trips they are going. There is no adult supervision, and they get up to dirty mischief, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, you will notice this mostly happens mostly in the rural areas and where there is not much information. So, Madam Speaker, we need comprehensively to deal with this matter so that we can get our children back. The innocence of our children should not be taken away by things they do and then later regret. Madam Speaker, there are many, many children or girls who come out of school because of experimenting in one way or the other. Madam Speaker, we need even to have kids or children be taught that drugs are not good for them. We need to secure our schools from predators because they are there. Outside every school, you will find somebody selling drugs, Madam Speaker. And drugs are a health issue because once they get into the system, the children will not study, they will not do anything really, they will become zombies. And Madam Speaker, we need to tackle that in this, if there is, and we need to enforce the 300-meter rule of alcoholic institutions or places where people take alcohol from our schools. Madam Speaker, if you go to see here in Nairobi and the urban areas, you will find bars and clubs which are less than 50 meters away from schools. And when children go out from school, they will definitely be seeing people drinking, and they would probably want to try. Madam Speaker, we have had issues where underage children are being sold alcohol, and we need to educate the children that this is not the time for you to drink alcohol, if ever you have to drink. Because as a practicing Muslim, I would say you should not even drink alcohol, but some do. So I will say that we need, as a comprehensive, that we stop the alcohol issue near schools, as well as we enlighten our people, our children, on the legal implications of getting these things. The last I would want to ask Mheshimiwa, because she's a lawyer, let us get the people who impregnate the adolescents, from 9 to 18 years, let's get the parents who are parents of those and take them to court. Because there is no point in leaving them free and getting, because people normally get people to pay off so that they are not taken to court. Let's take those parents or the father of a small child who has got a small child again to court so that we stop this menace. With those few remarks, I support, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Donya Doris, member for Kisii County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to second the motion. Comprehensive education, I support. Nothing good, Madam Speaker, like when you have lifetime skills. You grow independent. You don't rely on anyone to help you because you've already been equipped. People could say, why talk of sex education? It's actually our second food. Sex education is not bad. When we as women talk of teen pregnancies, discuss issues to do with FGM, note that we don't have sustainable agendas. We do talk about good infrastructure. We do talk about water. We don't want to see our women going to the river. We do ask about good health facilities. But when it comes to sex education, people think Women have no agenda other than to talk about sex. Let me affirm that sex is our second food. If it was not for it, Madam Speaker, none of us would be alive, not even the animals. So this is a very delicate matter. We need to educate our children. They need to know. I'm a journalist, practiced, worked for 13 years at Royal Media Services. Information is power. When our children learn of this, they value themselves. They appreciate love than when they don't know. How many church-going people, for example, will think that their children don't know about sex, but later they find out that their children are pregnant? Others will say when you teach children about sex, you are exposing them. We would rather have professionals doing that, offering the teachings, than our children learning through TikTok, because they already know. Go to Kisii Teaching and Referral Hospital, Madam Speaker. 60 to 65%, we have teen pregnancies. More of our young girls are having sex more than our mothers. They are practicing it more than us. So what don't they know? They don't have basic information of the merits and the demerits of engaging in early sex. When I was talking about FGM, Madam Speaker, someone said that, Donya, what's wrong with just cutting a small part? That is a man who is saying, what's wrong with just cutting a small part? Of course, you are talking because it's not your part, which has been cut or has been chopped off. So no one should talk on our behalf. We are saying FGM is bad. We are saying teen pregnancy is bad. And it's high time we have very punitive measures to the perpetrators. You go to one village, you impregnate a girl. It is normal. You go to another village, you impregnate a girl. It's like you are greeting. It's a morning salutation, and there is nothing that is happening. I went to the US, Madam Speaker. Children go to school, and they are taught of their rights as children. They are even told, when you see your parents behaving in this particular manner, report. Women arrive in the USA and they are given a whole booklet of their rights as women. What is wrong with our children being told of early sex? It is not wrong. Not that we don't have anything to discuss. After all, we've discussed that, oh, let us have good roads. We are yet to see them. We've discussed, let us have good equipped hospitals. We are yet to have them. But this one is simple. Teachers always undergo continuous professional development studies. They can always learn these things and they teach our children. Honorable Jane, I support you. Sex education is not bad. We read the Bible, the Muslims read the Quran. If there is something related as sex education book, you carry it along with you as we carry love and anything else. You know, love is portable, you carry it around. These books, they should carry with them. When our men go for safaris, we were trained by another professor. Not that you believe they are going to do it, but you just pack for them the tools for them to be safe. Wait until a lady carries those things. People will be like, this one is promiscuous. Why is she carrying these things? But when a man carries those things, yes, they are called the condoms, it is well with them. But you carry, and maybe you are removing your handkerchief, and they fall down, they will look at you and wonder, Donya, why are you carrying these things? So, sex education, I repeat, and a comprehensive one, I support from Kisii County. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kisii County. The Honorable Member for Nyamira County, the Honorable Momanyi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this chance also, so that I can support this motion. Madam Speaker, comprehensive sex education should be supported seriously by all members who are inside here, simply because sex, as it is stipulated in the Quran and in the Bible, it is called good. Sex is good. So something which is good should also be given to the people as something good. We should not look at our children and think that if they learn about sex, then it is going to make them, maybe these children will start behaving badly because they have had knowledge about sex. First of all, young children need to understand their sexuality, whether one is a boy or a girl. They should understand themselves first. So if that is in the curriculum, because we know these days, most of the young parents are very busy. Most of them are in the offices, they go very early, and sometimes they come home very late. So they take their children to school when they are still very early. And sometimes they do not even have time to teach their children so that they can understand. When you see yourself, when the breasts have started coming up like this, that means you are becoming a girl, and a nice girl who is soon going to be a woman.
Member for Nyamira, I have an intervention by, you may sit a bit, I have an intervention by the member for Bungoma County, the Honorable Catherine Wabilianga. Yes. What is out of order, Honorable Wabilianga?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Take a seat, member for Nyamira.
Is it in order for this honorable member to mislead the House and the public that sex is good and it should just be taught to children who are underage? I tend to think that should only be applied at a certain level when people are grown-ups, not in schools. That is my point of intervention. Thank you.
Madam
Honorable member for Nyamira.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
This is a house of debate. You may clarify.
Let the honorable member understand what the word sex means. It does not mean the act that the grown-ups practice or do. Sex means many things. The sexuality. For example, if you are a man, your sex is understood. If you are a woman, your sex is understood. So when we talk about sex, when we want it to be inculcated in the curriculum, we are not only going to teach children on how to practice that act. And that is what we do not want our children to start practicing when they are very young. You know, when we were growing up, we used to stay in our grandmother's houses, and they were teaching us several things regards to sex. As a woman, how are you growing up as a woman? And according to your sex, what things are you supposed to do? So when we talk about...
so that I can put that to rest and you continue with your debate, is that I think she has clarified what she meant, and please proceed with the debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to support this motion, and I want to tell Mheshimiwa Chen, the women rep for Moranga, that, for Kirinyaga, that in schools, when the curriculums are developed, what they develop, sometimes they also look at the law, so that they do not develop something which is going to contravene what is legally accepted, and the norms, of course, of societies which are accepted. So as we support this, we want to urge you within the bill which you have brought, at least look at anything which might be against certain religions, so that it is struck. But for education, for sex education in our schools, it should be supported so that our children are taught, because the parents who are very busy sometimes do not get time. When they come home, they find children have slept. And very early, the children go to school, where they interact with teachers. So if the curriculum is developed, then it means our children are going to get the right education, which is going to make them grow understanding their sexuality and how they should behave as children and how to interact in terms of sex. So I support, and I also want to urge our people, our communities, that the values which used to exist, the values and the norms which are no longer being upheld, they should also be inculcated in the curriculum where sex education is going to be taught in our schools, so that as our children grow, they also know that I should respect myself. I should not indulge, even if I am seeing these things in TikTok, in Facebook, and in several other social media, I should not indulge myself until such a time which I was taught with my teacher while I was in school. So, Madam Speaker, I support, and the people from Nyamira, I think they have heard that sex education should be taught to our children in school, so that they are able to know when somebody is approaching to rape even a 9-year-old, that 9-year-old girl is able to interpret that this thing this man is showing me is what I was taught in school, so I must be ready to keep off from such a man or from such an act. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support.
Thank you, Member for Nyamira County. Honorable members, just to guide the House, is that with regard to what this motion seeks to resolve, there are several parts of it. That introduction of comprehensive health, wellness, and sex education in the curriculum as a core subject. So you may broaden your arguments beyond the matter that was being raised by the Honorable Wabilianga. Honorable members, I would like the next opportunity to go to the member for Narok North, the member for Narok North, Honorable Agnes Pereyo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Though I was complaining because I came earlier and I inserted my card, it was blinking, but it's okay. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. And I want to thank Jane from Kirinyaga for bringing this motion. This is a very important motion, because if we lose our children, then it means there shall not be a generation after us. And I want to support this comprehensive health education in our schools. And even if, because I see, like most of us who are of our generation want to live in denial, I think it is time that we agree that there is a lot that is happening in the social media. And if we will not take it up upon ourselves as parents, that is women, men, to make sure that we teach our children, or we introduce what is on the social media to our parents, then I think we might end up losing our children. Because a parent is the #1 teacher of his own children. And he's a teacher, or she's a teacher that the children trust. And when you discuss something with your children, they will live to remember. And I think it is time we bring all our churches on board,
because there are churches that are against the teachings. And if we will not talk to our children, then it means that by the end of it all, we will lose our morals and we shall have no culture, and our children will rise to be against what we believe and what we want them to be. So, for me, I am not opposed to the comprehensive sexual teaching that we'll have to introduce in the schools, but I just want to urge the parents to take up their roles, men to boys, women to their daughters. And I'm afraid because there are some young parents who have never even had those lessons with their parents. So I don't know whether we'll have to introduce some talks in our FM radios by elderly women who can be talking openly on these issues that we think our children want to know. So to me, I think it is important to bring the churches on board, to bring the whole community on board, because there are issues that we need to discuss with our children. Because as we were growing up ourselves, we used to have our grandparents whom we would all go to sit in their houses, and they take us through all these topics, not shying up. I just saw the member for Kisii almost not able to mention, she was talking of things. When you go talking to your children about what these things are, they will not end up knowing what these things are. A condom is something that you can mention. I mention a condom, I mention a vagina, I mention sex, all this because for a long time I have been an educator on the effects of female genital mutilation. And there is no way you can go to the community discussing female genital mutilation without mentioning where they cut and why they think they cut and why you think it is wrong to keep cutting girls. It is wrong to cut a woman. It's not right. Because where you think you are cutting the tip part of it, you know the clitoris, because that is the part they remove, is a concentration of nerves. So by the time you cut the tip part of it, understand that already you will leave a clitoris that cannot play its role and it cannot function. So I think this is not anything that we women or men should be ashamed of, because these are parts that God created us with, and we need to protect them, and we need to make sure that our girls are not cut. We are not opposed to men cutting, but we are opposed to women cutting because the part they cut is a part that has its role. This is... which one is sweeter, though you are trying to interrupt me? But what I want to say, that God created a woman with a clitoris.
Order, member for Mwingi.
Yes.
West. Can you allow the member for Kajiado North to focus on her debate? Please, you have just a few minutes, so please conclude.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for protecting me. What I wanted to say is that we need to be open to our children and discuss these issues as they are, not calling them things, not calling them these things sex. Tell your child, now, when you grow, this is what we expect.
I have a point of order by the Honorable Moses Kirima.
Yes, Speaker, Madam Speaker.
What is out of order?
What is out of order is the clarity of the language, because we are not understanding what the member means when she talks of cut. You know, especially in male custom, if you joke with a man and they tell you, I'll cut you, he'll cut you with a panga. What does she mean by the word cut? If it's in my community, you talk of cut, you'll be cut. Yes, and I'm not...
Honorable Kirima Bishop. You cannot add a point of order. He's on a point of order, so I'll not accept another point of order. The member for Kajiado North has been clear and explicit. So please proceed and conclude your debate. give her 2 minutes to conclude.
I can as well explain to him that what I mean when you go to the other countries, they call it mutilation, which you are opposed to it, and when we come back home, we call it circumcision, which we think is not right because they don't circumcise. They cut the whole part of it. That's why we call it mutilation. So what I want to say is that I am not opposed to the subject or to the motion to bring the comprehensive education to our children in school. What I just want to urge the parents is that they should not leave their children all to the teachers. Take up your roles, make sure that you men sit with your boys, talk to your boys, and then women should talk to their girls. Let us not also live in denial. There is a lot that is going on in the social media. When you wake up at night, and even when you have children in your house, when you turn on your TV, you will see what they were watching. And you'll just know that there is a lot that is going on. Don't leave your children to teachers who cannot answer their questions. Be their teacher so that you can answer the questions they will have for you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
And I support.
Thank you, Member for Narok. Honorable members, this motion didn't have a lot of interest. It has interestingly developed a lot of interest. I'm inclined to go to my right and give a gentleman, the Honorable Member for Buri, Rindikiri Mugambi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think this is a very important motion which I am supporting. I will not dwell so much on the biological makeup of a man or a woman, but I will dwell on the responsibility of a man and a woman as he or she grows. Madam Speaker, the growth of a kid is a factor of so many variables. One of them is the parental responsibility. When we are growing up, Madam Speaker, my mother, my father, my uncles and my aunts spend a lot of time with us, teaching us about how to become responsible citizens and responsible parents as we grow up. I therefore learned my parental responsibility when I was very young, because I was being told by my mom, when I grow up, I'm going to get married, and my dad used to tell me the same, and I'm going to have children. And therefore, it was upon me to know how to take care of myself and not how to misuse myself like anybody, anywhere. The other factor is the teachers, the community, the church, the leadership. All these have a responsibility on the growth of our child. What has happened over the years, Madam Speaker, is that the teachers have been left with the sole responsibility of being the counselor, the father and the mother. Very unfortunate situation. And what the Member of Parliament for Kirinyaga is trying to do is trying to make it more formal, that now the school curriculum takes over the responsibility of educating the kid. And that's the reason why you're finding so many members here getting a bit confused, because they don't know exactly what this means. What she's trying to do is to bring back what was lost and what was omitted in the curriculum. There is nothing wrong of teaching our children about growing up as a responsible citizen, and one of the growing up as a responsible citizen is to take care of our bodies. Madam Speaker, you will notice that there is a high level of pregnancies. Why does a 9-year kid get pregnant? First, it will show there is absence of the parent, absence of the community, absence of the community leadership, absence even of the churches. Because this kid is supposed to be guided right from the word go. But the first step is the parent. One of the things that has happened is that you go and find out the kids who are getting pregnant are from very poor families, from marginalized communities.
from parents who have gone now to alcoholism and drugs. I know, Madam Speaker, I met somebody and she said, it's an example from Kitui. And she said she met a family of a kid who got pregnant, and then she was asked, and she said, it's the mother who told me, go and stop the buses, the truck drivers. So, we have abandoned our children. And it's the high time that we come back. And one way of coming back to this responsibility is to have it entrenched in the education curriculum. Because some of these children parents have no time. Aunties and brothers, they have no time. Even the churches themselves, they have no time to teach the way this kid behaves. And I'm not talking about the girls only. I'm also talking about the boys. So, Madam Speaker, this is very important. The kid have to be exposed. I remember a long time, my sisters were taught how to knit. And the process they were being told, when you knit this one, this will be for your husband, this will be for your mom, this is going to be, you are taught responsibilities. Many children to be taught responsibility to themselves as a kid. They need to know their biological makeup. I'm a very proud member of parliament because whenever I go to girls' school, I tell them the areas they need to protect. Right from the word go. They have to protect this. Wrong with that. There is nothing wrong with having it in the curriculum that a girl needs to protect herself this way. A boy needs to be taught the benefit of growing up as an old person. And it's upon us, all of us, to do. Therefore, Madam Speaker, it is very important because what is going to happen in the long term in this country is that we are going to have youth mothers who are living burden to their children, to their parents, to their grandfathers. There will be a very high level of dependency if we continue like this. Boys are impregnating girls. Why? Because the girls, they are having it fun. Because they are exposed to a lot of sexual options. And these are the options that we are told. We said we have to, yes, they'll be there and nobody is going to prevent them, but our children need to be taught what to avoid, when to say yes, when to say no. The level of diseases has been spoken. The diminishing child in population in many schools. Once a kid has gotten pregnant, once a boy has impregnated a girl, they tend to run away from the community. They tend to run away from the mainstream education. They tend to run away from churches. These are symptoms of a diminishing population. So, Madam Speaker, I support that we bring back the basics of early education, sexual education, the basics of early sexual responsibilities, the basic of early modeling of our children so that they know one day they are going to be parent, and they cannot be parent when they exploit and misuse their biological advantages. Therefore, I support this motion and tell Madam Kirinyaga that it's very important, but I think we need to think behold so that we don't bring it back to teaching people on how to practice sex. No, this is not teaching people how to practice sex. It is making people do sex when it is required, when it's appropriate, and with who, not every Tom, Dick, and Harry allowed in town. Madam Speaker, I support.
Thank you, Member for Buri. The Honorable Timothy Toroitich, Member for Marakwet West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to prosecute this motion. Honorable Speaker, before that, I wish to apologize to the honorable members because in the morning I was to present a motion on cancer fund. I had informed some members who are here. I wish to apologize because I arrived a bit late. But, Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank the honorable member from Kirinyaga, my friend Jane Maina, for this very substantive motion on the introduction of comprehensive health education as a core subject in schools. Madam Speaker, in this country, we have an extremely progressive constitution, a constitution that has recognized health as a basic right under the Bill of Rights. Madam Speaker, under Article 43 of the Constitution, it provides very clearly that the right to health. And Madam Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, it says that every person has a right to the highest attainable standard of health, including reproductive health. Madam Speaker, when the law talks about every person, it includes even pupils or students or those who are within our learning institutions. So, Madam Speaker, I fully support and endorse the fact that this reproductive health reproductive health should be brought in our institutions, because we need to inculcate this as young as our children are. Madam Speaker, in this country, I have read widely, and there is a reproductive health policy that was passed in the year 2012. But, Madam Speaker, as you're aware that a policy is not self-executing. We need a proper, comprehensive, legal, and institutional framework so that this policy can be anchored in law. So that when we say that we want to introduce this curriculum, then it must be founded on some instrument of law. Madam Speaker, this is very important. But again, if you realize that those who are born in this country in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, the issue goes back to the moral fabric of our society. In as much as we want to put this in the curriculum of our education, in our curriculum in Kenya, it goes back to the basic morality of our society. How is our moral conscience as a country? Because we need not, as such, put in the curriculum, but even the way parents teach their children is very important. The way children are brought up. To tell them we respect parents, we respect a family as a unit, as a basic unit of our society. So, in my opinion, I think even parents have abdicated their responsibility. Society as a whole has abdicated its responsibility. When I grew up, a child could not belong to anyone. If a child has committed an offense, then he is subject to the punishment by the community. Madam Speaker, this curriculum, if introduced to our education system, it will enable even the teachers or those who are training them to be able to teach them about basic laws in our community. Madam Speaker, I come from a community where there is still a practice of harmful cultural practices, like FGM. And Madam Speaker, we need to teach our children that there is a law that exists in this country. That is the Female Genital Mutilation Act, the FGM Act. And that act is punitive to anybody purporting to aid or abet any action related to FGM. So, Madam Speaker, it is very important so that when we teach or when this is inculcated in the curriculum of our institutions, then the children or the pupils or the students will know that FGM is an offense, that the one abetting or committing the same has committed an offense and is liable to punishment. Number two, Madam Speaker, the other law that can also be inculcated and be taught in the institution is the Children's Act. The Children's Act has serious, has various progressive provisions on the rights of the children. And most of those rights inform their reproductive rights and health. So, Madam Speaker, it is very important. The other issue is laws like the Sexual Offences Act. That is a legislation that should be brought to our institutions. It is a law that we must be able to teach our children in our schools or our institutions so that they are aware that there is a law known as the Sexual Offences Act, which provides punitive measures in case anybody breaches that particular kind of legislation. Madam Speaker, this also will bring in the issue of responsible parenthood so that children at a very young age know that this is how to bring up family when they attain the age of majority where they can be able to marry. So, Madam Speaker, I stand to fully support this motion, and I want to thank the honorable member for bringing the same so that we can be able to get an opportunity of having this particular kind of education in our curriculum. But above all, I also call upon the honorable member, because she's a lawyer, that she considers introducing our legislation on reproductive health in this country so that it covers or caters for the interests of the minors and also those at the age of majority, because it will be a very important legislation in this country, and it will be able to answer some questions that the policy cannot answer, because a policy is only a statement of intention, but it may not have the legal effect as a legislation would have. So, Madam Speaker, I beg to raise my case on that front. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Charles Ngusia, member for Mwingi West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute this, and I'll be very economical with the time because I don't want to labor much on what my colleagues have said from the onset. Let me thank the motion mover, that is my good friend from Kirinyaga, Jerry, for bringing up this motion. And let us begin by acknowledging that this is a comprehensive health education. It doesn't limit ourselves to only sex, but also nutritional issues when you are encountered with health problems, Madam Speaker. Developed world, most of them have included this in their co-curricular activity, or rather their curriculum, and it is high time, as Kenya, we institute the same, and we start educating our children on health reproduction system. From the onset, there are some advantages we are going to have when we introduce this in our curriculum. Our children are going to understand their biological makeup, and majority of them will not have issues when they are encountering some of the diseases we experience on daily basis, especially issue to deal with cleaning our body and also washing our body, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I believe if we introduce this in our education system, we are also going to prevent what we call venereal diseases. And we will be told how to handle a certain problem when it arises, and we will not have any issue. The other issue, introducing this, we will prevent early teenage pregnancies, which we have really been experiencing in recent times. And the other thing is, of course, our children will understand the best time actually to do certain things. For me, being a Christian and to be a staunch Catholic supporter, I believe the only solution to everything is starting the right thing at the right time. I believe we can only start having sex when you are married, and that is my principle, and I thank God I have been able to adhere the same. So abstinence is one of the key issues. Actually, we need to teach our students and our pupils to adhere to it, and we will never have any issues. Madam Speaker, we have been experiencing what we call diminishing child population in our schools, just because of early pregnancies, and even some of them, those who get it early, it's because they lack information. And I believe by introducing this in our system, it will improve our child population in our schools, and every Kenyan, every responsible child will actually have proper parental guidance. And I recall when the time we used to interact with our grandparents,
they used to teach us a lot of things. But nowadays, I don't see a lot happening in terms of mentoring our child. It is high time, even our parents, the way they used to do before, we start educating our kids on how to handle the issues, how to handle the marriage relationship, especially how a girl is supposed to please a man, how a man is supposed to please a girl. And I'm not talking a girl who is under age of 18. I'm talking on people who are of 18 years, Madam Speaker. So I believe this thing will bring a lot of advantages more than disadvantages, and we are going to experience a society that is coming up uprightly, and the moral issues will be really sorted by introducing this comprehensive education, health education. When it comes to issues of nutrition, Madam Speaker, there are some times, especially our girls, when they go through menstrual cycle, especially when you experience this the first time, you would even know what is happening with your biological body. And by bringing this to the attention, a girl will not be able to actually be ashamed to discuss the thing with the parents or even with the friends or anybody, any health work. There are boys who have even come to my office and they suffer from venereal disease, but they feel ashamed to discussing about it. It is high time we tell them it is normal, but we need to seek health attention. So by educating our children on how to handle all these matters, I think we will have a healthy population, and our population will keep on increasing. And we will have a healthy society. Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I support. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mwingi West. The Honorable Catherine Wabilianga, Member for Bungoma County.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this chance at least to contribute on this very important motion on comprehensive health education. On the onset, I want to congratulate the Honorable Gasheri for bringing it up. I come from the teaching background, and it's something that we have longed to have it encompassed in our curriculum for a long time. I'm actually a long-serving teacher for almost 20 years, and being a woman rep also, I encounter a lot of these cases that are caused because of lack of this comprehensive education.
Who is this honorable member who is crossing from one side to the other? Order. Can you assist me to identify? Oh. So you cross the floor from this side to the other. So I suggest that you go, bow, and make a decision on which side of the aisle you want to walk on. You may proceed, Honorable Abilianga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am on the point that it is a long overdue in the curriculum of Kenya, just to introduce this comprehensive health education. To our children, it's going to have a number of benefits. I deal with a lot of GBV cases in my county, that's in Bungoma, and this is just as a result of lack of this kind of education from our children. If we had this kind of education, we would prevent a lot of these, let's say, early childhood pregnancies, STIs that are just coming to our children when they don't know, and also inculcate in them our cultural practices, which are long-serving. They have been there in community, but nobody talks about them to our children. And I would think that, in line with what she has suggested, this would start at a level, not just at PP1, because we look at levels of children as they grow. They grow at different levels. We have the PP1, we have the junior secondary, we have the high school, and up to the other levels. And at this level, I imagine that before our children just get to junior secondary, this is when this has to be put in the curriculum so that they are taught accordingly and they get to know exactly what is expected of them. And this will also go a long way in training our teachers on how to teach these children. Because you find that in our past teachings, we have done guiding and counseling in schools. But the guiding and counseling has not touched on key issues. You know, sometimes we brush on matters, sex, without necessarily mentioning the organs themselves. I like the member who was here who spoke about it very candidly. And when you mean you're talking about children and you're telling them about sex, it is important that you even tell them about the vagina. You tell them and show them what the penis looks like. Because most children don't even know what they're talking about. They think it's just love they're going to make, and they don't know whether it's love. For example, in my county, I came across a very, very serious case last week. A class 7 child impregnated a class 6 child. Of course, they go to school at a little bit a late age. And then when this child got the baby, she did not know what to do with the baby. She went to the river and just put at a riverside. Somebody picked the baby and brought to our office. Those are some of the predicaments that we want to avoid whenever we have this kind of education being taught in our schools. Media will do a long way. Churches, elders, and even us ourselves as parents. You find that in the now world, the kind of parents that are there now are very young, like somebody else has already said. They don't have that time of getting back to talk to their children. And whenever they come home, most of them come when the children have slept. They wake up, nobody talks to them. So bringing this as on the curriculum in school-based programs, it will be something that is going to help these children actually get it at a formal level. There's also methods of how even children can prevent themselves in case somebody presents to them, even at a rape cases. They should be taught some tactics which will actually help them on how to prevent some of these things. And as parents, especially as the women, we have a lot of responsibility on talking to our children about this, just even before they get to school. You find that because of this culture of poverty levels, some parents even are encouraged to tell their children to go and look for unga through sexual acts, which is very wrong. A member here talked about trucks, areas where we have trucks that get parking. Some parents will just tell their children, go there and look for ways of how to get unga for our families. That is actually wrong. So I tend to really get in support of this motion and pray that it will go through so that comprehensive health education is introduced in our schools to cater for most of these problems that are handy and need to be curbed with at a very early age. I support and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Wabilianga. The Honorable Rose Museo, member for Makwiny County. I know that I suggest that she be assisted. Sergeant at Arms, please assist the Honorable Rose Museo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I wish to thank the County MP for Kirinyaga for bringing up this very important motion. It is true that actually I support this motion, and I support that children should be taught sex education from the onset while in school, because if this was done 10 years ago, the issues we are dealing with now would not be a problem to us today, because talking of early pregnancies is an issue that we have in all our counties. And if sex education was taught properly and openly, these issues would not be on like today. Let me say that God purposed sex for creation, and in the process probably, of course, he put some enjoyment in it, but then it has been misused. Let our children understand this, that actually sex is for creation. And if it's enjoyed because you're making babies. When God created the first man using clay, the second creation was to be done in a woman's womb. So when they interfere with it before time, that's when now girls, young girls, you find them getting pregnant, and it's because of lack of knowledge. Sex is sacred, and sex is not a shameful thing because God created it. But it's become shameful only when it is done by the wrong people and at the wrong time, when it's not yet mature for the two to do it. Again, we need to teach our children, because most parents lack parental guidance. They don't guide their children, and find that some parents are very careless, and they don't even talk to their children, and even they can do sex, even the act, while they are drunk when children are watching. And when children, you stop them from doing it, actually a human being has got an inquisitive mind. They like now trying to inquire for themselves, looking at the internet, trying to see what they can do.
The honorable member for Igembe North, is it an intervention? Is it your intention are you pressing for an intervention, or you would like to be noticed that you would like to speak? The member for Makwiny.
Thank
County,
you.
please proceed.
Let us all take the responsibility of teaching our children, and also I actually supported that it should be from school. Even classes, even teachers themselves, you find that they fall victim, and also they fall in love with girls there, which is not proper. But our children should be taught sex education, why it is bad to have it before time, why it is bad to have it carelessly. You also find it in the internet, Madam Speaker, that you find a group talking about sex business, selling sex, that one is for them. I think such things should be stopped to be stopped to come in the public, because our children now look at it that actually they can go for sex as employment rather than creation. Another thing I say is that we need to control some things that are coming to our children. As the earlier member of parliament was saying, that we do not need to have, children don't need to have phones. Let them have those phones, but let us control what they are saying by teaching them and telling them. Once they know that this is purpose for this thing, like the way that they know, we teach them how to go to the toilet, to stop using a potty, going to the toilet. If we can teach them how to use the toilet, we can teach them how to wash their clothes. We can also teach them how to wait until the right time for sex is there. This one will help us to help many girls, and because it's always the girls who is blamed. It is always the girl who remains to be blamed, because she is now the carrier of the burden. Because she's pregnant in school, she has to fall out of school, stay for 9 months, and other 1 year, probably 6 months, to look after the baby. Let us introduce this one, and I support it. Thank you so much, Honorable Jane, for bringing this very important motion at the right time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, member for Makwiny. The Honorable Moses Kerema, member for Central Imenti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mine is that I support this motion by the Member of Parliament for Kirinyaga as pertains to health education in schools. It's only that we must be cautious in one way or the other, because health education, as it is, it may just be cramped. It may just be cramped to our young students whom we know that they are not so much informed of what is supposed to be taking place. It's my humble prayer and request that before things are done in any form, let's have public participation from each and every community in Kenya, so that at least we cannot just drop things to our students who may be so innocent, and we make perverts or those who like to hear the word sex just to get an opportunity of how to get into them. We are so much aware that the world is changing in different forms, especially in Africa, whereby by the Western culture is just being dropped here, and we have activists who are being paid from Western countries to bring things which are not suitable to our communities. For if you go to Britain today, I understand that it's an introduction of early education and sexual education, which is teaching that there is no difference between students who are females and who are males. And if that kind of education is just brought here, it is going to mess us. Can we have public participation whereby we are going to have experts sitting down and bringing the kind of education which they know that is going to be beneficial to our students and to our young children as fathers and mothers? We cannot stand in court, in parliament and just say that sex is very good, sex is food. No, it's not. There must be a system of a way we are going to teach a grade 1 student of how he should approach issues, because they are so young to be pumped with this idea of sex at a very early age. So we must be cautious to know that there is even a way that we should talk of when it comes to early production. We should have what we call natural sex teaching, because when you just leave them with the word sex, and there are those who come with an idea of what kind of any form of sex, then we will not be making any progress in our society. Not forgetting that we have various cultures in Kenya, whereby if you even travel on the road, you find that along the roads, there are those who are taking showers in the rivers without clothes, and even to expose their nakedness is not a taboo. But if you come to a society like mine, you never fight somebody naked because it's a taboo. And you see, when we talk of sex, even we are talking of sexuality and even the anatomy of a human being. So we must be cautious. We cannot just carry things and put them in the curriculum without selecting what is good and what is bad. To conclude, is that I say that we must have experts who should look at the best of what should be taught at every grade and level in our primary and secondary schools. And because those are the ones who are deprived of this knowledge of sexual education. And at the same time, I support the motion with a few remarks of caution, because sexual education in some parts of the country may be not so positive, taken by the community. But if we tailor it to an extent that is going to benefit our children and not just for reproduction alone, it will be good. Because sex, especially in some communities, is taught at the initiative stage, or when a girl reaches a certain age. It's very, 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 very bad to hear that sex is being carried, especially productive sex, is being carried out by children who are very young. And we have teachers in schools who are having sex even with students at a very early age. And that's why you hear people complaining of 9-year pregnancies. So to me, I support the motion as it is, and only to say that with the few remarks which we have talked about, possibility of amendments here and there to make sure that what is going to be taught within our community is going to be favorable to us. Otherwise, just by talking of early production, there is a likelihood of the way Kenya has been doing before, whereby we just adapt what is Western, like in Britain, because we were colonized by British, and we just adapt what's there. If we make that mistake of adapting the syllabus which is being taught these days in Britain, we are going to mess up our Kenyan society, because we are going to bring our natural things. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and If there is a minute remaining, I can donate it to my colleague, Mr. The member for Parliament for Igembe North, Mr. Taitumu. Thank you, Madam.
The Honorable Taitumu, member for Igembe North.
Mike? Oh. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. And I arise to support the motion on comprehensive health education. Madam Speaker, this is a very important motion owing to the fact that comprehensive health education is not about the sex education as per se. It is beyond, because this is an education geared or that focuses on priority behaviors that contribute to healthy and safety and the well-being of the learners. Today, as you are aware, learners spend most of their time in schools, more than the time that they spend with their parents at home. And in this regard, it is important that the learners are well equipped with the education that looks at their holistic health, emotional, psychological, social, and even nutritional health. This will go far away in helping the learners to realize their full potential in schools. Well-equipped students will be more focused, will be more realistic in what they want in schools and what the schools entails.
Order, member for Igembe North. Honorable members, this motion has a balance of 15 minutes. The honorable member for Igembe North, you have a balance of 7 minutes when this motion will be scheduled again by the House Business Committee. Honorable members, and the time being 1 p.m., this House stands adjourned until today, Wednesday, 26th of July, 2023, 2:30 p.m.
A contingent of issues to discuss this morning, among them bills and the Wildlife Conservation and Management Amendment Bill of the National Assembly, Bill number 3 of 2023, the bill that is brought by Honorable Raila Obo, the Member of Parliament for Lamu. This bill, which considers conservation and management of wildlife, is expected to bring a raft of issues and changes when it comes to policies where it touches the water bodies. Who live along water bodies are entitled to the payments of compensations as a result of death and injury from the specified wildlife species And the bill does not delegate legislative powers, nor does it limit fundamental rights and freedom. The bill also does not concern county governments, that is in terms of Article 109(5) of the Constitution, as it does not contain provisions that affect the functions and maybe powers of the county governments, as set out in the 4th schedule of the Constitution. Also the 4th schedule of the Constitution that also provide the protection of the environment as well as the protections of animals and wildlife as its national government function. The enactment of this bill shall not occasionally add additional expenditure of the public funds. That is the first considerations today on the order paper. And secondly, there is the Parliamentary Pensions Amendment Bill, that of the National Assembly, number 5 of 2023. This is the bill that was brought by Makalu Mulu, the Member of Parliament for Kitu Welfare. The changes also are in line with the recommendations of Akiwumi Tribunal, which was appointed in January 2009 by the Parliamentary Service Commission to review the terms and conditions of service, provides that former members of Parliament who, having served in Parliament between 1st July and 1st January of 2001, should be entitled to pension, and whose monthly pension amounts to not less than to 100,000 shillings. And this bill does not delegate legislative powers, and it does not limit rights and fundamental freedoms in the Bill of Rights. On the statements whether the bill concerns county government, this bill by Makali Mulu, the Member of Parliament for Kitui Central, which is in its first reading, does not concern county governments in terms of Article 110(1)(a) of the Constitution, as it does not affect the functions and powers of county governments under the 4th schedule to the Constitution. The statement on whether the bill is a money bill within the meaning of Article 114 of the Constitution. The enactment of the bill, so there is a bill on the crops brought by Tandaza Sawa, the Member of Parliament, on its first reading. The Public Service Internship Bill, National Assembly, the Bill number 63 of 2022, brought by Honorable Naisula Lesuda, Member of Parliament for Samburu West. We also have the Penal Code Amendment Bill of the National Assembly, Bill number 56 of 2022, which is also in its second reading, brought by Honorable David Gikaria, the Member of Parliament. We also have a motion on the establishment of National Cancer Prevention and Control Fund by Timothy Turoti, the Member of Parliament for Marakwet West. And the Speaker of the National Assembly is making his way to the parliamentary chamber of the National Assembly, where he's expected to preside over today's session of Wednesday, July 5th at 9:30. The Deputy Speaker, Madam Gladys Boss, has now walked into the chamber, where he's expected to begin the session today, opening the Parliament, where members of Parliament are expected to carry out a number of bills and discussions, motions, and among the motions on policy and integrating a curriculum for environmental conservation in primary and secondary. And I hand over to the plenary.
Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society.
Where the Deputy Speaker, Gladys Boss, is chairing today's session, being Wednesday, July 5th at 9:30, 2023, the second session, the morning sitting where members of Parliament are today expelled of death and injury may be paid. This bill will ensure that the persons who live along the water bodies are entitled to payments of compensation as a result of death and injury from the specified wildlife species. Also, in whether the statement on the delegation of legislative powers and limitation of fundamental rights and freedoms, the bill does not delegate legislative powers, nor does it limit fundamental rights and freedom. And on statements of how the bill concerns county government, this bill brought by Honorable Ruwaida Obo, the Member of Parliament on the wildlife conservation. Thus, the bill will not concern the county government in terms of Article 109(5) of the Constitution. Also, if the statement as whether the bill is a money bill within the meaning of Article 114 of the Constitution, the enactment of this bill shall not occasion an additional expenditure of public funds. Also today, the members of parliament led by Makali Mulu, the member of parliament for Kitui Central, as the Parliamentary Pensions Amendment Bill, Bill number 35 of 2023, which is in its first reading on parliamentary pensions. And the primary principal objective of the bill is to amend the Parliamentary Pension Act Cap 196. It proposes to raise the amount of pension due for former members of parliament who served between 1st July 1984 and 1st January 2001 to a minimum sum of Kenya shillings 100,000. This is in the light of the fact that despite serving the nation, some former members of parliament are languishing in poverty, and there is need to take care of their welfare. The changes are also in line to the recommendation of the Akiwumi Tribunal, which was appointed in January 2009 by the Parliamentary Service Commission, PSC, which reviews the terms and conditions of service of members of parliament and employees of parliament. The tribunal submitted its report in November 12, 2009, in which one of the recommendations was that the 500 former members of parliament who served representing people from 1984 to 2001 says that the former members of parliament should at least be awarded 100,000 shillings paid to the equivalent as pensions from 1st July 2010. The Parliamentary Service Commission adopted the report in June 2010 and resolved that any of the said members who served under that period should be entitled to that payment. Also, Clause 2 of the bill provides for the amendment to Section 8 of the Act to provide that former member of Parliament who, having served in Parliament between 1st July 1984 and 1st January 2001 is also entitled to pension, and whose pension amounts not less than to 100,000 and should be entitled to a monthly pension. On whether the statement on delegation of legislative powers and limitation within the meaning of Article 114 of the Constitution, the enactment of this bill shall occasion an additional expenditure of public funds. Also, Honorable David Gikaria, Member of Parliament, is expected to present his bill in second reading, the bill on the National Construction Authority, the Amendment Bill of the National Assembly, number 59 of 2022. There's also the Public Service Internship Bill of the National Assembly, number 63 of 2022, by Honorable Naisula Lesuda, Member of Parliament for Samburu West. Also, the Public Service on the Values and Principles Amendment Bill of National Assembly, number 46 of 2022, brought by Honorable Abdul Dawood, Member of Parliament, which is in second reading, is expected also to be discussed this morning. In the motions, we have the development and implementation of a childcare program for children whose parents are in lawful custody. This is a bill by Honorable Brighton Yegon that says that where Article 53 of the Constitution provides children, including the right to free and have restricted economic resources available for their support, in which it turns negatively in their lives. Also, the motion on the national policy on deworming of school-going children by Honorable Mashua Waithaka, the Member of Parliament, and the motion on public health concerns at Langata Cemetery, brought by the Member of Parliament for Langata constituency, Honorable Felix Odiwar, the Member of Parliament, says Article 42 of the Constitution provides for the rights of every person to a clean and healthy environment. Further, aware that Article 69 of the Constitution obligates the state to ensure that sustainable utilization of environment and natural resources, including land, recognizing that the fourth schedule to the Constitution assigns to the national government the functions of land planning, including the general principles of land planning and coordination of planning by the counties, as well as that of matters of health policy. Further, recognizing that there is an ongoing public outcry regarding the neglect of Langata Public Cemetery, which was declared full close to 2 decades ago, a concern that this matter has been left unaddressed and poses a significant threat. The quorum has been achieved, and I hand over to the plenary.
Well, I think we have quorum.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Deputy Majority Leader.
Central, Kinango, Kabondo Kasipul, Voi, Awendo, Wundanyi, Changamwe, Taveta, Bokbasi, Likoni, Bonchari, Karachuonyo, Rabai, Malindi, Ganze, Lungalunga, Kaloleni, Uriri, and Mwatate. 3. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the year ended 30th June 2022 and certificates therein. A. Kisii University, Turkana University College, Kakrao Technical and Vocational College, Riragia Technical and Vocational College, Omuga Technical and Vocational College, Likoni Technical and Vocational College, Siruti Technical and Vocational College, Awendo, Mawego Technical Training Institute, Ahmed Shahame Muidani Technical Training Institute, Godoma Technical Training Institute, Siala Technical Training Institute, Coast Institute of Technology, Information and Communication Technology Authority, Kenya Ports Authority, and the Human Resource Management Professional Examination Board. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to lay.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable Member for Laisamis.
Could the Commission, 1, provide a report on the last review or exercise undertaken, if any, on constituency or county boundaries markings undertakings by the Commission in the country? 2, provide details of the size in square kilometers of Laisamis constituency and clarify whether the size has ever been varied over time. 3, provide details of the actual global positioning system, GPS, coordinates of the boundaries of the constituency in the north, south, east, and west, as well as those of each of constituencies bordering Laisamis constituency. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, I've received a request from Honorable David Gikaria, Chair for Environment Committee, and I think requesting that a member for Kajiado North, Onesphorus Ngoyo, you give the question on his behalf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the member for Nakuru Town East, David Gikaria, to ask a question to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. Could the Commission, 1, state when it is intending to carry out the exercise of reviewing of constituencies and wards boundaries as stipulated in the Constitution? 2, elaborate on the criteria the Commission plans to employ so as to guarantee fair boundary review process. 3, provide details of the protected constituencies and how the Commission will ensure that the boundaries review process does not interfere with the same. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member for Narok North, Honorable Agnes Pareño.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity and to ask this question. And my question is, could the Commission explain why Narok North constituency has not been gazetted as a hardship area despite satisfying the conditions to be disgraded as such? 2, enumerated efforts that have been given instituted to ensure teachers deployed in the constituency benefit from the hardship allowances. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Butula. I think he's not present. We can move to the next order.
Order number 8, the Wildlife Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2023. First reading. A bill for an act of Parliament to amend the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act 2013.
Next order.
The Order number 9, the Parliamentary Pensions Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 5 of 2023. First reading. A bill for an act of Parliament to amend the Parliamentary Pensions Act and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 10, the Public Service Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2023. First reading. A bill for an act of Parliament to amend the Public Service Commission Act.
Next order.
Order number 11, the Crops Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2023. First reading. A bill for an act of Parliament to amend the Crops Act.
Next order.
Order number 12, the National Government Coordination Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 25 of 2023. First reading. A bill for an act of Parliament to amend the National Government Coordination Act.
Next order. Okay. Member for Kadiani, Honorable. Okay. Member for Kadiani, Honorable Robert Mbui.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I stand to support this motion by the Honorable Ruku because, Madam Speaker, this is really an important issue. Madam Speaker, education is critically important because even from our forefathers when we gained independence, one of the pillars that they were hell-bent on ensuring that they sought out was the issue of fighting ignorance, which is basically providing the population of this country with education. And over the years, Kenyans have proven to be extremely good in academic matters because if you go all over the world, you find, excuse me, the best scholars are actually Kenyan. And that means basically we have the right people, we have the right breed for purposes education. But Madam Speaker, the government of the Republic of Kenya over the years has constantly bungled the matters of education. And Madam Speaker, I'm saying this because one of the things that you notice that over the years, systems of education keep changing. And you know, many times you cannot even get a clear-cut reason apparently for why the changes are occurring. I remember when I was young, there was systems that had existed before, where the education system was such that there would be an exam, I think at standard 3 or grade 3 then, called intermediary, then there would be other exams going forward. I went through a system where we had seven years of primary, 4 of secondary, 2 of A-level, and 3 at the university. Afterwards, there is the one that they call the 844 system, which is now being scrapped for the new CBC. But Madam Speaker, you notice, every time we have these kind of changes, there's investments that are made that sometimes go to waste. If you go to our rural areas, most of our primary schools have got a classroom that existed that was called a workshop that was earlier used for pre-technical subjects, art and music and art and crafts, and now they are defunct, they're not being used. So a new system comes in, and we are supposed to now look for laboratories, look for extra classes. So, Madam Speaker, I think we need to be very, very careful to ensure that whatever system we come up with, we can live with it for a long, long time. If you go to the developed world, they don't keep changing the education system every 5 or 10 years or after every major election. We must come up with a policy in education that will last for time immemorial. So that if we are going to introduce any changes, they are minor, not major changes that will leave some of our facilities without being used. Madam Speaker, now the new system has reintroduced subjects like art, music, pre-technical, and these subjects require new facilities. The facilities that were not used for many years had already become voided, and some of them had even been brought down. So, Madam Speaker, it's important that the government does a good job. I want to support the idea of the new education system. I think it's a brilliant idea. The CBC education system is very clear, and it's actually emulating some of the developed countries. But, Madam Speaker, as we emulate that, we must ensure that we do proper planning. And planning for education means that we deal with the issue of curriculum, the issue of staffing, and the issue of funding. Madam Speaker, that is where I feel that as a government, as a country, we have failed. Now, CBC started in 2015 with the PP1. 8 years later, we have never put in place plans for ensuring that we have enough classes, we have enough labs. We have not ensured that the teachers that are going to teach this system have been trained, because even now, what we are churning out of our education, our teacher training institutions, is still the training that is for 844. So it's really, really unfortunate. And Madam Speaker, what happened is that the government, in its knee-jerk responses, decided that we will train the teachers that will be teaching CBC. And the teachers that were taken for this training, which was just basically, in service training for like a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks, was generally for the teachers that were teaching lower primary schools. And Madam Speaker, what if the research shows that those teachers that were teaching lower primary schools are mostly the mature lady teachers, female teachers in our rural areas. And when they were taken for training, when they came back, they refused to teach that system and passed it on to the younger generation and told them it is you who can do this training. Unfortunately, that training actually went to waste. And so you find that many of the teachers that are involved, up to now, they don't understand the system. Now, JSS, Madam Speaker, is JSS is a very good concept. But Madam Speaker, there is a very major mess in the manner in which the JSS has been introduced. First, you remember, we were told that the junior secondary schools would be in secondary. And so every secondary school in Kenya was facilitated to put up a classroom. Madam Speaker, those classes up to now, we have very many questions about them because the funding was totally inadequate, and some of them are like a half of a classroom size. But they were built in secondary schools. Later on, another policy comes where we are supposed to do these schools, or rather these schools are supposed to be domiciled now in the primary section. And then there was a decision of which primary schools are the ones that will be allowed to host JSS. Madam Speaker, in my constituency, it is a shame that my top performing primary school was not qualified to be able to accommodate JSS. And then the children that were there in grade 6, when they went to grade 7, they were taken to some of the worst performing schools. And that is really demoralizing to the parents. So, Madam Speaker, I believe that this motion speaks to the heart of the problem that we are facing, and that, Madam Speaker, what we require as a government now is to ensure that the policy is put in place and the facilities are put in place so that every child can be able to continue learning from where they started in primary, finish grade 6, go to grade 7, 8, and 9 within their primary schools, and finish so that they can go to secondary schools. Madam Speaker, it is possible because already every primary school has up to grade 8. So all they require is one extra class, and that is in another year and a half. And after that, they require one lab. I am certain that even from the money that we get under CDF, and with a little bit of support from the Ministry of Education, we can be able to make this dream come true. So I want to support, and I want to say that the honorable member thought through properly, and this is something that is worth emulating. That is why the people of Mbeere North have the right leader. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Dorothy Kiara.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this very important motion, and I want to thank the member for Mbeere, Honorable Roko, for bringing up this very, very important item for discussion in this House. Honorable Speaker, the Constitution recognizes education for all children as a basic right, and the government of Kenya is no exceptional, that it is mandated to provide free compulsory education to all students. Honorable Speaker, developing of a policy and funding for junior secondary school is a key component of this very important program that the government has embarked on, because competence-based curriculum is a curriculum that we want to say as a country it must succeed. Honorable Speaker, it is very disheartening for us to go around the schools as it stands today when we realize that these schools are poorly equipped. I am so glad, Honorable Speaker, because I know at this point in time, the constituencies have gotten their constituency development fund, and I know key in the agenda is going back to the constituencies and continuing with building of classroom infrastructure in those schools. However, I want to acknowledge the fact that all these schools that we are going to build, some of them are in very deplorable condition. And Honorable Speaker, if these students who are transiting from primary school to junior secondary school have to have their esteem, we must ensure that the classrooms are up to the standard of a junior secondary school and the laboratories are properly and well equipped. Honorable Speaker, it is also important to note that the distances, some of the distances that these children are covering are quite huge distances, and therefore I want to implore upon the Ministry of Education to ensure that each and every school has a JSS class. Based on this, Honorable Speaker, the classrooms cannot go without teachers. Teachers also are a key component to this, and I want to sort of disagree with the member who is saying the teachers who are trained to take care of JSS are these old teachers who are picked from primary school class 1. Honorable Speaker, I want to disagree because every trained teacher is deployed, and the Teacher Service Commission is very sure that the teacher who is deployed in a certain school will be able to handle that particular class. A teacher might be old, Honorable Speaker, but the brain is not old. So the teachers, whether they are in whatever age, as long as they are posted to teach in those schools, they are competent and qualified enough to handle those classes. What we are calling for, Honorable Speaker, it is equal distribution of these teachers so that in some schools we don't have classes or students sitting in class without teachers of certain disciplines. Honorable Speaker, I also want to challenge the Ministry of Education, because as we sit here today, Honorable Speaker, every day when I look at the news item, the managers of these schools, the head teachers and the principals, they are crying because capitation is never availed on time. Honorable Speaker, this is a serious setback on the education standards of our children, because our school managers are torn in between the policy that the Ministry of Education has given and the stern warning that they keep giving teachers that don't send any student out of class. Honorable Speaker, I want the Ministry of Education to stand up and be counted, because teachers cannot be given students without food, without anything, without books. And yet, every day there are warnings that teachers should not send students out of school. Honorable Speaker, we are in a time where even the parents are going through a very difficult moment. We know this country is grappling with the issues of money, Honorable Speaker, and we don't want to see situations where students are sent back to their parents. Honorable Speaker, I want to support this very important motion, because the only way we can be able to handle, the only way we can be able to add this government accountable is ensuring that we develop a policy and funding for this junior secondary school so that it succeeds. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support Honorable Roko, and I say kudos, because this motion is not only touching on Bere, it is touching on the entire Kenya. Thank you.
Schools, curriculum, and organization be anchored in law in the Education Act 2012 by actually amending to capture the spirit of the junior secondary schools. Madam Speaker, we have a curriculum for junior secondary schools that has not been properly developed, because at the moment, Madam Speaker, in all our schools throughout the Republic of Kenya, there are one teacher against 13 subjects. And what has been happening, you will realize that from next year, primary will run all the way to class 6. So we have extra 2 classrooms per school, those who have been up to standard 8. It means there is need to increase an extra classroom in every primary school to ensure that once the students reach grade 9, they have a space in all our primary schools throughout the Republic of Kenya to capture the 3 classrooms for JSS, because that will be the highest level of JSS is at grade 9. So we need them to we need to increase the funding. Madam Speaker, the CDF that we have that are in our constituencies, it's not enough to actually fund all the primary schools at once. There is need to rationalize resources and direct more resources to increase an extra class in our primary schools. Madam Speaker, there was an attempt which was not properly done. And this is why I agree with Ruku that this is the earliest thing is to be done now. There was a plan, they built one classroom in every secondary school, which never materialized. It hung in the air. So there is need now, as this one graduates this year to JSS 2 or 8, there is need to plan ahead of time so that whenever they reach grade 9, there is a space for them. Madam Speaker, there is also need, and this country should listen, is that the report should finally be released, because it's not only about JSS. The presidential working part on reform of education should finally unveil their official report so that the children of Kenyans are not, and the teachers are not working on guesswork. Madam Speaker, what has been happening now is for those teachers who are P1, they are now being asked to go for a refresher course in teacher colleges to be able to actually teach CBC curriculum. Madam Speaker, that is good, but there is also need to take the secondary school teachers who are supposed to handle the junior secondary schools for another refresher course to be able to handle the CBC curriculum now revert at that level as junior secondary schools. So that, remember, the teachers that are handling these students now were only trained in 2 subjects. As per the, those who went for diploma and those who have gone degree, they were only trained in 2 subjects, and yet we have a curriculum that has about 14 subjects. Madam Speaker, I agree that now proper guideline of the development of the curriculum, the regulations, the guidelines, so that the children of Kenya do not operate on a trial and error learning process. These are our children, and we want them to have competence as envisaged by this law, by this new curriculum. The CBC is meant that when you graduate from junior secondary, there is what is called pathways. Those who will go for the STEM, the science and technology, engineering and maths, it's called STEM. And those who will pursue career in arts and sports. So at that pathways, the students that graduate at grade 9 must be knowledgeable enough to be able to choose which path they will be able to take to pursue their education. Madam Speaker, the earlier the better, and this is why I support this, because we want at a level of exceeding of grade 9, people who are knowledgeable enough to pursue various places and education. But as well, there is also something not very clear. What about these established high schools? The Alliance of this world, the Mangus of this world, the Kapsabet of this world. We need to equip those schools to become the senior secondary schools where students now will exceed to go to those schools so that they don't become village high schools and national schools. Because the consequence of that is every high school in that community will take their own, and that will not bring nationalism and cohesion. We need a curriculum that brings together the children of Kenya so that they will be able to study and pursue their education in such a manner that will bring unity and appreciate the diversity of the people of Kenya. Madam Speaker, the junior secondary schools now in our primary schools, we keep them a budget for capitation. Madam Speaker, there should be a proper management of the junior secondary schools apart from the primary schools. This is the only way they will be able to appreciate that if there is a BOM, for example, for the primary, then there should be a separate management entity for the junior secondary schools. And one thing that is puzzling is, will these junior secondary schools operate under a different head teacher, or they will be under the same head teacher of a primary school? These are things that these guidelines must be able to sort out, so that we have a different management, because they have a different curriculum, affordable to parents of Kenya, and must be accessible to the young. If you look at, I went to my local primary school called Torokwonin, I looked at grade 7. They are very young people. They are not able to track, travel for long distance to attend their JSS classrooms. Therefore, if we have agreed as a nation that it must be domiciled in primary, then every primary school in Kenya must be able to host JSS classrooms in their schools. Mr. Speaker, this motion should be seen to move from being a motion to a bill. Honorable Ruku, we must fast track this as we pass this motion, turn it to become a bill, so that we have an amend the Act of Education Act 2012 to now bring in the new order in our education system. With those many remarks, I support the implementation of this particular motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Have you? Oh, sorry.
That's your chance to speak.
Sorry, I didn't hear that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also stand to support this motion by my friend Honorable Ruku. And it is very interesting, Mr. Speaker. The mover of the motion is asking us to urgently develop a goal. But now that we didn't do it, I think it is very good that we start this implementation. When I look at this house, Mr. Speaker, I see two categories of people. I see people like myself who went to 7 years of secondary school, 7 years of primary school, 4 years of secondary, 2 years of high school, and 3 years of university. And Mr. Speaker, that is the same education that the people in the United Kingdom who gave us the education go through. Those are the ones that the neighboring Uganda go through. But, and I think myself, I always look at myself and I say, I'm very well educated. If I can just add another master's, I'll be like everybody else who is going to school nowadays. Then somewhere, the education changed, and I can see the second category here, the one that went through 844. When 844 was founded, it was based on the policy that we require practical, something that students can take home. So workshops were built, and a lot of other things, adjustments were made. And so majority of the members of parliament here, I believe, went through 844. Now, Mr. Speaker, for no apparent reason at all, we have CBC. And I think myself, and I don't know whether this would be outrageous, but I think it is time we put our education policy, our education system in the Constitution so that it does not change like the weather. Another government will come. We in Kenya are very, very good at something called benchmarking. Sometimes one of you might go to Papua New Guinea and see something good there, and you come and tell the whole country, we are changing like Papua New Guinea. I think there must be a stop to overhauling. We can change some things in the education system, but we cannot just overhaul. I say, we now have primary school ending in standard 6, I think, or they call grade 6. The current one that we are going through is still on, going through to 7 and 8. The policy should develop and say, after that, grade 9, what is going to happen in grade 9? So we have to prepare and look ahead so that we don't again get kids getting to grade 9 who have come from JSS and we don't know what is going to happen to them. Now here is a question of teachers. Now I had a gracious lady here say, no, it doesn't matter whether they are old teachers or not, but these people have told us that this is a new system of education. Who are the experts for delivering this system of education? I think we must get the teacher training to be then customer fitted, should be good for purpose. We should therefore now train teachers for purposes of going to CBC, to train them. And we also need to adjust ourselves. And this is the question I think Honorable McLap or somebody has asked. Are these people, are these children in secondary school or they are in high school? First, they are too young to be in secondary school. But we have called them secondary school students, and we have made them think like secondary school students. We have to create a certain adjustment so that as soon as possible, we shift these kids to secondary school so that they don't be called junior secondary when in fact they are senior primary. There are many, many gaps in this education system that need to be addressed. I have not gone to textbook center of late, but which are the books that are now going to be used to teach these students? Have we prepared enough materials for training our students in JSS? We have a lot of issues that need to go into this policy. And I really want to congratulate my friend, Honorable Ruku, for thinking about it. Because unless we go through all these things, we do not have a good education system. And lastly, I just want to say that the position of CDF is acknowledged in this matter. I know that the ministry sends capitation. Personally, I think the ministry must develop a way of monitoring how capitation works. Because the teachers are receiving capitation, but when you go to them, they say, Mheshimiwa, utusaidie kununua desk, utusaidie kununua hii. Who, where, what exactly is capitation being used for? The CDF money that has been sent to constituencies has done a lot in this 1 year. Does capitation also do development? Can we be able to have a good explanation of how it works? Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to support.
Members, you should be looking at your mics. If you ask to speak, the reason the mics are there is so that you're able to see them and speak. The Honorable Madenge.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I fact that allowed us to commence JSS in the primary schools. You find that we have again gone back and we are sitting on our laurels, not knowing what will happen by the time the next 2 years are over and it's time for our kids to join senior secondary. More importantly, is that nobody, the hardships that are there, have not even been able to coherently and consistently attend school because the new JSS came with a new set of uniforms, new requirements for desks and chairs and books that parents had not been prepared for. And therefore it is important that this motion is taken very, very seriously by this House and the ministry in terms of restoring order in our education system. Honorable Speaker, the current grading system at Form 4, Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education, is producing a wasted number of our young people in this country. Because when we analyze the KCSE performance, we find that barely telling our young people in this country, as legislators and leaders, in terms of the plan we have for their future. And no wonder we have a crop of very many young girls and boys who are literally present in every shopping center in this country, saying they have nothing to do except indulge in cheap liquor and alcohol, that as a country and as a leadership, we have failed to curtail its production and distribution. We are poisoning our young people as we watch, as traders have taken our country hostage because they want to make money at any cost. The formulation of a coherent policy, clear and well understood by not only our students but also our parents, will give a clear roadmap for the desires of our young people. The sending home of our children in secondary schools has to stop as a policy in this country. The cost of uniforms varies from school to school. Why should there be a difference between the cost of uniform in secondary schools? The cost of the feeding program for lunch varies from school to school, even schools that are neighboring in the same town. If you go to Nyeri Town constituency, a school known as DEB and a school known as Temple Road Primary, both of them, literally neighbors, have a different cost for lunch. And you find that the biggest burden today that parents of children in our schools are having is the cost of school feeding. And therefore, this policy must also begin to address the issues of the cost of feeding in our schools and also the cost of uniforms, as well as the cost of the construction of multipurpose halls, which have become a darling for all schools today, the funding of school buses. And therefore, we need a clear government policy on the cost of some of these burdens that are being borne by our parents, largely jeopardizing the education and the future of our children. Honorable Speaker, SDG 4 requires us to ensure that our education is inclusive, equitable, and of the same quality. And therefore, the question that begs us as legislators is the quality of education offered at Kahumo High School in Nyeri Town constituency same as the quality of education offered at Kehuyo Secondary School in my rural village? It is clear in our minds that the answer is no. Then how can we be signatories to the SDGs and then as leaders we sit and allow this kind of disparities to continue? When we come to the management of teachers, in Nyeri Town constituency, which is largely a municipality, it was a municipality even before the new constitution came into place. I have teachers who are paid the enhanced house allowance for teachers working in municipalities, and another teachers in the same school, in neighboring schools, who are not being paid the enhanced house allowance. When you approach the management of teachers in the Teacher Service Commission, they want to pretend that they are not aware that these disparities are existing. And Honorable Speaker, it is time that some of these institutions that are managing the affairs, the important affairs of the country, like the Teachers Service Commission, should be invited in this House to answer questions from legislators. The question of the ministers coming in to answer for constitutional commissions and other bodies that are playing crucial roles in the affairs of our country should come to an end. For how long can we keep shielding these people while the problems keep piling? Honorable Speaker, what exam will the JSS...
Honorable Madenge, you probably know that under the rules we changed, the independent commissions answer questions at the committee level. Like all the commissions in this country is supposed to take their questions to the relevant committees.
Honorable Speaker, I am well guided. However, if all of us have an interest in when the Teacher Service Commission is appearing before the 15 members of the Education Committee, I am sure if this was open for us as friends of the committee, the members here would overwhelm the membership of the committee. And that is a weakness sometimes in our system that we need to be alive to and get to address. Honorable Speaker, in ending, what exam will the junior secondary students sit at the end of their 3 years? And how is that exam going to impact their advancement into senior secondary? Honorable Speaker, I support this motion. And Honorable Loko, this could not have come at a better time. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Sirisia.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me chance also to contribute on this important motion. Honorable Speaker, education is the key of everything all over the world. And Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the member who has brought this very important motion for discussion. I rise to support this motion, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when I speak about CPC, Honorable Speaker, I think our constitution sometimes lapses because it has not been anchored very well in the constitution, Honorable Speaker, because every minister who is appointed, especially in the Ministry of Education, he wants to make changes on his or her own decision as he or she feels. Right when you check from 844, even from during Moi's time, Honorable Speaker, there have been many changes on this curriculum every time. And this has affected our children. This has affected our parents. Like now we say that education in Kenya is free primary education. But CPC has made it more expensive to the parents than before. So you can say that there's no free primary education in Kenya, Honorable Speaker, just because the principal secretary visited another country and copied from there, and he made sure that it works in Kenya. It is working either, but it's not working very well, Honorable Speaker. And that is why members, every member has his or her own thinking negatively about the CPC. There are no teachers, like where we come from, in the rural constituencies where we come from. There are no teachers. If indeed they wanted a change, good change in the curriculum, Honorable Speaker, we cannot come up with the junior secondary school and again it remain domicile in the primary school. And with only one teacher, either with the 8 students, that means that the ministry was not ready, the DSC was not ready to post the teachers to teach that the new class that has been promoted from primary and then it remains again there with no teachers. So the government must do something. One, to remove school fees, paying a lot of money, and again the practicals which they do, Honorable Speaker. They send children to bring chicken to school, to slaughter for practicals. If it is a class has 100 children, it means they are taking 100 chicken to school, Honorable Speaker, for slaughter, to make teachers feel fat, enjoy eating chicken from.
Members, I wish to recognize the presence of pupils from Eno Matasiani Primary School of Kajiado North in Kajiado County, and pupils from Vidhu Ramji Secondary School from Kiharu in Murang'a County. We welcome them to the National Assembly to follow our proceedings today. This chance now goes to Honorable Kagushia of Mukurweini. It's not in the House. It goes then to Honorable Majimbo Kalasinga of Kabuchai. Huh? Honorable Kagucha, is he around? Honorable Kagucha, you can't be doing that. Just give him the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate, and I promise that I will take the shortest time possible. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support the motion by Honorable Ruku on the funding of, or development of a policy on funding of JSS in this Republic of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, I have, first of all, looked at a very quick glance of how JSS has been conducted in Mukurweini constituency. And I've seen that out of 66 schools, public schools that exist in Mukurweini constituency, I've seen that we have about 18 schools that are not being funded as JSS. And of course that makes me worried, because I understand that whenever a school has a JSS program, it receives an excess of the normal capitation that are going to schools with a substantial amount of money. And that in essence means that all the schools that are not having JSS in the primary schools that we had before are no longer receiving that capitation. For example, picked out like a school like Wanjide Primary, Matuto Primary, Mukoi Primary, Washe Primary, Kirongi Primary, Gashirero Primary, Ningaini, Kiawaita, Matiraini, Mutawade, Wangera, Ngora, Mwati, Itito, Gakera, Wahari, Wanguro, and Gakima primary schools are not having JSS. And Honorable Speaker, that is why I strongly stand to support the motion that we come up with a better arrangement on how we are going to fund these JSS schools or the primary schools that we had, so that our students can stop traveling long distances to access very basic education in other areas. I, for example, had parents from schools like Wanjide who have come to my office and really complaining because their students are walking a long distance to access education. Honorable Speaker, completing the cycle of staffing in all our schools. You realize that most of the JSS primary schools, we are having the teachers taking on subjects that they did not train in college. You, for example, have someone taking chemistry or biology, yet they had trained in literature or English. And of course, that is lowering the quality of education in our JSS schools. So, Honorable Speaker, I strongly want to support that we come up with a policy where we are going to systematically and strategically support and look at the primary schools that did not receive the JSS, because basically we are simply killing those primary schools that are now up to class 6 or grade 6. Honorable Speaker, I please beg to support this motion and congratulate my honorable member Roko for having brought this useful motion to this assembly. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I presume it is me. Speak up.
Member for Seme, proceed with your contribution.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this.
Order. I've seen everyone look at me. I've given 8 this side, 7 this side, without a single member from this side since we started this debate. Not one.
And I was the earliest this side.
So just relax. Just relax. It's
okay.
to ensure that we are a house that has minority and majority. So it's my duty to ensure that both sides speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When you look at orphans well, you get blessed. Now, I rise to support this motion, and I really must appreciate and congratulate Honorable Ruku. There are times that we put aside politics and look at the welfare of the nation, and this is one such time. Mr. Speaker, if you look at what Honorable Ruku is asking us, that we need to set a policy, guidelines, and implementation framework for a project where pupils are already in class. How far can you be with putting a cart before a horse? It is even shameful that we are talking about that and the children are already in class. If you are still talking of policy, guidelines, implementation framework, do we even have an implementation timeline? How these kids will move? Honorable members here were saying, proposing how kids should move and where classes are. These are things that should have been in the books before we started. Because this is planning. This is making things work. This is not impressing people. There's a difference. If you are looking for vote, yes, well, it would work. But if we want to educate our children, we must go the way Honorable Ruku is proposing, and it should have happened earlier. What do we have an infrastructure needs? Do we know? We had classrooms built in secondary schools. The kids are now in primary schools. I know there's transition, but even that I'll raise issues about. What about the human resource? We are saying here that some old people, were picked, some old teachers. It does not matter. They were trained. But do we know their needs? What about the financial needs? How were schools picked to house JSS? In my constituency, a large number, nearly half, actually do not have JSS. And if you picked this, how were the number of pupils identified for planning financial needs? When I asked, I was told they looked at the number of kids in standard 6, or who are now moving to 7 to start junior secondary. But now when you have amalgamated them, this is not the same number of kids because you have put kids from other places. How was that one? How? I really ask my colleagues, how can that happen? You mean nobody sat down to do simple arithmetic? Because that should have been done. And even then, the money is not coming regularly. We can understand that. Mr. Speaker, we can talk that there was a transition, that there was another government and the government and change. In fact, if there is a transition, Mr. Speaker, the duty is on the incoming person to make sure that you take up in a way. The country will not listen to you blaming those who have gone. They have gone. If you find their errors, your duty is now to correct those errors. So this transition should have been extremely meticulous. We were planning to take kids in secondary schools. We decided in one day we are going to primary. At that point, meticulous planning was needed. It is clear to everybody now that that was not done. And this is just one example, actually, in the whole ministry, where policies are not. We have just come from the issue of delocalization and relocalization. How do you harmonize that with JSS? How do you harmonize that with 100% transition? The main purpose of competence-based is that the kids should have practical skills. In the infrastructure planning, school classrooms, we seem to be okay, we can be okay, because CDF had put out a lot of classrooms in my constituencies. All the JSS classrooms are in classrooms that we built in primary schools for those schools. Now they're being used in a way, in a very good way, they're being used to house JSSS. So again, his Honorable Buruku's idea that how we use CDF is welcome. But if it is competence-based, there are two issues in infrastructure that I don't hear about. Are we going to have laboratories or are we going to have workshops? When those chicken that the Honorable Member was talking about, are they going to be slaughtered in a workshop or are they going to, the ones that are slaughtered, the ones that will be eaten, I know where they'll be slaughtered. That's not a problem. But the ones that are for teaching, will they be slaughtered in a laboratory or are they going to be, well, if it's a laboratory, it will be called dissection. Will they be dissected in a laboratory? They will be dissected in a workshop. In the kitchen. Or if it is fish. Okay, now, gentlemen, we can laugh, but these are very serious issues. Are we going to put up, if you want them to have skills in agriculture, if you want them to have skills in creating artifacts, that will need workshops. Some of us went to primary schools when there were workshops. I don't hear about workshops. How many workshops? How many laboratories? When do you transition from laboratory to workshop? Because they do different things. When is the streaming going to happen? Because when you have streamed, then you know who will need workshops and you will know who will need laboratories. Where are these issues being discussed? So, Mr. Speaker, we have put the cart before the horse, and we must go back, as Honorable Buruku has indicated, and do the planning. If actually we meant well, I think this government was in a position to actually slow down the process and say, we are not satisfied with the planning, we slow this down for a year, and then we will plan it properly, I think the country would have accepted that. We must reach a point where we are not driven by politics. I know 2027 is coming, but let me tell you, it is the good work that will take us there, not the impression that we create. Impressions will fizzle out. The real work will come. So let's go back and do this, even if you are doing it late. It is better late than never. Let's go and look at our kids. Mr. Speaker, I support this. And we are saying urges. I think we need to remove that word urges. We should resolve. We should amend to resolve. Urges means they may or may not, but we want them to do. And if you have to put it into an act of parliament, Honorable Ruku, go ahead on this one, we'll support you. Not like when I always oppose you in TV discussions. That's politics. But now it is about our children. We'll support it. Bring the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Nyikal. The member for Kabuchai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think Honorable Ruku, Member of Parliament from Mbeere North, has done a very good job. We have a lot of issues that this bill will address, Mr. Speaker. We want it to address several issues. And Mr. Speaker, if we have to go even back and see, if we have to address the confusion that was placed last year, Mr. Speaker, when even CBC classes were built in secondary schools. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, even the contractors who did this job, up to date as I speak, Mr. Speaker, have not been paid. The contractors, Mr. Speaker, are being auctioned. They did a job for government, they were never paid, and I don't know when they will pay this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you look at this one, public primary schools, Mr. Speaker, cannot afford the expense aspect of these JSS. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, I was speaking to my daughter, who said that in their school they require 8,000 for home science. To me, as a member of parliament, it's no problem, Mr. Speaker. But what of that child of a border in Nakitumba Primary School, where he cannot manage that amount? Mr. Speaker, as Honorable Nyikal said, I want now to agree in totality that this program was started before the policy. I wish Honorable Ruku was there before CBC was put in place. Thank you very much, Honorable Ruku, for thinking ahead, though late, but with this policy, we can change things for the betterment of our nation. This is the time where we are bringing heads together. Last week, Mr. Speaker, I was at home. We were having secondary schools, games and sports. Mr. Speaker, there is a confusion. Junior secondary schools, students cannot play in secondary school games. Neither can they compete in primary schools. Mr. Speaker, they are standing between. If they play in secondary school games, the junior ones mock them. You are supposed to be in second. We must place the right things first. I was wondering, Mr. Speaker, but now that it has come here for address, let us give this thing first priority. As I support this, Mr. Speaker, let us give it a first priority. Also, let's look at some schools that cannot manage. If this JSS was expensive enough and government had not planned for it, it would have waited. It would have looked first for money. So, Speaker, if you come and see some of the facilities, we have very good private schools, Mr. Speaker. Private schools have the best laboratories, they have good libraries, and Mr. Speaker, they are getting a due advantage ahead of the public schools. What are we going to do? So, Speaker, if you tell us that they will be sitting for exams during grade 9 what are we putting in place so that these exams reflect a transition that is proper from now junior secondary to senior secondary? If I were asked before, Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't have named the junior secondary. I would have named the senior primary. Because when it is senior primary, Mr. Speaker, the teachers in primary schools will be comfortable to teach. You know very well, Mr. Speaker, that teachers are given, they are given guidelines. The policy does not allow a primary school teacher to teach in a secondary school. But as I talk today in Sikusi Primary School and Namilama, Mr. Speaker, teachers handling junior secondary schools are only 2 or 1, handling 18 subjects, Mr. Speaker. What did we do? Honorable Ruku has brought well this so that we discuss properly. We iron out things that we don't have and do it in good faith and put these things ahead so that should we move out of this thing, move out together and do it things properly, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, as I speak here, when I was looking for votes in Kabuchai constituency, we were saying that the moment we take over this office, we shall remove CBC because it was expensive. Parents were not managing. But now, even with the more expensive life, Mr. Speaker, we need the government to totally take over the expense aspect, so that parents cannot be missed, some students cannot miss classes because of this, Mr. Speaker. So, Speaker, all along, I've moved around here, and how I wish that the people in Mbere who elected Honorable Ruku repeat again and elect him again, Mr. Speaker. Thank you as I support this for the correct of this nation, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Kiri. Just give me the mic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me apologize first because somebody picked it.
The Honorable Kiri was way ahead of you on this list. He just doesn't have a card. And
somebody picked my card and my phone. It's very unfortunate that I think as members, we need to respect one another when you meet.
Honorable Kiri, go on to your debate.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I want to dwell on what curricula CBC means. It has 7 core competencies, because I think that's where we're having a problem. The first is communication and collaboration. The second is critical thinking and problem solving. The third is creativity and imagination. The fifth is citizenship, digital literacy, learning to learn. Mr. Speaker, fellow members, we have a system that has recognized the core competencies, but implementing so that these core competencies can be achieved by every kid is not in place. Mr. Speaker, I want to support the mover of the motion, my very good friend Loku, my neighbor, that it's the high time that we put the polity first and suspend the implementation of this program. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about increasing competency in terms of creativity and innovation. But Mr. Speaker, you realize that the environment that we have put our kids is not conducive for creativity. Mr. Speaker, we haven't put the element of digital literacy because we have no laboratories, we have no computers, etc., etc. Mr. Speaker, we have no facilities to encourage the learner to learn more. Why? Because we lack the basic infrastructure. For example, I see demonstration on swimming in many schools. Surely, this is learning to learn. Swimming on sand, swimming on concrete, and yet we are saying we are impacting competencies to our children. I think we are condemning our children than making them become good citizens. What I know, the only thing that this CBC promote is singing and dancing. and the national anthem. There's nothing else that I see. Mr. Speaker, these schools lack infrastructure. These schools lack textbooks.
The Honorable Meli, what's out of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, is it in order for Honorable Rendikiri to really mislead the House that the only thing the kids are doing in CBC, yet he had actually outlined very well about the qualities and the competencies of the CBC, critical thinking and all the rest.
I'll listen.
He's out of order because he's misleading the House.
Order, Honorable Meli. Yes. What he has said is that the only thing he sees are those ones.
But what
you can't claim to be seeing for him.
but he's actually misleading the House, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, it's very unfortunate for the chairman of education not to be attentive and to be hearing things from his own corners. Very unfortunate, because you are the one who is supposed to be solving these problems. Now it has been brought by Mr. Ruko. Please accept to be told where you have failed. Mr. Speaker, we have no textbooks. How are we going to impact good knowledge about competencies on learning, how to learn? Mr. Speaker, this program was rushed. Why? Because the curriculum was not well thought of. The only thing they have come up with, yes, the core competencies. But now, Mr. Speaker, if we lack classrooms, workshops, playing grounds, what are we going to impact to our children? Mr. Speaker, the expenditure for the CBC, as determined, is supposed to be 15,000 per kid. Mr. Speaker, this has not been distributed to the schools. It hasn't been distributed in the schools. In actual fact, the release of money is late, meaning that even the impacting of knowledge is going to be delayed. Mr. Speaker, this system does not create opportunity for people with special needs. And this is one of the failures of education in this country. We have so many people with special needs out there who are failed by 844, who are failed by the older system. And even this new system, these people with special needs are not being catered for in terms of provision of facilities. So, Mr. Speaker, something is seriously wrong. The management of the CBC is we are condemning our parents. Many of them are very poor. We are telling them to provide equipment that the government is supposed to be providing. In actual fact, at the end of the day, you are going to find that parents are the ones that are going to be providing more than the government. 15,000 shillings per kid is not enough. It's not adequate. So you find the burden is going to be borne by the poor parents. Mr. Speaker, I find this system not working. It's not going to work. It's going to benefit a few who are going through the private institutions. Otherwise, we are going to continue creating disparities. Mr. Speaker, let's take, for example, my constituency has 87 primary schools. Out of those 87, 17 have been condemned that they cannot host junior secondary. Why? Because they are told they are less than 35. These children are forced to walk for 10 kilometers away from their school, meaning the government in its policy has become discriminative, because you can imagine a kid walking for 10 kilometers, just because the school does not have 35 pupils in the school. So, Mr. Speaker, I support the activity. I support the motion that has been brought up by Mr. Luku, and say this: it is time. Education is the only thing that is going to bring everybody together, equality. But with this system, I doubt whether it is going to do. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good. Thank you. The member for Kitui South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity so that I may also support this extremely important motion brought by the Honorable Ruku. And I would like to first of all congratulate the Honorable Ruku, Honorable Speaker. Having sat in this House for the last 10 years, I have seen him come with very important motions and also prepare himself to support extremely important bills in this House. So I would like to encourage him to continue. Mr. Speaker, as I start supporting this motion, I would like to start with numbers. Honorable Speaker, the issue of JSS is extremely a matter that has to be discussed in this House. I have a total of 275 primary schools. Honorable Speaker, that tells you that I have over 300 schools together, and now they are the ones who are being seen as the JSS. And now they are the ones who are being seen as the JSS. First of all, Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with the Chair for Education, the Honorable Meli, that truly CBC is not bad. Because, Honorable Speaker, this world is led by people who can communicate. CBC is training children to be communicators, to be able to collaborate, to be able to be critical thinkers, to be imaginative, to be creative, to be courageous, to be able to be good citizens, to be able to be digitally literal, or rather digital literacy. And Honorable Speaker, I would like them even to add financial literacy, because this world is led by people who can do all these competencies that are being advocated for by CBC. And I would like to say that one of the lead communicators, Honorable Speaker, as you know, is the Honorable William Samoei Ruto, lead communicator, and that is why he leads this country. So, Mr. Speaker, going back to this matter raised by the Honorable Ruku, is that the Ministry of Education must give us a proper linkage between the Education Act of 2012, the Basic Education Act of 2012, link it properly to all the other amendments that have been done within education laws, and link it up properly with the CBC. And this will give our children an opportunity to know that every JSS that they are in is being led and run as any other. A JSS in a primary school like my rural constituency of Kitui South, which has Motomo and Ekoda sub-counties, then will be led, like I must say, that if there is a primary school, then there must be a junior secondary school. That is the way that we'll get an opportunity for all our children to be trained properly, to be able to go to schools within their villages, to be able to have the 100% joining secondary school as they move from primary school, and that is what I look forward to. Mr. Speaker, when I was campaigning, I told my constituents of Kitui South, in Ekoda and Motomo sub-counties, that there will be a secondary school in every primary school. I have a problem explaining to them why 100 primary schools in Kitui South do not have JSS. So as I support this motion, Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the Honorable Ruku and call upon the ministry to tell this House whether it is money that they need, so as funds can be appropriated so that we can have junior secondary schools. Honorable Speaker, our teachers are being taken back to our counties. And I have realized that Kitui South has lost many teachers who have gone back to their nice counties. And I am calling upon the ministry that also all teachers who are from our county, who are in those other counties, who have requested to go back to Kitui County, they should be given this opportunity, because this is the government that saw that teachers had been punished and sent away from their counties. So now that the Kenya Kwanza government has made a decision that every teacher must go back to their counties, especially the one who choose to, those who have applied for transfers, Honorable Speaker, I am calling upon the ministry to allow them to go back, the Teacher Service Commission, to allow them to go back to our constituencies, so that our junior secondary schools can have teachers who are willing and who are ready to be in a place where there may be no electricity or where there may be no water. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this extremely important motion. Thank you.
Member for Larry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to also add up my voice to this very important motion. And I'll start by congratulating my colleague, Honorable RUTO. This is something that is being talked about in every other part of this country, work to this country. Mr. Speaker, the JSS, the junior secondary schools, was started in a hurry. It was actually rushed because the ministry, or the government for that matter, had started by putting up classes in secondary schools, meaning that they wanted the junior. Of the challenges is that not all the schools were able to be given the junior secondary schools. In my area, we have schools like Makwiny, Ngesho Primary, Kagwe Primary, and several others, where children are being forced now to walk long distances to go to schools where the junior secondaries have been domiciled. My thinking would be that, as Honorable RUTO has put it, that we need to develop a policy on the JSS, or the junior secondary schools for that matter. Most of the schools, you find that they have only 2 teachers. And as my colleagues have said, you'll find that these are teachers who are trained in particular subjects and not like the primary school teachers, complex. Because even now, where we have been able to put now the JSS in the primary schools, there are a lot of facilities that are missing. We don't have laboratories, meaning that if they want to do anything practical, they will have to look for the secondary schools where they are. Supposing now where they have the junior secondary school, there is no secondary school nearby. It means that these children are not being able to be taught properly. Mr. Speaker, if we had one complex, it would mean that the facilities that are being used by the senior secondary schools will still be able to be used by the junior secondary schools. And the transition would be easy because the students would be within one particular complex, where they're providing through capitation money for buying textbooks and all that. Then they should also provide money where whatever aid is required in the learning, there's money provided by the government. The issue of the teachers, we have said we have only 2 teachers, where the students are not being taught all the subjects. As much as we have seen, there are adverts now that they're going to employ more teachers. As Honorable Nikal was said, we have put the cart before the horse. That means we started something that we were not ready for. And Mr. Speaker, as I come to a conclusion, because of the lack of facilities in our schools, because our parents are not able to afford the kind of money that is required to buy the various aids that are required in the schools, I would say that we, as Honorable RUTO is suggesting, we come up with a proper policy on the provision of teachers and the aids and whatever is required, and also the issue of funding in our JSS is something that needs to be put within the Education Act, so that we do not have issues of children being unable to learn properly in our schools. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Nambale. Yes, Honorable Mutunga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is a motion that everyone has an interest in. And I believe everyone would like to express themselves and to be seen to express themselves by their constituents. Honorable Speaker, if we let everyone speak for 10 minutes, we will not go half of this House. And since we regulate our own timings, I would like to propose that we regulate our timing to 3 minutes, not 5. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable
so that people can just give us the impact points on our speaker. Yes. Thank you.
Honorable Mutunga, I would have wished so too. In fact, 2 members have approached me about it here. And Honorable Mutunga, who has been in Parliament now 2nd term, should know the rules. Yeah. That even me, I would wish that members, and we've done this sometimes before, members, that where there's a motion that has so much interest, and you didn't move a motion to reduce time at the beginning, it is upon you, if you wish, to speak for 3-4 minutes. So I would wish going forward, as I leave, that members speaking should speak for 3-4 minutes to enable other members to speak. Otherwise, we failed at the beginning to regulate time, so you cannot stop a member from speaking for 10 minutes. That's how it works. So in future, I think it's good for us to know that it's a motion, and even the move of the motion can always advise that this will have so much interest, then we can regulate time. I'm already taking so much of your time. Honorable Member for Nampale, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this motion. Mr. Speaker, as a nation, there was a clamor for change of our education system from 844 to the CBC system. But now, what baffles me is that the Ministry for Education did not put in place policies for smooth transition from 844 to the CBC system, because junior secondary is under the CBC system. But when we go to their constituencies, we find that this junior secondary has so many challenges. One of the challenges, the issue of infrastructure. Second, we have the issue of teachers. And the question that comes is that the Constitution under Article 53 provides that every child has a right to basic education. But now, in fact, the basic education must be free and compulsory. But the question is, when you go to the constituencies, you note that the junior secondary students are being asked to pay some levies. We have only 2 teachers, and Igara Primary, we have 2 teachers handling the junior secondary education. So the question is, has the ministry put in place proper policies and mechanism to ensure that our children achieve this right that is enshrined under Article 53 of the Constitution? So I wish to thank Honorable Ruku for coming up with this particular motion that is very, very important in support of the rights of our children. So, Madam Speaker, for junior secondary school in Nambale constituency, we have so many challenges that we urge the Minister of Education to come up with a proper policy and finances to ensure that as members of Parliament construct these laboratories and other classrooms for the junior secondary, the ministry should also top up the funds to ensure that we have enough laboratories, we have enough teaching materials, and also enough teachers so that the children can realize their dream. The other question that we ask ourselves is that we say that basic education is free. The question that follows is the JSSC a basic education, or is it a secondary education? So these are the gaps that are missing, so that we need, as members of Parliament, to ensure that we fix. And through the motion that has been brought by Honorable Ruku, as proposed by a colleague earlier, we need to ensure that this particular motion is transformed into a bill, so that we come up with the proper policies to support our children. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I would like to recognize students seated at the Speaker's Gallery this morning from Morao Secondary School, Kipkelion constituency in Kericho County. You are welcome to the National Assembly so that you may observe proceedings of the House. And I would like to call upon the Honorable Member for Kipkelion West. You may proceed. Please give the member for Kipkelion West the mic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to begin with, let me use this opportunity to welcome who formulated this competency-based curriculum was to allow learners to train in their areas of expertise. Madam Speaker, we went to a school in the 844 system where you do CRE even if you are good at sciences, and you are forced to do every other subject, even which you don't seem to pick, Madam Speaker. And therefore, this competency-based curriculum is a modern curriculum to prepare this country for the future in the Vision 2030 and to achieve progress into a modern and changing world. And Madam Speaker, I want to begin by supporting what all members have spoken before have said. This thing was rushed. A lot of things that should have gone into the preparation did not go as was needed, Madam Speaker. And therefore, I want to urge that, first of all, these junior secondary schools must be, the government and the Ministry of Education must make them fully free. We don't want parents to be charged for junior secondary schools. Madam Speaker, number two, every primary school in the Republic of Kenya must, as a matter of policy, have a junior secondary school where the parents were not able to meet the demands to make them junior secondary schools. Madam Speaker, the ministry should pick up and support such institutions who want to be architects and in areas of their specialization. Madam Speaker, must be aided to achieve their dreams. And another thing, Madam Speaker, when the Kenya Kwanza government took office, it was a campaign promise that teachers who had been delocalized, Madam Speaker, and who wished to go back to their home counties and constituencies were, after the administration was set up, be allowed to go back to where they want to go and teach. Madam Speaker, we have a lot of teachers still pending requests with the TSC to go back to their home counties and their home constituencies. The Minister for Education must direct the TSC, Madam Speaker, to immediately finalize the complete transfer of everyone who has requested to go back to their home constituencies and to help the children of their home constituencies, even in this competency-based curriculum, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the other issues are the issues of facilities and the teachers. Even as the TSC advertises the 20,000 teachers, it is still a drop in the ocean. And Madam Speaker, we don't know what we are going to do with the current cohort that is already in JSC, because they are not prepared at all to meet the demands of this changing world and the demands of choosing a career going forward. So, Madam Speaker, I wish to thank the Honorable RUTO for bringing this motion, and Madam Speaker, to say that this one must be translated into action and acted upon immediately. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Much member for Kipkelion West. Honorable members, this motion has a lot of interest. The screen is actually full. And at 11:53, I'll be calling upon the mover to reply. And you know that we cannot change the number of minutes that you speak at this moment. It was not.
Colleagues have hushed the House, asking that the motion, the implementation of CBC was rushed. I'll take a completely different view. Inertia and failure by government machinery does not amount to more time for people to implement a policy. Up to where we are today, we have done well over 8 years into CBC. By now, we should have learned the ropes of what we need. What is ailing CBC and implementation of JSS? Rightfully so, Madam Speaker, the lack of policy and clear framework on what needs to be done by whom and when. It appears that every day the executive is taken by surprise. We've not put enough into the planning of this very well, if implemented, system that will change the life of our nation. Madam Speaker, it is true that it's up to class 8. So I asked, what does a JSS classroom require? If I've been having up to class 8 and you cannot allow the same school to run a JSS class. Madam Speaker, my proposal is basic, that all primary schools must have JSS. Madam Speaker, for many years in this country, we have lived a lie. And if we are not careful to correct the mistakes of the past, education is going to be only for the rich. And I see an opportunity, Madam Speaker, in the JSS, an opportunity that will equalize all of us into having the same kind of education. Why do I say this? The decision to host junior secondary in primary is one step towards equalization. Madam Speaker, we know that in this country, because of categorization of schools, some schools have been given, actually oversupplied by resources. Some schools receive millions of shillings in support, while others that require get nothing. Some schools in this country, because of categorization, they have oversupply of teachers. Whereas some schools are understaffed. Some don't even have TSC teachers, and yet they are registered schools. Madam Speaker, having every primary school have JSS is one way of creating equity by not having special schools, national schools, extra-county schools, sub-county schools, and county schools. Madam Speaker, one of the major issues in this country about planning of education is the people at the Treasury developing a model of funding without talking to the stakeholders, without talking to educationists. I'm proposing that as we go forward with Honorable Rugu's motion, we must include a funding model that takes into consideration the views of the stakeholders of education. Why am I saying this? Madam Speaker, you are aware that no primary school has a laboratory. You are aware that in this country we have made a decision that we are going to have a resource center at that level. Madam Speaker, the only tested model in providing infrastructure for school that works is the one that has been done by NGCDF. The Ministry of Education, through this policy, must have a working model with NGCDF so that it gives NGCDF a conditional grant to develop resource centers. Madam Speaker, 35,000 classrooms of JSS, they have averagely one teacher each. I want to urge this House that we resolve that we provide a funding line for JSS as a project. Why am I saying this? Madam Speaker, we know that if we were still to lump all the money under basic education, when it comes to division, the decision remains with the person who has the pass. But if we provide a budget line for JSS, then the money will go into ensuring that JSS succeeds. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to propose, as we look at this, that as members of this House, we start thinking on how to make education affordable. And Madam Speaker, I'm proposing that we must resolve as a House that is it the time we need to go to school. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank
I
you.
support the motion.
Thank you. The Honorable Phyllis Bato, member for Moiben.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute on this motion on policy framework for the JSS curriculum or JSS system of education. Madam Speaker, a lot has been said and done in this JSS program. I believe it was the intention of the educationists in this country to bring a system of education which is going to bring meaningful reforms and meaningful development in Kenya. Madam Speaker, competence-based curriculum was supposed to help the learners to be able to perform what, for example, don't even know how to milk cows, especially those who stay in the rural areas like myself. Those are the things which we used to practice. In the sense that there is so much which has been written down. There is so much information which is just within some very specific people, but down to the level of the teacher and the student, there is a vacuum. So what should be streamlined is how the information is transmitted from the ministry, from the TSC, from the schools to the parent and to the child. Madam Speaker, in my constituency, Moiben, some days back, parents and the community were up in arms because they were saying that there is only one teacher who was posted to teach 14 subjects in a school. When essentially, this teacher who is posted to that school to teach the JSS class is supposed to be like a coordinator, and the head teacher to reassign the other teachers who are domiciled in the school, the other subjects to teach in the same class. It was not that this teacher who was sent was going to sit there and teach up to 14 subjects, chemistry, physical science, sit with their studies or not. But fortunately in Kenya, we have the best. So what should happen is that as much as our colleague is talking about the policy, I think there is so much here and there. What we need is issues to be streamlined so that the curriculum is very clear how it is going to be implemented all the way. The funding, currently from the budget which we've just passed, you realize that the education sector is getting the bulk of the share in as far as the money which was distributed is concerned. So how I wish this money which is going into the education sector be utilized to do the right thing, and it should be distributed equally. Right now, for example, in my constituency, the capitation for the JSS has been sent, but you will find that there are some schools who have not received the funding. For example, a school, GK Makeresa Primary, They have not received any money. The students are in school. So equitable or equity in education, where do we get equity? If this money is released in piecemeals and to other students, others first, others later, that is when equality or equity is lost from the beginning. And that is how other students, other areas start getting marginalized. We normally say education is an equalizer. And if it is an equalizer, there should be equity from the beginning to the end. How I wish even the ministry, the money which the ministry normally uses to develop infrastructure in schools, why can't they take the entire amount of this money to NGCDF, where the implementation will be done fairly? Because that is where equity will be felt. Otherwise, if we have the ministry deciding where the money to be taken by who, or who makes the most noise, or decide who is a friend of who, it becomes problematic. How I wish we could take all this amount to NGCDF and proper development is going to be felt. Just like now, what the work the office of the NGCDF has done in our schools in Kenya. If you go to every school, you will see a classroom, a building, a dormitory by NGCDF. That shows that it is a success story. Why can't we follow the same and put more money so that the infrastructure in the schools can develop, and that way we are not going to have issues of inequality. Another issue is this business of putting hierarchies in schools. We have extra county, national. We should do away with such and have Kenyan schools where, whichever they are, whether they are in Mandera, whether there is wherever, we should have Kenyan schools, uniformity, so that if it is Alliance, it is Alliance Secondary School. If it is a school in Moiben, for example, Kapkei School, it is Kapkei School, so that our children will start feeling that they are equal, so that when I am putting on uniform of a school in Moiben, another one in Alliance, it is the same, or possibly we could have similar uniforms, so that it is just like the buses. All the buses are yellow, all our uniforms should be the same. The only difference between a student should be the admission number. Let's change the curriculum. It has to be done systematically. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My time is up.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Charles Ngusia, member for Mwingi West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice on this. And because of the interest of time, I will take only 2 minutes. First, congratulations to my colleague, Ruku, for bringing up this motion. Madam Speaker, we all agree that this education sector has really been run with so many individual ideas without lacking proper consultation of stakeholders. For the last 5 years, when I've been in Parliament, we have seen the issues of 100% transition. There's delocalization, then CBC, then JSS. All these issues taking place in just shortest time possible. And Madam Speaker, we all agree that the right idea can actually be a wrong idea if it is not done at the right time, Madam Speaker. I am here to support this motion, and how I wish the honorable member was elected 10 years ago, actually to come up with this proper policy. Coming from our constituency, which is already marginalized in terms of everything, Madam Speaker, we have witnessed this implementation of the JSS system being done in a manner that is not really comforting to our parents. if you look at the number of schools which have been selected to have this JSS, we leave so many without considering the distance our pupils and students are traveling from one school to another. And I am thinking this issue of JSS needs to be actually revised and have it domiciled in all primary schools so that we can shorten the distance our students are facing. Madam Speaker, most of the schools in our country, not even in my constituency alone, lacks proper infrastructure to implement this thing. Some of the schools even don't have laboratories. Some of the schools don't even have adequate teachers. Even the teachers we recruited recently, they have not really been trained to perform this curriculum-based thing, Madam Speaker. I am calling upon, again, we go back to the drawing board, the way honorable members suggested, to come up with proper structured policy to implement this issue. And I could have actually spoken more time, taken more time, but due to the interest of time, Madam Speaker, let me support and urge the honorable member actually to move further and make sure these issues is proposed and are properly implemented by education sector. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The last opportunity on this motion will be the member for Emuhaya, the Honorable Omboko Milemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll be very brief also. One, let me begin by congratulating the teachers of Kenya who are toiling with the CBC and junior secondary school with no facilities, and kind of nobody now remembers them and imagines that everything happening in the schools is because of them, while the truth is that there's no money going to schools, and therefore they are unable to get the equipment that they need to use to teach the children of this country. And the real matter lies with the fact that all we need in our schools is funding. The teachers have no problem. In fact, many speakers are speaking about how many chicken are being sent to school, but they forget that sometimes they also invite cow dung to be taken along by the students to schools. Number one, Honorable Speaker, the education system must change with time. And indeed, the system we had for A-level cannot be the one that is working today. The system of 844 has outlived its time because it's a factory manufacturing many students who cannot get employment, and it's theoretical. So the need for change is true and is a reality which you cannot run away. Honorable Speaker, I therefore ask the House that we must embrace the new system of CBC, because that's the modern way to go in the education system. Despite the many challenges it has, it is the correct way to go because it will build skills, it will build technologies, information, and how a person can carry himself around in the society without depending on white-collar employment. But then it has got its challenges. Honorable Speaker, I would wish to say that what we envisaged in the CBC is that every school should be having a full school. What you are calling basic education must begin from ECD to primary to junior secondary and even what we are calling secondary. That will be a standard school, Honorable Speaker, that should be equal in the whole country. We are envisaging that this will enable the government fund schools equally, so that the funding of a rural primary and the funding of Mangu is the same, and the provision of education at those levels is actually the same. And that's how education will be an equalizer. I would want to ask this Parliament to actually support CBC, because this is what will bring money and development to your small schools and grow them to the level of alliance. There's a danger ahead which I must point out, and that's why Ruku is right. The ministry imagines that the 2 years that the students are in the junior secondary is too long. But let me caution that 1 year is already gone. In the next year, the children who are in the junior secondary must be leaving the junior secondary to another pathways. Yet there's no policy and pathway of how they will operate. So again, when we finish the next year, we shall be in a crisis of how they'll enter the schooling. It is very important that a policy be made quickly, whereby all the three pathways, and there are three, one of them is called STEM, The STEM one is the science and the one that teaches theory and science and technology. The other one is arts and performing arts. The other one is social sciences. A policy must be made quickly so that by next year, we know that all schools also have these 3 pathways so that all schools are equal.
We are going to rely on the magnanimity of the mover. We are going to rely on the magnanimity of the mover. Honorable Ruku.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request, Madam Speaker, to donate a few minutes, each member 1 minute. I donate 1 minute to Honorable Kasungu, Honorable Stroya, Honorable Emesa, Teso South, Honorable Ndeko, Honorable Victor Mandasi, Honorable Double N, Honorable John Makari, Honorable Daniel Wangwa of Wabuye, and we have only 10 minutes. And Honorable Bensouda, 1 minute each. Then, Madam Speaker, I remain with 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to follow the order. I will start with the Honorable Ameso. Let's try to trace them. If your name has been given, please go to the intervention button so that we can see you from the screen. Is it Mary Amase? Yes, please proceed, Mary. Honorable Mary.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. From the onset, I want to thank the Honorable Ruku for the motion, and whereas I support the prayers that there is need to establish facilities to allow for implementation of JSS in all schools, there is need for a proper funding plan. There is need for a proper implementation policy framework. But allow me to draw the attention of the members to the aspect of quality. As we stand today, we are losing a generation, honorable members, especially in the public schools where JSS is being implemented. Members have already alluded to the fact that only 1 teacher was posted. And I think it was even ill-advised to post secondary school trained teachers to teach JSS. Because quoting the words that have been sent to by one of the teachers, they are saying they are being subjected to a very difficult situation, having forced to teach subjects that you are not professionally trained for. It is frustrating, it is belittling, it is demoralizing, just to mention the list. So if the teacher is demotivated, it is 1 teacher teaching all the subjects. What is the quality? So what I want to propose, that the ministry must first assess the progress so far.
Honorable Kazungu, 1 minute.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I also wish to add my voice to this motion. First, by saying from the onset that I support this motion, and also take this opportunity to thank the mover of this motion, Honorable Ruku, for bringing a very timely motion into this House. And again, I want to thank the GSS teachers in this country for working very hard under very extraneous conditions, because you can imagine, Madam Speaker, teaching 14 subjects per teacher. It is very difficult, but they have really tried their best. Madam Speaker, JSS was a very good program, but it was rushed, or we can say it was hurriedly implemented. As a result, we have students who have wasted 1 year, because since it started up to now, we are almost doing 1 year, but
Honorable Bensouda. Honorable Bensouda, we would like you to be on record, so please wait for the microphone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the good guidance. I want to talk about something which I'm grounded in. First of all, I support the motion which has been brought by the honorable member on the amendments which are supposed to be done. First of all, I want to say that competency-based curriculum was a very good concept, excellent concept, was not timely implemented for this country. Too much rush without consideration of the basic needs and requirements and without doing thorough need analysis to know the status of this country in terms of education. I want to say that even this 844 system that we had was equally a system that was grounded to specialization. There was agriculture. I think I was amongst the first.
The Honorable, sorry, your time is over. The Honorable Double N from Embu County.
Yes.
Opportunity right now is for the Honorable Double N.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support the motion by my MP, Honorable Roku. I wish to state that the CBC curriculum is not bad, and it was not bad, but the manner in which it was implemented was in a hurry, and people are not given an opportunity to ventilate on it. I wish that there was enough public participation from the parents and the teachers so that during the implementation period, it would have been a smooth ride. Honorable Speaker, as I sit down, I want to say that the junior secondary education and the students, they are half-baked. If you talk to them, they'll tell you that they didn't know nothing. The teachers don't know anything.
The Honorable Deco.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Honorable Ruku, for giving me this opportunity. We have all agreed, Madam Speaker, we can actually realize all the challenges we have talked about. So for me, my contribution will be to Honorable Ruku to
up with so many challenges, the infrastructure, the distance from the schools, lack of classrooms, lack of laboratories, not enough teachers, and the ministry has a lot to do in order to ensure that we give the best to our children. I would like to request the Ministry of Education to consider the infrastructure and funding these schools that are offering this kind of the CBC program for our children to get the benefit of it. I'll also request the Ministry of Education that the teachers, majority of the teachers who have been teaching in Samburu County have been transferred back to their counties. And those from Samburu who are still working.
The Honorable John Makali.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity, and to Honorable Ruku for giving me 1 minute. CBC is here with us, and to ensure that the boat of CBC does not capsize, we need to do 3 things. 1, the Ministry of Education should clearly come out with clear-cut regulations and guidelines on how the infrastructure funds are used so that we can be able to develop infrastructure in our schools to support JSS. 2, financing, capitation. Capitation is not released in good time to enable the teachers run the schools. The Ministry of Education should be able to develop clear-cut guidelines to ensure that capitation is released in good time so that teachers and head teachers are not forced to levy illegal levies on parents to ensure that, that the students remain in schools. 3, human resource base. Teachers, the Teacher Service Commission should, with immediate effect, now that we have unpacked the budget for the 2023-24 financial year, to recruit teachers who can be able to teach in junior secondary.
Honorable Daniel Wanyama. The Honorable Victor Koech, member for Chepalungu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Ruku, for this particular policy. As I stand to support your policy and funding mechanism for the same, we should, as a country, look into the criteria that we're using to select the schools that are offering this particular program. Madam Speaker, we cannot continue offering this particular program without proper infrastructure in our schools. The laboratories are lacking, the staff rooms are lacking, we don't have enough teachers in our schools. And for a proper facilitation of the same, we should have a clear funding from the government. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for keeping time to 1 minute. I would like to call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And you have only 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to thank the members who have really supported this motion, the motion which is of national importance as far as the education sector of our children is concerned. They have agreed on challenges the education is facing at the moment, especially in junior secondary education, inadequate infrastructure, inadequate teacher training, limited access to technology, lack of parental and community involvement, overburdening the parent, curriculum overload. Madam Speaker, it is important to have a way forward on ensuring that the competence-based curriculum at the junior secondary school is well implemented by having an implementation of a very comprehensive framework of curriculum development, of ensuring we have enough teachers at junior secondary schools who are well-trained and extremely competent to ensure we have enough running resources in our schools, as well as we have a proper monitoring and evaluation framework, and we ensure we have parent and community involvement. Madam Speaker, you realize also that we need to, as the members have said, we need to have a legal framework. There will be a need probably in the future, and I'm going to take this forward in amending the Education Act of 2012 to ensure assessment and evaluation is well done, and more importantly, Madam Speaker, the funding of the junior secondary school is to be well considered by the government, so that there can be sustainability, good governance, access to curriculum support materials, and also pedagogical approaches. And also we look at public-private partnership in implementing this framework, and inclusion and equity in education, especially in arid and semi-arid areas and people living with disabilities. Madam Speaker, I beg to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Ruku. Yes. What is out of order?
Oh. Madam Speaker, whereas I acknowledge the interests generated by this motion by my friend Honorable Ruku, and how I wish we could have an extended time, especially on motions of this nature. But I'm drawing your attention, Honorable Speaker, to Standing Order number 53, to defer putting the question to tomorrow, so that we can be moved appropriately on this most important motion. I thank you.
Well, honorable members, I direct that the question to be deferred to another sitting, as it will be scheduled by the House Business Committee. Next order.
Order number 14, the Public Service Values and Principles Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 46 of 2022, second reading.
Honorable members, the member who is supposed to put that motion is absent, so the motion is deferred. Next order.
Order number 15, the Penal Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 56 of 2022, second reading.
The Honorable David Gekaria.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to move this amendment. Honorable Speaker, I come from a constituency that is urban, and my constituency, Honorable Speaker, has quite a number of activities which, of course, my constituents use to put some food on their table. But at the same time, Honorable Speaker, these activities, legal as they are being used by the police all the time to harass innocent Kenyans who are looking for a living, for them to be able to earn a living. Honorable Speaker, my intention is to amend the penal code subsection to remove some very colonial offensive charges which were placed during our colonial times. Honorable Speaker, you understand that the Constitution has given us freedom, the right, that freedom of rights to persons who lives in the country. And one of that is freedom of association and freedom of movement. But at the same time, this penal code, Honorable Speaker, it is being used by police to continuously harass Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, the principal object of the bill is to amend the penal code, Cap 63, by repealing section 182, which proscribes the offenses of idle and disorderly persons. The law enforcers have often used section 182 to harass innocent members of the public. Honorable Speaker, offenses like loitering. Loitering, when I look at the dictionary in the Oxford, it is that you're just moving around without a purpose. Honorable Speaker, there is a right under our Constitution for every Kenyan has a right of movement. And so, for whatever time, at whatever place, as long as, of course, you have no bad intention. But you find the police, if you are arrested by a police or if they want to mop up some people out of an urban area, the offenses that are normally rushed to this section. The statement on the delegation of legislative powers and limitation on fundamental rights and freedom. And that is basically what, Madam Speaker, I'm moving this. I had moved this same amendment in the 12th Parliament, but of course it lapsed before it had gotten to the point of where it was going to get the accent by the President. Of course, the bill has nothing to do with county governments, Honorable Speaker, but it's also a money bill. By the meaning of Article 114 of the Constitution. Honorable Chair, you know, there is some little money. If you look at all those offenses which are under Section 182, the maximum fine is a month, a jail term of a month, or a fine of 100 Kenya shillings. But Honorable Speaker, you find if I am arrested and the police have no charge against me and they put loitering, and I go before a judge, we are surprised that some of these judges have gone to an extent of even fining, giving a fine of up to between 5,000 to 10,000. Yet the law stipulates very clearly how much is the maximum cash penalty that a person is supposed to be charged. From the report because I went before the Legal, Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, it is that when I presented my amendment, it attracted 9 memorandums from the public and different stakeholders, some of whom are the judiciary, the human rights, IPOA, the National Police Service, the Attorney General, LSK, URAI Trust, and so many others. And to be honest, Honorable Speaker, if you look at the submissions, other than the National Police Service, all the others did support. And the National Police Service are supporting this because they know what they do. It is for purposes only meant for harassing innocent Kenyans for purposes of one of the issues that they normally use all the time, Honorable Speaker, is that I have so many matatu terminals. And then because of toting, they call it toting, that if you're advertising for a particular transportation circle or company within the stage, just like what other people do using, you know, those big microphones and other advertisement modes, my people are arrested and they're taken to court for toting. And yet, he's doing nothing other than say, this vehicle is headed to Nairobi. Please board this vehicle instead of the other. So these are some of the issues that, Honorable Speaker, that I moved this amendment to be able to address particularly to address the unconstitutionality of these offenses in the penal code, Honorable Speaker. So I don't want to dwell so much on this, but I just want to say that, yes, the police have been using this to harass the public and infringe on the fundamental human rights and freedom. Honorable Speaker, I like what a few of, particularly the judiciary and one of the stakeholders put. And he said that petty offenses, instead of arresting, what we need to do as a country is to try and address the root cause of poverty and other forms of marginalization rather than criminalizing activities that are caused by poverty and marginalization. Honorable Speaker, the proposal seeks that these petty offenses, and of course they are just in line with people trying to earn a living out of what they are doing. So I beg, Honorable Speaker, that as we look at this amendment, I ask my colleagues to look at it seriously, that it's an unconstitutional, first of all, but at the same time, it is affecting that very important fundamental human rights and freedom of Kenyans who are just out there trying to earn a living. So without much ado, Honorable Speaker, it's a small amendment that I seek my colleagues to support me so that it doesn't not only happen in my constituency as an urban place, it happens almost everywhere where and I remember when I once was a mayor in one of the cities in this country, and most of the time when we didn't have money, we would use this to collect money. And we would say, go and bring as many as you can. It doesn't matter. Even if I'm going to arrest you as a member of parliament, you're passing, utaenda kujitetea kwa judge. So we used to mop up to collect money. Honorable Speaker, I think that was bad manners, which I regret. And I think it's time for us to stop that kind of behavior. Any person using these provisions of the law to try and harass innocent Kenyans who are just out there trying to earn a living. A young person trying to go and earn a living in a matatu and is charged for toting. And he has uniform, he has a badge from that circle, but the police will not hear that, and the judge will not hear that. And it is unfortunate that we keep on trying to get. I once took a lawyer to defend one, and when the judge pronounced the 5,000, when the lawyer stood up to proclaim that the offense, yes.
In your moving, you seem to be making many confessions.
Yes, those are some of the issues that used to happen when I was a bad boy, but I've since changed. These days, I'm always in my three-piece suit. If you go home, you'll never find me anymore in shorts and slippers. It is also age has caught up with me, and I was a little bit worried yesterday when there was a motion about a nominee of SRC, and she was kicked out because of age. And I was wondering, Attorney, you're headed there. So don't castigate old people. I'm almost now headed to 60, and now if I'll come here for a job and I'm told I'm too old, I cannot be able to get that job just because of my age. But of course, your colleague, Honorable Speaker Kaluma, in the Speaker's panel, did say also, I think Section 24 of the same Constitution gives the maximum retirement age. So it is true, I was a bad person, but now I've really changed. And I thank God for giving me that time to be able to see the light before I was caught up in that bad manners. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I ask my colleague, a young man, Honorable Lotte from Kacheliba, to...
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Gikaria, for pushing for this. Honorable Speaker, the Constitution of Kenya is the supreme law in this country. It supersedes everything, Honorable Speaker. And I think if you have ever been arrested by the police know much more of the penal code than anything that is in our Constitution. And I want to take us to section number 21 of our Constitution, Honorable Speaker, because this is what needs to be the supreme law that needs to be looked at before we even look at anything else. This section 182 of the Penal Code has actually been misused several times, Honorable Speaker, by the police. And I think many people are actually driven to poverty because of all misenactment of this section 182 of the Penal Code. Madam Speaker, I think about the very person that is struggling in this society, and the president of this country has said he wants to elevate the livelihoods of the mamambogas and the boda and the matatu people. You find that they are the people that are being targeted most of the times by the police because of this section 182 of the Penal Code. And when I look through the Constitution, Madam Speaker, I actually look at this section number 21. I will want to read this bit of the Constitution a little bit so that we can enlighten us about what the Constitution say about the Bill of Rights. In this section, Madam Speaker, section 21, or Article 21 of our Constitution number 1 says the following, and I want us to look at it, so that as we seek to remove this one, that it is the fundamental duty of the state and every state organ to observe, respect, protect, promote, and fulfill the rights and the fundamental freedoms in the Bill of Rights. It is the fundamental duty of the state and its organs. If you look at 21.3, it says all state organs and all public officers have the duty to address the needs of vulnerable groups within society, including women, older members of the society, persons with disability, children, youth, members of the minority, and the margin number 182. And if we want to improve the livelihoods of these people that is enshrined in our Constitution, we need to remove this part of the penal code that is being misused. Madam Speaker, if you look at the Kacheliba constituency where I come from, many people have actually gone into the businesses of doing livestock trading. But the police are driving off a parking space. They are told that the livestock that they are driving are actually probably suspected property of stolen property. Yet, the code that the police think so much about is being misused, Madam Speaker. And I ask this House to consider removing this completely. Because again, when the police arrest these people, while as the penal code suggests a penalty of 100 shillings, the police will also impose penalties of 5,000, 20,000 to the people that have nothing, Madam Speaker. And they are adding salt into injury by taking this country to the dungeons. This is the place that is being misused by our police, and this is what I'm supporting the chair, that we need to remove this completely because this is a misuse and it's against our Constitution, Madam Speaker. With this, I support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lotte. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Penal Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 56 of 2022 be read a second time. Honorable members, I see several people on the screen that are out of the house, so I request that if you intend to speak on this motion, please go to the intervention. Click the intervention button. Honorable Ibrahim Sanei, member for Wajir North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Actually, the penal code is a product, a very old product of the colonial regime. And if you look, if you have a thorough discernment of what it entails, you will realize that it is still a colonial outfit. The colonial kind of mentality. The words they use in the penal code: loitering, torturing, drunkardness, indecent act, behaving in a manner to procure prostitution. All these are ambiguous words. They are English, but they have no relevance. Interpretation is actually hard. And this gives judges the latitude to give discretion, wide discretion in their own judgments. I believe time has come that we review the penal code in the light of our freedoms and rights and liberties as stipulated in our 2010 Constitution, which is very rather progressive and a wonderful document. Madam Speaker, I want to say there is much ambiguity on these terms. And this amendment has come the right time, and I want to congratulate my colleague, Honorable Gikaria, for being forthright in thinking for the welfare of Kenyans. Most hustlers have borne the brunt of the police service. Every weekend on Friday, police vehicles go around getting people who exercise their rights and freedoms. The right to associate, the right to move, the right to do that, all that appertains within their lives, aching at least a living, has been curtailed for sure because of these aspects of the penal code. This has contributed to the hustlers not contributing to the economic well-being of this country. The hustlers have to move in and work, make a living 24/7 without any interruption. Unless one is a thug, unless one is an armed robber, any Kenyan is free to move 24/7. We are looking forward to a 24/7 economy without any restriction. Nobody can impose restriction to any Kenyan in as far as their movements and the work they do, so long as it is within the framework of our law. Madam Speaker, this kind of penalties in our penal code has contributed to the backlog that is being faced by the judiciary. It has contributed to the congestion in our prison service, our correctional services. You know, people just being put behind bars over the weekend, some with trumped-up charges. This is uncalled for. It is draconian, unacceptable, and I think actually it is a belated amendment. It's a belated amendment. It should have come a long time ago. And it's not only limited to this aspect as suggested by my colleague, Honorable Kigaria. We need to do much into the penal code. Much into the penal. I don't know why they should take off prostitution. In law, prostitution is not illegal. Yet they tell you living on the earning of prostitution is an illegality. I don't know what that means in English. That is playing around with our mind. If prostitution is not illegal, how can it is earning on prostitution be illegal in the penal code? I think we need to harmonize them so that they are in consonance with the spirit of our Constitution, and we can decipher what it really means. Otherwise, prostitution cannot be legal on one hand and illegal in some other aspects. Without much ado, I want to support my colleague. I want to say this is what breeds corruption. This is what brings our police service in bad light. This should be actually supported by all members, And I ask my colleague Karia, in as much as he has no legal background, I know he's an accountant. It is wonderful to see him bring such amendments which has serious legal implications to go further and actually amend that which we feel is offensive, unfriendly, and infringes on the rights and the freedom of Kenyans. Thank you very much. I support.
Okay. Thank you very much. The Honorable Samuel Atandi, member for Alego Usonga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry, I wasn't ready to speak, but let me just make a comment on the proposed legislation. And I want to say that I support the legislation. Madam Speaker, it is time we reviewed the penal code in its entirety, because the penal code has various offenses. If you look at them, Madam Speaker, offenses such as unauthorized uniforms, that you could dress in a certain uniform and then you are told that that particular uniform is not authorized. And more particularly on this one, the one section 182, that is basically, if you look at the law, it's talking about nuisances and offenses against health and convenience. That is section 175. Section 182 is talking about idle and disorderly persons. And you ask yourself, how does a sane person get disorderly or idle? We have cases, Madam Speaker, where you find that you are in town or you are waiting, you are at a particular place in a stage, and you are waiting to meet somebody, and the police comes and police tells you that, you know, you are under arrest because you are not supposed to be here. I think these are some of the offenses that we don't need to have, particularly at this time when you have a new constitution that gives us freedoms of association and movement. And so I would like to say that this is a timely proposal which this House needs to support, and I do support it. And I think we need to overall look at the penal code as a whole and see how we can tamper with certain aspects of offenses that we don't need to have at this particular point in time. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support.
Thank you. The Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi, member for Kwanza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And on onset, I want to thank the Honorable Kitari for having come up with this, because, Madam Speaker, I think this is an issue that actually should be scrutinized thoroughly, because what happens that people, or rather the policemen who are idle out there, we're talking about the police forces, they idle out there and they are looking for bribes. Of course, are poorly paid sometimes, and we know that. Payment of salaries is also an issue here. And so you find yourself in problems, or somebody, as leaders, somebody has been arrested, and then they say they ask, come to you, and they want some assistance. Then you get to the police station, and you ask, what happened here? I can tell you, Madam Speaker, I've had so many of those cases, and they can't explain themselves. And so, therefore, I think, Honorable David Kidari, I want you to come, particularly the areas where we find the penal code that have been misused. I'm not a lawyer, the only lawyer I know. So that can be able to amend this in maybe the committee of the whole House, to be able to know which ones can be moved, so that people are not punished for the sake of it. I know, Madam Speaker, that they sometimes misuse ambiguous words, and somebody out there doesn't even know what it means, just obeys the law because he has been arrested by the police, and therefore just obeys, and of course, he's taken to court, and I've had cases we go to court, and the prosecutors are unable to put a case forward for justification of arresting this particular person. And therefore, I think, Madam Speaker, this is something that is very serious. We want to live in a peaceful country. Of course, again, we ourselves are to blame as leaders. we have not been able to empower our youths in this country, and most of people who actually have no jobs. And so they are found in the wrong place, and they offend those who are entrusted with keeping the laws, and they say, okay, fine, you actually, your codes and what have you, should be gotten rid of so they can be able to have clean penalty codes, which actually somebody is accused, or if somebody, even if he didn't know what it is, even if he's not a lawyer, he can't misinterpret, but he can know that, yes, it's something that can be understood even by people who actually do not know about the law of this country. So my suggestion, as we move forward, Madam Speaker, is that Honorable Kideri should be able to have a meeting, maybe come, I'm just suggesting, so that's the way forward, but be able to look at specific penalty codes that have been misused, particularly by the police forces, and even some of the administrators, chiefs and assistant chiefs. Of course, they are the ones who blow the alarm that, okay, fine, so and so has made this mistake. And when you go to it, it's a laughing matter. So, Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to say that I'm supporting this particular motion, and we look forward for this bill to be amended so that we can scrutinize areas that are ambiguous, they do not have head and tail for the current situation today. I support, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Stephen Mogaka, member for West Mogirango.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this amendment to the Penal Code, and I thank the promoter, Honorable Gikaria, for taking a bold step to start cleaning up our Penal Code. Our Penal Code is infested with a lot of archaic laws, majority of them which fly in the face of the express articles of the Constitution. Madam Speaker, loitering and other useless laws that impede the freedom of movement of any Kenyan have no business being in our Penal Code under the 2010 Constitution. And I agree that we need to overhaul our Penal Code and include serious offenses that are occurring today, which are blue-collar crimes, where people are doing electronic theft, electronic corruption, electronic transfer of funds illegally from country to country. But to continue having such archaic laws and to allow our security agencies, particularly the police, to abuse these laws to restrict people's freedom of movement is the wrong thing to do. And I really commend Honorable Gikaria and encourage him that as soon as we pass this amendment, please pick another offending provision of the Penal Code so that we can gradually be known as the 13th Parliament that looked at these colonial laws and removed from them. Because I do remember acts like the Witchcraft Act, which was abused because African herbal medicine and practices were being made illegal, and the Kenyans would be just picked like that and charged with witchcraft. And I want to say, as a proud African, that even black magic is magic. We cannot continue calling things Africa by evil names and criminalizing such acts. And therefore, I support this motion and encourage the House when we come to vote very quickly, and then we look at the other abusive provisions of the Penal Code so that we clean them up and know that Kenyans will walk free and not have a police officer arresting you and charging you with nothing. Madam Speaker, I support.
Thank you very much, Member for Mugirango. The Honorable Magale Chiforomondo, Member for Lungalunga.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to, first of all, thank Honorable Gikaria for his timely presentation of the amendment. Honorable Speaker, the penal code has been misused for long. This code is oppressive. Simple issues, and now that their time are being wasted or is being wasted, being taken to court, taken round and round, and at the end of it all, they are being fined just for nothing. I don't think it's right if somebody is found in the streets and he is considered to be a criminal without any reason. I want to cite very live examples from where I come from, Lungalunga constituency, for example. There are this called border patrol, the border patrol unit, which when they go around and find people doing their daily work, they start harassing them. They tell them they are Tanzanians. When they produce IDs, they are told they are selling charcoals. When they prove that they are not selling charcoals, something else is being created out of them. And I think this amendment has come at the right time so that we free our people out of these so-called law enforcers and the courts. We are yearning to see the freedom. So we are supporting the amendment so that the penal code, we either, if we don't do away with it, but we also improve so that we as Kenyans now live as people who are free in their own country, not people who do work in fear, people who just, when we see police, it's like we've seen enemies. We want to be friends. We want to work with the police, yes, but then all this will be through the approval of this amendment through this House. So, Honorable Speaker, I support this amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Timothy Wanyonyi, Member for Westlands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity also to contribute this. Madam Speaker, I'm a lawyer, and in our statutes, there's so many archaic laws that were passed by the colonial just to suit their own interests. Madam Speaker, you remember even during the COVID-19, the law that was used to for the president to declare curfews, it was a very, very old law that was passed, I think, in 1929, something like that, that had to use to impose curfews in the country. There are many other things. There's something called vagabonds, whereby you find that somebody who just found in town, if you don't have any money in your pocket and you're just loitering around, you can be arrested. There's something called loitering with intent. I don't know how they used to know that somebody who is walking around town, he has got some intention to do something that is not right. So I think this amendment is quite timely, and I think we just need to clean up those in the penal code and some other statutes that are still in existence, but they have been overtaken by time, so that we come up with laws that does not abuse the rights of our people. And many times we've seen, like I represent the urban constituency. Madam Speaker, you find, if you go to industrial area, you find people there arrested for crimes that does not even exist. So you find they are rotting away. They cannot even pay those small fines. And this is just creating justice. And we just need to find out how do we even decongest our prisons by removing some of these laws. Some of those things can even be dealt with at just at communal work. People can be given communal work and go home instead of going put in the prison. So this is a good amendment, and Madam Speaker, we need to support it and then find a way of even now looking more in our statutes to remove these archaic laws that are used to frustrate people and molest people. Madam Speaker, was once when I was in South Africa and I went to Soweto. And when you're in Soweto, the apartheid regime, when they were removing soil from the mines, they had to go and put a heap of soil just to prevent people that they cannot even look at the city. Looking at the city was even criminal. So you can imagine in your own country, and you are even being prevented, you cannot go to. You cannot go to Johannesburg from Soweto because they imagine that black people are criminals by nature. You are born a criminal. So anywhere you appear, Madam Speaker, you are a suspect. So these are some of the things that was the mindset of the racist colonialists had to use these laws, Madam Speaker, to frustrate the Africans. And sometimes, if you look at even the Chiefs Act is the one that they used to use even to detain people, because some of those sections were not found anywhere. There was once even the late Honorable Ototo was arrested for something called warlike activities. If you search that law in our study, it doesn't exist. But he was arrested and detained for that, and he was the only person who has ever been detained for that kind of crime, Madam Speaker. So it is something that we must do and look at how we can clean up our statutes. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me, and I want to also thank Honorable Kikaria for bringing this amendment, and we need to do even more so that we clean up our statutes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Member for Westlands. The Honorable Jessica Mbalu, Member for Kibwezi East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start by saying that I want to congratulate the Honorable David Gikaria, who is also my chairperson of the Committee on Environment, for coming up with this proposed amendment on the Penal Code. That is the Penal Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 56 of 23, and encourage even others to come up with such amendments. Madam Speaker, we've noted that the laws that were used in the colonial time, as my other colleagues have said, they are not aligned to some of the current situations, and especially the well-cited ones in the police sector, Madam Speaker. And the intention of our honorable member is to ensure that we clean up such laws, we align them with the current situations, and of course the policies that have been put place in the relevant departments. Madam Speaker, as members have said, in the police sector, and I want to quote, when you go to the makwiny police, where we have sensitization to our departments, like even the police, on the current situation and the current laws that we do make in this house. And because of the interest of time, so much has been said, but it is the amendment is very straightforward, and I want to say I support it and congratulate the Honorable Gikaria for coming up with this amendment. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jessica Mbalu. The Honorable Bidu Tumbi, Member for Isiolo South. Out of the House. The Honorable Edith Nyenze, Member for Kitui West.
Thank you, Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Let me take this opportunity to congratulate our colleague
for actually recommending this amendment on the penal code. Actually, what there has been is that there's been a lot of harassment from the police officers. And we are yet to see what they have said, that the police sector will turn to be a service. We are yet to see them, the police officers, being friendly to the people and giving the service which is required to give to the people. But with such penal codes, then this gives the police officers strength and the mandate to really keep on harassing the people of Kenya. Yet, during this time, actually we expect the police officers to be friendly, to even lead our people, to even try to educate them on what they are supposed to do. But in a sense, we see a lot of harassment. We know that the cost of living is very high. And with the cost of living being that high, everyone is trying to fend for themselves. They are trying to ensure that their family gets at least hunger at the end of the day. But when especially the borders, the mamambogas, the people who are really getting harassed by these policemen, when they collect the whole day, they work and get very little, which is not enough for a meal for a day. But at the end of the day, you see a police officer harassing them on a very flimsy excuses, and they want actually to be bribed with money, which is even higher than what they have earned that particular day. This is very frustrating, and that's why we need to actually get rid of these old laws, which are harassment and contributing to the harassment of our people. So that's why I congratulate my colleague, Gikaria, and say that this is the right time to even look at other penal codes and other amendments in the law which should be changed to actually line with the time. But after saying that, I would also say that we should also be careful that we will not let also our security be compromised. Because we need the security, we need our people to be orderly. So in doing so and taking care of our people not to be harassed as they do their work freely, as they move in Kenya freely, we should also be careful to ensure that there is no compromise on security. Because other people can also take advantage, and instead of doing the right thing, then they go against the law. But Madam Speaker, I support and say that there should always be proof. If one is arrested by the police, there should always be proof on why they have been harassed, on why they have been arrested. Because sometimes you are arrested, and then other people, I mean, in the book, in the report book, it's written something else very different on why you have been arrested by the police. Otherwise, I support.
For cleaning up our constitution, is it in order that I ask him to do that? Because I've already contributed, and I can see everybody just talk about all penal codes. Thank you.
Honorable Wanyonyi, you have contributed to this bill, to the amendment. Well, you did not say that, but it's nothing out of order. But I would have said it better when you are contributing. Also, this bill was exposed to the relevant committee, and I believe those are some of the issues that were raised. And also, I listened to the Honorable Gikaria when he was moving the motion for amendment of the Penal Code Bill. He also raised that there are many other sections of the Penal Code Act that require amendment. Honorable members, it is now time to adjourn the House, and the time being 1 p.m., this House stands adjourned until today, Wednesday, the 5th of July, 2023, 2:30 p.m. Thank you, honorable members.
Good morning to you. You're right on time for the Senate live proceedings. This being a live proceedings of the Senate on Wednesday morning, the date being the 26th of July, the year is 2023. Remember, this particular live broadcast is brought to you by the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation in collaboration with the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. You can also follow up on this particular live broadcast courtesy of our live YouTube channels. That is courtesy of Parliament of Kenya on the Senate wing, as well as on KBC Channel 1 on YouTube. You can also watch us live on Senate TV on Signet. Allow me to take you through the highlights in the order of business this morning. This being a sitting with a lot of motions for deliberation by senators this morning. And given priority this morning is the incorporation of intelligent water management systems in buildings and plans for sustainable living. This is a motion spearheaded by Nyeri Senator Wahome Wamatinga, that are aware that water is an essential yet scarce resource whose demand is increasing rapidly, and this is due to population growth, matters urbanization and industrialization, and whose wastage has become an issue that needs to be addressed urgently owing to Kenya's vulnerability to climate change, and appreciating that incorporation of water management systems in building plans, including a variety of techniques and technologies such as rainwater harvesting, wastewater recycling, low-flow plumbing, as well as sensor systems that detect leaks and activate as well as deactivate water flow when necessary, thereby optimizing the use of water by eliminating water over exploitation as well as wastewater management and pollution. The Senate urges the Ministry of Lands, Public Works and Housing as well as Urban Development in coordination with the Council of Governors as well as the National Environment Management Authority to do two things. One, incorporate into the building code and standards a requirement for intelligent water management systems in all building plans, as well as undertake a systematic national-wide renovation to government-owned businesses to incorporate water management systems. The senators will be resuming debate on this particular motion. This was interrupted on the Thursday, 20th of July, 2023. The mover will also be called to reply on this particular motion. Another motion set for debate this morning is the accelerating the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. This particular motion is by nominated Senator Catherine Muma. In this particular motion, nominated Senator Catherine Muma seeks to have the House resolve that the State Department for Economic Planning, in consultation with the Council of Governors, do come up with a reviewed implementation roadmaps for the two levels of government, taking into account the shocks that have impeded or any other that are likely to impede the implementation of the 2030 agenda for the sustainable development. Also remember, according to the newly amended standing orders of the Senate under the 13th Parliament, we have cabinet secretaries appearing on Wednesday morning at the Senate and Wednesday afternoon at the National Assembly. In the Senate today, we have cabinet secretaries who will be responding to questions from senators this morning. The Senator for Turkana County, Senator James Lomenen, will be asking the Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs to state the reasons for Kenya's government in action in assisting as well as hastening the release of pastoralists from Turkana County who were arrested in Uganda and charged in court martials in Moroto district in Uganda. And these particular pastoralists were arrested for crossing over in search of pasture during the recent drought experienced in the country. The Senator for Turkana County also wants to understand from the Cabinet Secretary in charge of Foreign Affairs, when will the government intervene to ensure the release of the pastoralists. The business of the Senate is just about to commence. Senate Speaker Amason Kingi is the Speaker presiding over the business of the Senate this morning. Allow me to hand you over for this live broadcast. Enjoy your viewing.
Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor and blessings us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests we've committed to our church. Amen. Clerk, do we have quorum? Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
The Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Kingi, currently presiding over the business of the Senate this morning, has directed the Sergeant at Arms to ring the quorum bell to allow some leeway, directed at 10 minutes for senators still within the presence of Parliament or those yet to make their way into the chamber. Do exactly that to allow the Senate raise quorum to commence business this morning. According to the standing orders of the Senate, standing order number 39, the quorum of the Senate stands at 15 senators. And so there being about 10 senators, they have a deficit of about 5 to raise that particular quorum and commence business this morning. As that particular quorum bell is on, and as the whip seeks to whip senators to make their way into the chamber this morning, allow me to take you through the order paper this morning. An order paper with lots of motions for debate by senators this morning. The integration of economic minorities and marginalized communities in Kenya is a motion by Baringo Senator William Cheptumo, that aware that Kenya is a multi-ethnic country with rich diversity of cultures, languages, and traditions, and further aware that ethnic minorities and marginalized communities do face significant social, economic, as well as political challenges, including matters discrimination, marginalization, as well as exclusion, and appreciating that the government has put in place policies, legal and institutional frameworks, including affirmative action programs to address the needs of other special interest groups, namely children, persons with disability, popularly known as PWDs, youth, women, and the elderly, and concerned that ethnic minorities and marginalized communities remain largely unaddressed through similar interventions. And this is due to lack of an existing national policy and legislative framework. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves that the Ministry of Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action and the National Gender and Equality Commission, as well as any other relevant state departments in collaboration with the Council of Governors, do take measures to identify as well as address the specific needs and challenges faced by ethnic minorities and marginalized communities in Kenya, and two, do develop as well as implement a national policy and legislative framework for the integration of ethnic minorities and marginalized communities in Kenya as envisaged in the Constitution of Kenya 2010. The declaration of cattle rustling as a national disaster and establishment of a special fund for victims is also another motion lined up for debate. This particular motion is equally by the Senator for Baringo County. In this particular motion, the Senator seeks to have the Senate resolve that the national government, through the Ministry of Interior and National Coordination, in collaboration with the Council of Governors, do declare cattle rustling a national disaster, establish a national task force on cattle rustling. This particular task force will be tasked with two functions or mandates. The very first task is to investigate the causes of the rampant cattle rustling in the said region and the country at large, as well as establish the extent of loss and the damage of cattle rustling that has occasioned to the communities in all affected counties. The other resolve is that the national government, in collaboration with the Ministry of Interior and the Council of Governors, do create a special fund for mitigating the losses suffered by and in compensating all victims of cattle rustling and settle all internally displaced persons occasioned by the menace. Those are just some of the motions that senators will be considering this morning. Apart from the Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs, Honorable Alfred Mutua, the Cabinet Secretary for Health is also set to answer questions before the Senate plenary this morning. Honorable Nakumicha will be answering questions from Senator George Mbugua, nominated senator. And the nominated Senator George Mbugua seeks to have the Cabinet Secretary for Health state the measures the government has taken to ensure that reproductive health services are accessible to persons with disabilities in compliance with Article 43, subsection A of the infrastructure, and also indicate the training programs that have been developed and resources deployed by the government to medical practitioners to ensure they are adequately prepared for use by people with disabilities. Honorable Nakumicha will finally be required to explain what is the government doing to ensure that such services such as occupational therapy, speech therapy, as well as behavioral therapy, which is essential for children living with disability, are all covered by the National Health Insurance Fund, popularly known as NHIF. Somehow related with the questions the Cabinet.
When we are dealing with the boreholes, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the honourable member that we will be able to do that road within the course of the next 1 year, latest or completion date being scheduled for 2024 August. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Njoroge, are you satisfied?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for the good response. I acknowledge the fact that she inherited a problem that was caused by the previous regime because Karimeno Dam was completed during the last regime. I want to commend her efforts to solve the problems. I start with the Karimeno Dam. Myself and my people of Gatondo North, we will wait for the 12 months implementation of the remaining works, including the said 15 boreholes. But I want to bring to the attention of the minister that the name Gatondo covers 2 constituencies. The dam, Karimeno Dam, is in Gatondo North constituency, and the people who are enjoying the water from Karimeno Dam today are the people of Gatondo South, and we do not have a dam in Gatondo South. Our very simple request is that our people in Gatondo North who are neighboring Karimeno Dam be connected to the water, and I know the minister will do that for us. Number 2, on the crucial issue of Darugo Dam. Darugo Dam is next, almost 2 kilometers from Karimeno Dam, and I am not an expert in water, Mr. Speaker, but I know that my people are objecting construction of that dam because of the way they were treated badly by Earth Water Services while constructing Karimeno Dam. And my advice as the Member of Parliament...
You are making a statement.
Yes.
Ask a supplementary question.
Yes. So to come to my question, I want to ask the Cabinet Secretary, is your ministry planning to redo or conduct public participation for Darugo Dam? Because as far as I'm concerned and my people, no public participation that was done successfully, because I was there the 2 times. And the people of Gatondo North are waiting for you so that they can air their grievances directly to you without that agency. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I thought she said the meeting on public participation went rowdy.
Yeah.
Stopped. People went to court. There's an injunction. She's defending the ministry against the court process.
Yeah, she was.
And when it is done, she'll come back for public participation. Isn't that what the minister said?
Mr. Speaker, to clear that, whenever we have an exercise that goes futile, the only remedy to that is to do another exercise and do it the right way.
Let her answer.
Yes.
Honorable Alice?
Okay.
That's how I understood
thank you. Mr. Speaker, you have captured correctly what I said. That's exactly the position. There is the latest position is that a court case was filed. But I'm glad from the statement of the Honourable Member of Parliament, whose people are also will be affected, indicates that there is possibly some room for negotiations, for discussions regarding further exercise of public participation. Because indeed, Mr. Speaker, what was disrupted was the very initial exercise to take the people there for purposes, our contractors, interested person or investor, to be able to take details so that we can have a design. So I am willing to engage, Mr. Speaker, and I know that we will have a solution. But I also want to assure the Honourable Member that I am aware of the challenges of Karimeno 2, including some unpaid claims. We are working on those. The problem we have is funding for the Karimeno 2, and I know that we have brought this to the attention of the executive, and we will not abandon our commitment. And I know that the issues were being raised were related to Karimeno 2, indicating that there may be a challenge of non-payment. But those are claims that have been already analyzed, they have been assessed, and I want to assure the people of Karimeno that their payments, their compensation will still be done. We are a bit late and behind time, but once we are put into funding, we will be able to deal with those. And therefore, I appreciate the current position, but including, of course, possible withdrawal of the court case, because the injunction would be a hindrance to public participation. Thank you.
Thank you. Who do you want to inform on Njoroge?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm rising on a point of information. I'd like to inform the Minister, because I am in Kenya Kwanza.
Frame it in a question, man. Ask her if she's aware.
Yes.
Of the information you have.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, thank you for your guidance. Are you aware, Honorable CS, that that Karimeno Dam is not fenced, and many people in Gatondo North who want to commit suicide are running to the dam, and now it will soon become a cemetery if you don't take care of that. And in addition to that, the only person, are you aware that you are the only person, Honorable CS, who will solve this menace? Because Ag Water Services is the institution that built Karimeno Dam, and they are said to build Darugo Dam, and they collided with my people. So we will not, our people are not able to do anything or any negotiation with that agency. They can only talk to the Cabinet Secretary herself. Thank you.
The next public participation, I will personally attend, because the last one, when it was going on and scheduled, sometimes we prefer that the people talk with the technical teams, but because there has been issues and there is need for my presence, I want to confirm that I'll be present. In terms of fencing, I think the earlier policy was that the dams were not being fenced, Mr. Speaker. We have introduced that as a component of the project, and therefore we would have to really go back and see whether we have funding for fencing. Yes, I'm aware that it is not fenced because I've been there, and but I do not want the Karimeno people or Darugo people to individualize or personalize the project, because the project is really a government project, and Earth Water is the one that deals with Kiambu County, Nairobi County, and Murang'a County. So let's iron out the issues and we deal with them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Question 237 of 23. Member for Taveta, Honorable John Bwire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By way of introduction to the Cabinet Secretary, my name is John Bwire, Member of Parliament, Taveta constituency. And I beg to ask the following questions. Questions number 1, could the Cabinet Secretary provide information on the state of desilting irrigation canals and construction of new irrigation canals by the National Irrigation Board, National Irrigation Authority, and the Ministry in Taveta constituency as a way of reducing perennial floods in Nga villages, Kimondia, Kimorigo, Abori Lambo, Mwarusa, Buhuta, Eldoro Kamlenza, Marodo, and Majengo villages in Bohoni ward. Question number 2, Mr. Speaker, is the Cabinet Secretary to provide an answer with respect to immediate measures taken by the Ministry and the National Irrigation Authority to fix flooding of Nga villages, Kimondia, Aborilambo, Mwarusa, Marodo, Machengo villages caused by blockage of canals constructed by the National Irrigation Authority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker.
Minister,
yes, Honorable Speaker. The question is that I provide information on the state of distillation or desilting of existing irrigation canals, construction of new canals by NIA in the stated areas, that is Bogoni Ward in Taita Taveta constituency, that has resulted in perennial floods in the areas of villages of Kimoligo, Amboli Labo, Mvamsa, Marondo, Majengo in Bogoni Ward. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry through NIA is rehabilitating irrigation projects in Taita Taveta County to resume optimal operation status. The works involving desilting of parts of the works involve desilting of parts of River Lumi, desilting of canals in Njoro Kubwa, Kamleza, Marondo, Kimarwa, and Kimoligo irrigation schemes in Bogoni Ward. The length of the river canal sections, which are under rehabilitation, are a total of 57.7 kilometers, and I have summarized that below, indicating where we are working. That is Lumi Majengo, Africa Kusuni irrigation scheme, Kamleza irrigation, that's at the areas of Marondo, desilting of canals in Kimorigo, Joro, and Kiwarwa and Kimorigo irrigation schemes. These are 6 irrigation schemes with specific areas where we are working to rehabilitate the canals, totaling 57 kilometers. And we have also given the stated, definitely we have already completed 2 of those. The other one is at 23%, other 2 down there at 100%. So therefore, the remaining one there at 22%. So work is in progress in those other areas that are not complete, and there is funding for that. Then the second question, Mr. Speaker, is that I explained the immediate measures taken by the minister to fix the flooding in those particular stated areas in this question. The minister is implementing the above mentioned irrigation projects, rehabilitation of the broken canals, and also safely, which once sorted will control the flooding that has been experienced before. The works will involve, therefore, the rehabilitation of the canals, desilting of the affected areas, and upon completion, we would expect that the drainage canals will effectively discharge flood waters to Lumi rivers and Lake Jipe, that consequently will reduce the effects of flooding, Mr. Speaker. And I think that is my response. We will also do some awareness creation of the community using the irrigation water users associations that are quite active in that particular area, and we normally engage them so that they can understand how to work in terms of operation and maintenance to avoid further destruction of the canals or silting of the, because some of the human activities there in the farms are part of the problems that are bringing the silting of the canals.
Thank you. Bwire? Honorable Bwire?
Thank you. And thank you for the answer, except, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, allow me to just ask one supplementary question, and it is whether the Cabinet Secretary, together with the National Irrigation Authority, are able to have a sit-down with the owners of Gishea Farm to allow that farm to allow access to the communities around it, that is Lumi, the communities in Lumi, Jukini, and Saramson, and irrigations, so that they can also have the benefit of accessing Savo River. Mr. Speaker, my understanding is that under Article 62, all rivers are public resources, and that it is important that the ministry goes and sit with Gishea Farm to allow the communities to have access to the river and irrigation, for purposes of irrigation and domestic use. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I think a sitting down with the community is most welcome, but I want to maybe with great respect also remind the honorable member that sometimes it becomes very hard to include people in the middle of a project unless the project expansion is done, which then means variation of the project, which also further would require further funding, and therefore it is not it's not always that easy to get people on board once a project has been designed. But yes, we need to get this information to the people, and where it is possible to get them on board, then that will be done, and we can, I will instruct NIA to take up the issue of a meeting, and the honorable member will be notified. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question. I see no interest. Question 238 of 23, member for Manyata.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. For the CS, my name is Gitonga Mukonji, Member of Parliament, Manyata constituency in Embu. And Honorable Speaker, my question to the CS, Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, is a question of a river called Rupingazi River. Honorable Speaker, I would like the ministry to explain and the steps the ministry has taken to guarantee that upstream irrigation schemes in Rupingazi River are not to jeopardize the downstream consumers' access to water, and equally provide a detailed report on water abstraction activities in the rivers in Manyata constituency and the sustainability of the abstraction activities, having in mind that the Rupingazi River, Honorable Speaker, is one of the key rivers that is providing water to Embu residents, and it has obstructions that take water to Kirinyaga and also some side in Bere South. And Honorable Speaker, during the dry season that we had even demonstrations of the downstream people not getting even a single.
You are debating your question.
Yes.
Ask the question by reading it as it is on the order paper.
Okay, I stand guided, Honorable Speaker. Yes, and the other question, Honorable Speaker, is...
You finished with Roman 1?
Yes.
Read out Roman 2 and go to 3.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, I want the CS to explain the rationale of redirecting water from River Rupingazi to Bere South irrigation scheme at the expense of farmers in Manyata constituency who are suffering from drought, as well as stalled irrigation schemes such as Muvatari water and Kevemu water schemes. And I would like to know as well as the strategies in place to ensure that irrigation schemes are fully implemented as per the contracts that were put in place. The other question, Honorable Speaker, to the CS is I would like a clarification whether there was public participation in review of water use rate charges for our irrigation schemes and water schemes that have had water going up to around 900% increase in water costs for my people. And Honorable Speaker, the Ngenda irrigation scheme, which is providing water in Manyata, but it has not had an upgrade in terms of their distribution of the capacity to distribute the water for a very long time, Honorable Speaker. I would like CS to clarify whether there is hope for Ngenda irrigation scheme upgrade so that they can cater for more residents. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, if you have a question, don't attempt to paraphrase your question. Read it as it is on the order paper. That is what the Speaker has approved. Then if you have paraphrased issues, you can do a supplementary when you get a chance. That goes to all members with questions. Honorable Alice.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. May I first take this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to apologize to Honorable Gitonga Mukunji, because last week I was in Embu County and he got information of my presence in his constituency in the morning that I was traveling. It was not deliberate. I apologize for that. Going forward, we will ensure that you have timely information. But we also did one project during that visit in your constituency, which has quite a good amount of water. Honorable Speaker, let me then go to his question. The first one, Roman 1, is the steps we have taken to guarantee the upstream irrigation schemes do not jeopardize downstream consumers' access to water, and equally provide a detailed report on water abstraction capacities in bring this answer in the areas of Manyata, within Manyata constituency, and the sustainability thereof. Honorable Speaker, my response to the first question, Roman 1, is on measures taken to guarantee upstream. The ministry is implementing Water Act 2016 and Water Resources Regulation 2021. The Regulation 47C limits the allocation, abstraction, impoundment, or diversion of only the flood flow for irrigation purposes. This is informed by the fact that irrigation is the largest user of water, and water is required during the dry season when river flows are also low. The ministry is enforcing the requirements stipulated under Regulation 47D, requiring applicants for irrigation water from the rivers to develop a 90-day storage facilities to harvest the water during the flood flow when available and utilize it during the dry season. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the honorable member, if this is able to be actualized, it will be one of those ways or interventions that will help us with water storage, so that the issue that he has raised of downstream are taken care of. But from that particular answer, Mr. Speaker, it's obvious that then therefore, it means then therefore that we don't just allow abstraction. During abstraction, the permit indicates how much volume of water you have been allowed to extract, and whatever amounts you have been allowed to extract are stated in your documentation. When you exceed, then the enforcement by Water Resource Authority takes effect. Therefore, and I know that there are still challenges in terms of the flows, but that means we are not just allowing extraction. There are some irrigation projects, therefore, which do not meet the above criteria, and steps are being taken to ensure that they comply. We are having challenges with compliance, Mr. Speaker, because you can imagine the entire country with people who are indisciplined, people who are practicing impunity, and therefore, in occasional cases, we are having those problems. Specifically, the ministry is encouraging the construction of self-regulating weirs, which allow irrigation water to be harvested only when the river is in flood or in flood flow. And this will allow normal flow of the river to be available for domestic use downstream. The self-regulating methods will also allow domestic water to be abstracted and diverted from the normal flow of the river, thus assuring environmental flow, water required to meet the ecological needs of the riparian flora and fauna, and basic human needs for people who rely on the same river downstream. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of water abstraction in Manyata constituency, I'm aware that the Manyata constituency is traversed by Rupingasi, Dabana, Kapingasi, Nyanjara, and Kiye rivers, and several tributaries feeding into these rivers. The water allocation for abstraction from that river, or from the two rivers and the tributaries all combined, is as stated in page 3, in that graph there that I have indicated, table, not a graph, table, Mr. Speaker, which shows that the total abstraction status of waters from those rivers is 795,282.33 cubic meters of water per day. Ordinarily, and the standard is that, Mr. Speaker, in any abstraction, even from a borehole, the permit will never give you the total amount available in the borehole or in the river. So you will find that between 40 to 60% is what we shall allow for extraction, leaving the 60% or 40% in either case or in any case for purposes of normal flow. I have other figures down there which the honorable member, maybe you can, will be able to, honorable member and honorable members of this house can look at, but on the question of why River Rupingazi is being diverted to Bere North. Honorable Speaker, Rupingazi and also Kirinyaga. Rupingazi is shared between, is across county river in a way, because it is also shared from wherever it has come from to reach Embu. It has come through the county, other counties, but also between Kirinyaga and Embu, the river is shared. So you will find that some extraction is permitted by those people who are living on the Kirinyaga side. And of course, the river, Honorable Speaker, flows from one constituency to another, and I think any diversion that may have occurred is perfectly within what is permissible. Honorable Speaker, I will be going back to Embu County, and I know some of those things can be addressed, and I'm available. National irrigation is also available for further details. I am here with the CEO, acting CEO, and I believe, Honorable Speaker, he has picked some of those questions so that if there is need for rectification, we can work on that. Honorable Speaker, the other question is, I explained the rationale for redirecting that river. I think that is the question I have just answered. But in a nutshell, we are saying Water Resource Authority, as required under the Water Act and the Water Resources Regulation, and we are actually also litigating in respect of the regulations, is fully working within the law. And once any application is made, it is considered after proper assessment of how much water is available. The question number Roman 3, Honorable Speaker, is to clarify the public participation in the review of the rates that were affected by Regulation 2021. Honorable Speaker, the regulations went through public participation, went through this Parliament, and were approved. Parliament had the occasion through the delegated registration committee to go through those regulations, and I believe also normally there is public participation through Parliament, and therefore for us to reach a point where the regulations are in operation, then it means that public participation was done. Questions of whether public participation was done was raised and answered during the hearings or the appearances before the committee on delegated legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think therefore maybe those other details are there, Honorable Member, and with your permission, I think I want to rest my case.
Thank you, Madam CS, for those answers. I have additional question on the same issue. And the first one, Honorable Speaker, is to CS to explain, because we have Rupingazi River and the Mbana River and the rest of the rivers, but the obstruction goes to other constituencies, but it is happening in Manyata constituency, whereas the projects that are supposed to give the Manyata constituency water have stalled. That is Kidemo Water Scheme, Mudatari Water Scheme, Katene Water Scheme, all those have stalled, so the Manyata constituency residents don't get water. I would like her to clarify why is that, and we are giving water to Kirinyaga and Mbere South. Honorable Speaker, I would also like to know what is the status for making sure that this Rupingazi River serves everybody. What is the status of the said Rupingazi, the Mbana Dam, that had been proposed in 2016 to ensure that the water in those rivers is able to provide for everybody and also for the residents. What is the status of that? Can we expect funding soon so that we can be able to give our water to all those schemes? Honorable Speaker, I would also like to ask whether the Minister is aware that in the said river we have close to 30 water scheme projects that takes water in all those places, whereas the river in the downstream level is not able to sustain this. So logically, Honorable Speaker, among the issues that the CS has addressed in terms of the measurement of the obstruction, in terms of the cubic meters, what is the progress in terms of having the dam ready to provide water to residents? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, before I came to this House, in respect of this question, because I felt it raised some technical issues regarding the extraction amounts, I asked for explanation of the balance of the total water after the stated extractions, and I was not given an answer. Honorable Speaker, I am meeting Embu County elected leaders. I could, if the member agrees, I'm meeting them tomorrow at 8:30, and I could give that particular specific answer on how much is the balance and whether we have over-extracted and what we can do in respect of the 30 water projects you are saying. And then you are raising the case for Kithemu and Mudatari irrigation projects, which you had not stated in your question, Honorable Member, but I'm aware that those particular schemes were raised by the governor when I came to Embu, and she has already forwarded a letter to be discussed as part of the meeting tomorrow. So because it wasn't here, I did not address specifically those two particular irrigation schemes, but we shall provide answers tomorrow, and possibly we will be able to satisfy the honorable members' concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. You still have another supplementary?
Honorable Speaker, the CS has not answered me on the proposed the Mbana Dam that is on Rupingazi River.
Yes, the Mbana Dam is one of the public PPP, public partnership projects that we have proposed, and we hope that it will get an investor, and therefore we are on course on that particular one, and also Kamumu Dam. Those two dams, if done, will maybe answer the concerns of Runyenjes, part of Runyenjes, Bere North and Bere South constituencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Question 239 of 23. Mary Wamaua, member from Maragua. Honorable Maua.
Thank you, Speaker, for giving me a chance to ask these 4 questions from our Cabinet Secretary for Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. Could the Cabinet Secretary give a response to 1, explain why Murang'a South Water and Sanitation Company, MUASCO, is the sole authorized distributor of water in 3 constituencies, that is Maragua, Kegumo, and Kandara constituencies, yet it has no capacity to meet the demand.
With those few remarks, I welcome them and I'm very happy to see them in the chamber. Thank you.
Fair enough. Honorable Minister, could you proceed and answer the question of Honorable Omokay?
Yes,
actually, the question is just one. Would you be willing to go and visit there?
I think the reason why the Honorable Speaker is asking that I visit is I want to say that first and foremost, I have admitted through my report, page 5, that there has been a delay. I am not in dispute of that. There has been a delay, and I've stated the reasons why the delay has occurred. So even assuming I could agree to go, then the delay, the reasons the delay that occasioned the delay are there. Some of them have not yet been resolved, including payments that have been delayed to the contractor. And therefore, I want to agree that as soon as we are able to deal with some of this, then it is important that we visit the site. Otherwise, sometimes the visit may not be of much use unless we deal with the real issues. So then the other question of the girl, you have indicated the loss injury, severe injury to another person, a young lady. I think that was not brought to my attention. The honorable member could also write to me so that we can have that captured in our records against this project. Yes, we will, maybe time allowing, we'll want to visit the project. All projects are our projects and we visit them. And I hope that I can be able to create time for this particular one.
The MP for Mandera East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, I would like to thank my colleague for raising this question. For your information, I'm the area member of Parliament. And this project is extremely very important to the people of Mandera Town. It only affects Mandera Town, not outside Mandera Town and Mandera County. It is going to benefit more than 200,000 families. This project has been going on, I think, for the last 4 or 5 years. Unfortunately, there are issues you cannot avoid, like security, floodings, and extra jobs that normally arise. Most of these jobs are carried by experts from other parts of the country, not locals from Mandera County. And you know the security problems that are there. Sometimes they run away, all of them, and the job cannot continue without them. That has really affected several times. Floods, sometimes when there are floods, because there is a river Dawa, they cannot continue, they have to stop. And there are extra jobs that normally arise outside the agreement